The untouchable True School Sports Empire proudly presents something the boxing game's been missing. Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT. And we are live once again here on YouTube. We got a great show for you guys today. It's been what? It's been a long time since we've been live on YouTube. It's been a long time since I've been live on YouTube, but I think since June the 11th. So I'm really happy to just be back live. I'm looking forward to everybody's comments and questions and concerns and all that stuff. We got a special guest today. It's not just going to be me. It won't be, we have one of South Florida's very own with me today. Okay, we have one of the best there is. He's only like, 14 years old, 15 years old. But he knows more boxing than most of you guys out there. So we're gonna bring him in right now. Max, you there? What's up, Max?
How you been?
How you doing, bro?
Good. Some good fights coming up.
There's a lot of good fights coming up, and I wanted to talk to you and get your thoughts on the whole Showtime Boxing schedule. That's like the big news right now. That Showtime Boxing schedule. A lot of good fights coming up on Showtime.
100%.
Yeah, man. As far as the Showtime schedule, we'll go fight by fight. Obviously, the first fight they're gonna have is that big Angulo Leo fight with Stephen Fulton. Well, what do you make of that fight?
That's a fight I'm really excited for. Very underrated fight. Angulo Leo, not too well known, but he's actually a really good prospect. He's beating up some top guys in sparring. And I'm actually going to go with the underdog, and I'm going to edge Angulo Leo by majority decision. I think the body work, the inside, I think he'll pull out the win in the later rounds and get the close decision. Yeah,
why do you favor Angulo Leo?
I just think, he sparred some of the top guys in the sport. He has a great team with him. He's very great skill set, great boxing ability. He could go to the body, he could finish off opponents. I just think he's a slightly better fighter than Stephen Fulton. But it will be a tough fight to predict and a tough fight for Leo, in my opinion.
Okay. Yo, Max, I think your audio, I don't know if it's me, but your audio sounds like a bit muffled.
Yeah, it might be the headset. I was trying to do the headset, see how it worked.
Yeah. But while Max is fixing his headset, I'll get my thoughts on the Angulo Leo Stephen Fulton fight. I think it's an excellent matchup. You have Fulton, who's a very athletic fighter with a very good jab. But I've been going back and I've been watching a lot of the Fulton fights. I watched his fights against Adam Lopez and some of his tune-up fights, and I've noticed that when he throws an up jab, or like when he throws an up jab, sometimes he squares up and he backs up in a straight line, and it gets a fight like Angulo Leo. That could be your ass. That could be it. That could be the beginning of the end for you.
Yeah, and he was getting touched up by Kagai. He's a decent defensive fighter, but not a great defensive fighter. Kagai's a decent prospect, but I just think Leo's just a much better fighter, and I think Leo will end up edging him out.
Yeah, and it's a big fight. Yo, Max, when was the last time you saw two PBC fighters fighting for the WBO world title?
I don't remember one ever, actually.
Yeah, this is an unprecedented moment in boxing history right now. We'll probably never see it again.
And lots of hypocrisy as well, because they said that they're not counting the WBO title for Crawford, but here they are going for the WBO title in a different weight division.
That's an excellent point. They were over there talking about, oh, we don't count the WBO belt. Oh, we're gonna create our own belt, but now they're fighting for one. So it's legitimate now.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And same for 154 as well, the Castano and Teixeira fight.
Yeah, hey, those hypocrites over there at PBC. But hey, at least they're putting on some decent fights, because you were talking, the Top Rank series, it was very hit or miss. I mean, they put a lot of.
Very.
Yeah, man, they had Isaiah Jones and Gabriel Murataya, the school teacher.
There was one event where Clay Collard was basically my main event of the night. That's,
Clay Collard is the COVID. He is the COVID-19 cash cow of boxing. No questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a great fighter for prospects, because if a prospect could beat Clay Collard, that looks good on their resume.
It is. I know. I don't know if you saw. I did a video on it, but I don't know if you saw. But Lorenzo Truck Simpson was calling him out. Lorenzo Truck Simpson. Yeah. What would you make of that kind of matchup?
I think Simpson would actually beat Clay Collard by decision.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he looked pretty bad. Last time I saw him, he looked pretty bad. He fought. I forgot the guy's name, but he fought in the Danny Garcia Ivan Redcatch undercard, and he didn't really look too impressive in that fight to me.
So I wouldn't rule out Collard in that fight either, to be honest.
Yeah. I wanna get to some of these comments. We got my main man, Keenan KTV. Shout out to Keenan KTV, the biggest MMA channel, one of the biggest MMA channels on YouTube. The guy has got like quadruple my subscribers now. Hey, so shout out to Keenan K. I'm glad to see that his channel is growing and he's doing his thing. He says he used to be Sucker BT, but now you're Brother BT. Yeah, man, you used to call me Sucker BT. That was some pretty mean stuff you did back in the day, Keenan K. And then he asked a question. He says, why don't PBC guys go after the WBO title?
I think because Bob Arum and Frank Warren have had control of that title for years, and I think after a while, they just got sick of trying to get it. They have the political power over Al Haymon, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the WBO title and Top Rank is pretty much like they're one. Like they're married to each other. So I guess by freezing out the WBO and trying to delegitimize the title, it's their way of getting more control in the sport of boxing.
100%.
Yeah. We also have the Charlos, both Charlos, in some big time fights. We got Jermall Charlo taking on Sergey Derevyanchenko. We got Jermell Charlo taking on Jason Rosario. So we'll start with Jermall, Minimax. I'll ask you about Jermall versus Derevyanchenko. How do you see that matchup?
That's a fight I'm very, very 50-50 on. I say right now, if it was neutral judges, there's no politics in the sport of boxing, I think Derevyanchenko would edge out Jermall Charlo. But with the politics and it being on PBC and the fight being in America and Charlo being the A side, I'm not sure, man. I want to say Derevyanchenko by like majority decision or something, but I'm watching out for a robbery or a controversial decision to go towards Charlo. How do you see it going?
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I don't see Charlo stopping Derevyanchenko. I just think when you look at Derevyanchenko's resume, even before like Jacobs or Golovkin, the guy is very battle tested. He fought like Mike Guy, that was an underrated win. Terreno Johnson, Jack Kulke. He's been in there with some good guys. So I don't see Charlo. Yeah, Sam Solomon.
Sam Solomon, which no one does.
Nobody ever stops Sam Solomon. He's a crafty veteran fighter. Hard to look good against, even harder to stop. So I think Charlo's going to have a lot of problems, setting the tempo with his jab and staying on the outside, because that's what he wants to do. He's going to want to stay on the outside and look for big counter shots. I don't see him being able to do it, but I don't think he's going to stop him either. So I think it goes to full 12. If he's semi-competitive, he'll probably get a decision. But I hope Derevyanchenko gets a decision if he ends it.
Exactly. And if Matt Korobov could, his technical ability give Charlo all the problems in the world, imagine what Derevyanchenko would do.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's 34 years.
Oh, go ahead.
He's 34 years old, and hopefully he still has enough left in the tank, because even though I thought he beat Golovkin, that was a tough fight. You don't know how much it took out of him at that age.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was worried if the Triple G fight took a lot out of him. That was a war. You saw his face after fight, bad swelling and a cut over to the swellingness. So he did have to go through a lot in that Triple G fight. If he's the same fighter he was when he fought Triple G, I do see him winning. But is he the same fighter? That's a different question, different answer. And Charlo, he said like a month ago he wanted to move up to 168. So we don't know if he's making 162 comfortably or not.
That's an excellent point. And this is a guy in Charlo who, he hasn't looked so hot in his last couple of fights. He beat Dennis Hogan, but even before that, he had the Brandon Adams fight, which he didn't look good in that fight. He's been fighting these smaller guys. He has been the Charlo at 154 that was knocking out Julian Williams.
100%. But it's going to be a good fight. I'm actually really excited for it. It should be entertaining, because I don't think I remember Derevyanchenko or Charlo being in a boring fight. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, man. And then we got the other Charlo. We got Jermell Charlo taking on your main man, Jason Rosario. What do you make of that fight?
This fight's much more intriguing because we don't know what Rosario brings to the table fully. We saw what he could do against J-Rock, but that's the only time we've really seen him have that type of performance. We don't know the type of fighter he is consistently. My thing is, we've never seen Jermell Charlo fight a bigger, stronger guy than he is. So how will he do against a bigger, stronger fighter?
Yeah. Well, I'll say this about Rosario. He's one of the few fighters in boxing that I've seen that's both physically strong and has good punching power, because sometimes in boxing you see guys who are physically strong but they can't really punch, and then sometimes you see guys who can punch but they're not physically strong. he's a bit of both of those things, and I think
100%.
that presents a big challenge to a guy like Jermell Charlo, who, let's be honest, like every time he's fought somebody, whether it be Tony Harrison, John Jackson, whoever you want to pick out, whoever he's fought, he's always been physically stronger and he punches harder than normally. So
100%.
this is the first time in his career where he's fighting someone that can match him in both those departments, and maybe he's even better than him in both those departments.
That's exactly what I was saying. So, I've been switching back and forth on who I was picking. I think the day Rosario beat J-Rock, I said to myself, I think Charlo would probably edge this guy. But the more I kept, thinking about it and watching their fights, I think I might be leaning towards Rosario.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Rosario. If he trains the same way, because if he trains the same way he did for that Julian Williams fight, he's beating Charlo, because like I'm really good friends with his trainer, Chiro Perez. He's from South Florida, and the Julian Williams fight was the first time in Rosario's career where he got to train for 8 to 12 weeks. I think he got 12 weeks. He got 12 weeks for that camp. Early in his career, he was fighting guys like Nathaniel Gallimore and taking the fights on short notice and getting knocked out. But that fight was one of the first fights where he really got proper time to train, and he's gonna get proper time to train for this fight. So I'm hyped for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great fight too. As I said before, we rarely see Jermell Charlo in a boring fight, and from what we've seen of Rosario, he's never in a boring fight as well. But a question I have that's very interesting that not enough people have been talking about: do you think this card, from hardcore fans to casual fans, is pay-per-view worthy?
Casual fans, absolutely not. The Charlos just don't have that marquee value, that name value, that to where people who are casuals are going to say, oh yeah, let me fork over my $40 or $50 to go watch these guys fight. It's not a knock on them as fighters, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. They haven't been in those big time fights, enough of those big time fights consistently to captivate the audience. So you can't just throw them on pay-per-view. It's a recipe for disaster.
100%. I completely agree. And my other question is, since it's on pay-per-view, how many pay-per-view buys do you think it's going to get if you had to make a prediction?
I'm gonna go with 80K.
I'm gonna go a little higher because the LDBC has a whole clan there. They have 150,000 buys already locked in with just from them. And when you go to the hardcore fans like me, you, Del Boy, Unrivaled, and all those people, I'm gonna go, since they're stacking the card a bit. I'm gonna go be a little bold, a little risky, and say 275.
275. That's an ambitious number, champ.
I think people have been missing the sport enough. This is the first big card we've gotten since, I don't know, February. So I think people are gonna really want to see this fight. People who don't usually spend money on pay-per-views, and I think this card will actually do not good, but better than expected.
You know what, man? I hope you're 100% right. I hope it's even higher than the number, because that'd be good for the sport.
It would be 100%.
Now, there's a lot of other fights that Showtime announced, and just so you guys know, we got Minimax Boxing. This is my main man, Max. Go subscribe to him on YouTube. The link is in the description. We're trying to get Max to 2,000 subscribers. So hey, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. But
Thank you.
But we got all kinds.
We got Benavidez and Angulo, which is a decent fight, an interesting fight.
I was gonna bring that one up. How do you seeing that one, Angulo and Benavidez?
I actually, we both saw Angulo in person. I like Angulo. I actually, talked to him through Instagram before. He seems like a really nice guy. I want him to win, but I don't think he's going to beat David Benavidez. I think Benavidez's speed, his power, his size, his strength will just be a little too much. And I see him knocking Angulo out, say, the 8th round.
Yeah. Like I said, that sounds about right. Like, I'm rooting for Romero Angulo too, because he sparred a lot of people that I know here in South Florida. Like, he sparred he sparred Bad Blake Davis. He sparred a lot of people here in South Florida, and everybody that sparred with Romero Angulo has told me that Romero Angulo is the toughest they've sparred. That he's always given them solid work in the gym, and I've seen him train. I've seen him train at Mundo Boxing Gym. He has incredible stamina, but where I think he's gonna struggle in this fight is that he just doesn't have the variety of punches, I think, to solve a guy like David Benavidez. He might be able to give him some good rounds, take a round here, around there off of him, put him into uncomfortable positions, but I don't see him being able to truly, put him away or stop him or anything like that.
Me neither. And does this mean if Anthony Sims got the nod over Angulo, would Dave made Benavidez Sims.
That's a good question. I'm not sure about that one. Anthony Sims is a DAZN fighter.
Yeah, but I think Angulo is too, isn't he?
No, because Angulo's. I mean, Angulo. I don't know. I don't know what his promotional situation is, but I know in the past when he fought Gilberto Ramirez, that was a top ranked card.
I think he's a free agent.
Probably a free agent.
I mean, if they made that fight for some reason, I actually think Sims stylistically would give him a tougher fight than Angulo with his movement. We saw Darrell give Benavidez some problems because of his boxing ability.
Yeah. It could be, man. My problem with Sims is like he's too damn pretty for his own good, man. Like he's too slick. Like at some point in time, you gotta this is the hurt business. You gotta go in there to hurt someone.
He doesn't throw enough punches, you know.
No.
He bored the entire Miami crowd when we were watching that fight with Angulo. That was a terrible fight. Not because of Angulo, who's actually trying to do something, because of Sims staying on the back foot, being fancy of his footwork, being fancy of his shoulder roll and head movement, and not actually throwing back when he had the opportunity.
Then he had the audacity to get on Instagram and say, "Oh well, people don't understand boxing. They don't understand the defense and the sweet science." I'm like, no, people do understand that, but what they don't understand is you just like dancing around the ring and not going in there trying to hurt a guy that you were favored to beat.
100%. I think everyone was picking him to win. I was picking him to win clearly, too. I thought he would win like 9-1, 10-0 type of decision. I thought he would school Angulo, get the clear nod, and he didn't even just lose. He lost in the most boring way possible.
Absolutely. So he's got a long way back to get in people's good graces, Anthony Sims.
A long way back. You're right.
Probably, I would say, aside from the Charlos, probably in terms of names, the biggest fight that was announced was Gervonta Davis versus Leo Santa Cruz. What do you make of that fight, Max?
The fight's at 130. I don't know if Tank can make 130. If he can make 130 comfortably, I am picking him to stop Leo in the later rounds. No, it's not the fight that we wanted to see from him, but at least it's definitely better than Gamboa. It's definitely better than Nunez and Ruiz and Mares. So it should be a decent fight, but I just think the size, again, the power, Leo doesn't have enough power to keep him off him. Leo looked terrible at 130 in his last fight as well. So I'm edging Tank by late stoppage, but if he is drained, I think Leo could pull it off. Very close decision, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, man. I think honestly, man, I think Gervonta Davis is gonna score a highlight reel knockout. This is going on the highlight reel.
Maybe.
It's the perfect kind of opponent for him. It's a guy that throws a lot of punches, who's not as physically strong as him. It's almost like the way I view when this fight got made. The way I viewed it was like, okay, this is in their minds. This is how they're gonna kick off the Gervonta Davis pay-per-view like era.
And I don't think this is a pay-per-view fight at all, in my opinion. Not even close compared to the Charlo fights, where are truly intriguing. This should not be a pay-per-view fight, in my opinion.
I mean, it would be a good TV fight.
Yeah, it would. It would be a great TV fight. I think it would get over 1 million viewership if 1.2, 1.3 million views on regular TV.
Yeah, if they put that thing on Fox, they would do crazy numbers. I love that fight on Fox. Okay. We also have, to me, honestly, the fight that's not getting talked about enough, but I think this might actually be the best fight out of all these is Nonito Donaire versus Nordine Oubaali. That's going to be a banger.
A great fight. 100%. I remember it was announced, but it was like announced during the virus for like May something, and no one talked about because we all knew the fight wouldn't actually happen in May. And I was saying to myself, that's a tough fight to predict. Personally, I'm edging Oubaali by close decision, but I'm not ruling out Donaire's hook, especially if I looked against Inoue.
Yeah, no, you can never count out Donaire. And Oubaali is a very physically strong guy. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna go with the old guy in this fight. I'm gonna go with Donaire. Because when Oubaali fought Takuma Inoue, I saw Takuma Inoue in many spots of that fight, giving him some serious problems, with his craft and whatnot. I just think if Takuma Inoue could actually punch, he would have beat Oubaali. Now he's fighting a guy who can punch, who does have the craft, who has the ring experience, who I do believe is hungry to get that rematch with Inoue. And him beating Oubaali, especially if he knocks him out and does it in sensational fashion, it's going to create that demand that he needs for that rematch. Exactly,
100%. I see Pops in the chat saying Banana Rosario is going to light up Charlo. Pops, genius in the boxing sport, known by everyone. It could happen. It's possible. You know, Pops, he has a lot of wisdom in this sport, so we'll see what can happen there.
Yeah, man. You can never go against Pops. That's my main man, 50 grand. Shout out to Pops.
Known by everyone. What's your quote that you say in the beginning of your videos?
Oh,
About Pops?
I always say he's a man that really needs no introduction, for he is known the world over.
Exactly, 100%.
That's what Jimmy Lennon Jr. used to say about Mike Tyson before he introduced him.
Ah, perfect. Exactly, 100%.
My man HB says both Charlos are fighting top opposition. It's about damn time. LeBron James voice.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I gotta give Jermell Charlo, the one that I like even less than Jermall, is his resume isn't as bad as people say. You know, he beat Lubin, he beat Harrison twice, he beat Trout, which is an okay win. So, you know, he's fought some level of opposition, but the only reason Harrison looked like a good win is because no one wanted to see the first Harrison fight. You know, no one really cared about the first Harrison fight. After Harrison beat him, that's when the win actually mattered.
That's true. And it's Harrison was taking him to school. He was packing his lunch. Like
100. Go ahead.
And then he switched off. Like he just switched off. Like Tony Harrison pisses me off sometimes because like he shouldn't have as many losses as he does, but because of lack of focus and poor stamina, he just always finds a way to lose.
Stamina and chinniness. It's crazy. You know, in the Charlo rematch, one of the most underrated fights of the year, no, he did a great job. He was out Charloing Jermell Charlo. Did a great job, threw some great body shots, went upstairs, downstairs. Great fight. Then he got cocky. You know, then his chin and his stamina, just like in the Hurd fight, just like in the Willie Nelson fight, it cost him in the end.
It did. It did. We got my man official scorecard boxing in the chat. He says BT, Minimax, and Pops in the chat. Salute. Yeah, shout out to official scorecard boxing. Chase
Great
Athletics.
Channel.
Great channel. Yeah, shout out to my man official. Chase Athletics asks, is Oubaali still with Roy Jones? I mean, I don't know. And even if he is a Roy Jones Jr. got his own things to worry about now. He's fighting Mike Tyson.
That's going to be interesting. You know, if Roy Jones had the reflexes he had when he was younger, this fight would really intrigue me. But he has no reflexes anymore, and I see Mike Tyson knocking him out.
Yeah, man. Mike Tyson, listen, I was telling my dad this. I said, when you hear Mike Tyson saying things like the gods of the arena have awakened me and they want me to continue, when you hear him start talking all that crazy stuff, that's when you gotta be worried. He's talking like Mike Tyson again.
He is, and he's looking great in training. While Roy Jones, you know, is looking so sluggish. You know.
Yeah, man. I'm just hoping that both these guys come out there safely and nobody gets hurt too badly. But
me too. You know, Prime Roy, I think, is one of the most talented fighters in the sport of boxing history ever. So, you just got a super chat from Johnny Boy.
Hold on,
Drop the kid a super chat.
Drop the kid a effing super chat. Shout out to Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy says,
hit the like.
Yeah, smash that like. Salute to BT and the little homie Max. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We here Minimax Boxing. We got two of South Florida's finest here. You know, we're back by popular demand because we did one of these not too long ago, and people were like, "Man, you gotta have Minimax on more. You gotta have Minimax on more." So we're trying to make this a regular thing.
Yeah, for sure, and especially with the PBC announcing a bunch of really solid fights, it actually gives us a reason to do it. You know, unlike before, boxing was stale, and last time we streamed, we kind of had to create things like the Lomachenko Teofimo negotiations and stuff like that. Well, this time we actually have real stuff to go off of.
Absolutely, and even like what happened last night on last night's Golden Boy card. Did you get a chance to watch the Golden Boy card last night?
That was a good. Yes. That was actually, I thought that was a fun fight to watch. You know, it was entertaining, lots of volume. I always love to watch Virgil Ortiz, very entertaining prospect. I saw your video. You're starting to put Ortiz above John Ennis. I'm not fully sure on that. I'm still 50-50 on that, but I could understand your reasoning.
Yeah, man. Look, I love Jaron Ennis, and I think he's going to be a world champion. But I'm talking about like right now. I mean, I'm starting to see things from Virgil Ortiz that maybe I wasn't seeing before. Like the balance this kid has is just exceptional. Like I can't think of too many active fighters in boxing right now who have better balance than Virgil Ortiz. To where they're throwing 4 or 5 punch combinations, they're not falling to the left or to the right. They're just on balance, and it's just flowing like water. It's just they look like you in that. They look like you in that sparring video I saw on one of your Instagram accounts.
Thank you. But when it comes to Virgil, I also noticed, his head movement has improved. He's done very subtle head movement, not like this obvious stuff that my guy Israel Madrimov, I'm a big fan of. He's moving all over the place like this. Ortiz doing like a little slip here, a little slip there, and it was working a lot.
Yeah, man. And then like sometimes too, like what he'll do is like he'll pivot on the inside and then he'll like he turns fighters. Like he has these little subtle turns in the way he's hitting these angles that he adds something new every fight. Like every time I see him fight, he's adding something new, and he's
100%.
just showing a different side of him.
Definitely, definitely. And you know, one thing I noticed about the fight, Jack Reese was reffing, and oh my goodness, every Jack Reese fight, he has to be known. He's like an annoying girlfriend, bro. The Tyson Fury Wilder fight, the first fight where you know the long count, even though I thought it was a good count, he made himself known that fight. The Jake Paul KSI fight where he deducted 2 points. The Ward Rodriguez fight where he deducted 2 points from both of them and fined them. My goodness, this guy, all Ortiz did was a little. He spun on his own. Ortiz waited for him to turn and then threw punches, and he made such a big deal out of it. Oh my!
He was like, "You can't spin, Virgil. You can't spin."
Yeah, and then when Samuel Vargas was badly hurt, I think it was the 7th round, and he held on to Ortiz. First of all, it should have been a knockdown because that was all, in my opinion, because that was all from damage. He was badly stumbling all over the place, and then when he got up, he's like, "Don't hold on to him," and he was there for like a good 10-15 seconds, like telling telling Samuel Vargas, "Don't hold on to him. You can't do that. You can't do that."
Yeah, listen, I think Jack Reese is normally a pretty good referee, but last night was not one of his best moments. It was pretty trash, actually. It was bad.
It was pretty trash. He always has to, be known. I've noticed that about him. He's not like Tony Weeks or even Kenny Bayless, where most of the times, most fights, they're like quiet. He always has to let you know that he's reffing the fight. It's the most annoying thing.
He's got to be all up in the videos,
Yeah. But
L Dog, shout out to the one and only, my main man L Dog. He asked the question. He said, BT, who do you got, Fulton or Leo? He says he's got Fulton by decision. I got my man Angelo Leo folding that dude up like a blue steel chair. Get him out of there.
I'm edging out Angelo Leo too. I was at first picking Fulton when the fight first got announced. Then I had some inside sources who told me about some of his sparring with Angelo Leo, how he's beating up on some top high-level fighters. And then I saw the clips, and I'm like, nah, I'm going to take Angelo Leo to win this fight.
Yeah, man. I think we have the same inside sources.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no. What did you make of that? A lot of people today have been talking about, Sinisa Estrada and Miranda Atkins and the debacle that was.
That was disgusting. She's there. She's, like, too scared to leave her corner. Like, she's leaving her corner. She stops. I've never seen that. When a fight gets right when the ref waves them in, they both run to the middle of the ring or walk to the middle of the ring. This woman went like this and literally just let herself get hit. Just did this and then just got put out. So nothing I could say there. Sinisa Estrada, I saw her before. She's a decent female fighter. She'll probably be. She's not a champ yet, is she?
No, but she's gonna be. There's no doubt about it.
She's gonna be a champ, yeah, for sure. I don't really watch female boxing that much, but when there's a good fight like Bray Coos McCaskill or Katie Taylor Pursuing, I'll check it out.
She was the main reason I watched that card because she's my favorite female fighter and she's gonna be my future girlfriend. So I gotta keep track of her career.
But when it comes to female fighting, I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Hector Tanahara's fight got canceled. I was excited for that fight actually. I think he's a very solid prospect. They were gonna make him versus Ryan. And or they weren't going to make it, but he wanted to make that fight. And I feel like that fight could be made in the future since they're both in the same stable and same weight. But I don't, obviously they're not going to make that fight. But it would have been cool to see his performance.
Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of good things about Tanahara. I was kind of disappointed that I had to watch Shane Mosley Jr. fight as the co-main event instead.
That was not. I'm not even going to get into that. That just wasn't worth talking about.
By the way, I haven't said it yet. But I want to say rest in peace to Nazeem Richardson, one of the great boxing trainers. He passed away yesterday. Had a chance to meet Nazeem in 2016. He was a really nice guy. Definitely left his imprint on the fight game. So yeah, man. And also RIP to Travell Mason.
100%. That's tragic, man. I was really, I was definitely excited to check him out. I heard some really good things. Checked out some footage. He was definitely a good fighter. Rest in peace to both of them. My favorite thing from Nazeem Richardson, check those gloves from Margarito.
Yeah.
That's his best moment, in my opinion.
That's his most famous moment for sure.
Mm-hmm. So rest in peace to both of them. They will be missed. It kind of reminds you of when Ed Brown passed away too, because Ed Brown was kind of like the up-and-coming prospect, and he passed away just like Mazian did.
Who?
Ed Brown. Granado's
Ed
friend.
Brown. Yeah. Ed Brown. Yeah. I remember Ed Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Official scorecard's rubbing it in, man. He's saying we at the official scorecard headquarters chose Ortiz for the best prospect of the last year for a reason. So he's just rubbing it in, man. Because I was on the Jerron Ennis hype train, but I kind of had to hop
But I
off.
have a question about giving it to Ortiz. Was he really still a prospect after beating Antonio Orozco and Brad Solomon, and not a contender?
I think he's a contender.
I think now he's definitely a contender. After he's beaten too many okay fighters to still be a prospect.
Absolutely. Veteran fighters too that know their way around that ring.
Mm-hmm.
Our man Andre says, would you guys mind seeing Inoue versus Maloney if the Casemiro fight doesn't happen?
I mean, if they can't make the Casemiro fight because Bob Arum has $100 million in the bank and still wants this guy to take a pay cut, then yeah, I'll watch it. Jason Maloney's a decent fighter. It'll be a decent fight while it lasts, but of course we still want to see the Casemiro fight instead. I mean, the Inoue fight instead. Or no, Casemiro.
Yeah, I love to see it. Jason Maloney is definitely a respectable, formidable fighter. Inoue has to get back in the ring at some point, and I don't want to see him go a year without boxing or anything like that. So yeah, for sure.
I actually have an interview with Andrew Maloney coming up, by the way. Just some self-promo right there.
Well, Angelo Leo?
Andrew Maloney.
Oh, Andrew Maloney. Oh, wow. By the way, guys, look. I know I'm okay at interviews, but this kid Max, man, he's doing it big, man. He got Gary Russell on his channel. He's got Xander Zayas, Sullivan Barrera.
Thank you, man.
Go on his channel and go check him out, guys. If you don't know this kid, go check him out.
Thanks a lot, bro. Definitely, thank you. But the PBC, they also have Lubin versus Gachet coming up.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
I got Lubin by decision.
Yeah, Taro Geisha is one of them guys that I think he's one of those fighters that very good amateur, comes from a very good amateur background, but he's never fully transitioned into being a pro fighter. He never really transitioned into developing that pro style. So I think it's a fight where Lubin is going to look like $1 million and stop him in the middle rounds.
He could stop him. It is possible. People forget that Lara dropped Gachet as well. I was saying that about Gachet too. He looked really good in the amateurs, and then when he fought a guy named Steven Martinez, I don't know if you remember that fight or not. There was actually some controversy in that fight. He won a majority decision, and I was saying to myself, yeah, he's not as good in the pros as he was in the amateurs, and we saw that. To be fair, his only defeat was to Lara, and it was, he did probably win a good 4 rounds in that fight, and he did, in my opinion, beat Austin Trout, but it's not enough compared to beating Erickson Lubin, in my opinion.
Yeah, Chase Athletics asked me if I'm covering Joe Joyce tonight. I didn't even realize. Is Joe Joyce fighting tonight?
He's fighting today. I thought he was fighting during the day because the fight's in the UK, but I guess it's tonight. But I'm watching Whitaker Till instead. I know you're not big into UFC, but I kind of like UFC, and that's actually a really good fight in my opinion.
I can't watch it, man, because I don't want to risk seeing anybody that resembles Usman.
No, that's a great fight actually. They're both stand-up fighters. They both come to fight every night. I don't think I could think of a Robert Whitaker fight that wasn't at least somewhat entertaining. So, if I were you and there's nothing else to watch, I would recommend checking that fight out because neither guy is gonna make it, like a Usman Masvidal fight. Neither guy really wrestles that much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I will check it out if there's not any. I might watch baseball later. I'm watching baseball. I'm watching baseball right now while I'm talking to you.
Well, it's something, and I know you're a big baseball fan.
Yeah, huge baseball. I mean, I got the Marlins jersey in the background.
Yeah, definitely, man. What other fight? Oh, you go.
Johnny Boy says that he's fighting a turd true school. Do not waste your time.
Joe Joyce.
Joe Joyce?
He's fighting Wallish, the guy that hit Efe Ajagba 10 times before getting stopped in the second round. I remember that fight.
I mean, listen, man. I'll make time for the big juggernaut. The big juggernaut. Big juggernaut.
I think he stops Wallish, I say, in the 3rd round TKO, if I had to make a prediction. It's going to be, Wallish, actually throws some punches. He does have some volume. And, Joe Joyce is slow. So, he might be able to land a few decent shots, but no, it won't last, in my opinion.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, too. I don't know if you saw recently, Eddie Hearn did an interview with IFL TV, and he was talking about how he's gonna take control of boxing globally, and he's gonna make matchroom boxing kind of like the UFC.
I want that to happen. I prefer him over Bob and Al and Ed and Frank, but I still think he's corrupt in his own way. They're all corrupt, but At least Dana White makes the fights. I don't think he's gonna. I think he'll make more fights than Bob. The ancient one, Bob Arum, is not even willing to make Jamel Herring versus Carl Frampton, which is already confirmed. So, I do think he would be better in the other ones, but I don't think he's the man to do it.
Honestly, I just don't think that could happen in boxing. I just don't think it's boxing is structured to work like that.
Because boxing's not a league, UFC is a league.
It's not a league. There's not really that much oversight as far as like the fighters. And I think in boxing, boxing is a lot more ego driven on the business side than MMA is. In MMA, they feel like they have this big point to prove, and they want to put out a good product because they want to show that they're the best combat sport or whatnot. But in boxing, it's like, nobody ever thinks about the long-term effects of their decisions in boxing. It's all about the short term, the gratification. Oh, how much money can I make now? How many buys can I get now? And the promoters and managers don't think about how their decisions affect the long-term health of the sport.
100. I definitely agree with that. And I think it was Del Boy that said, Leo Santa Cruz is getting paid $1 million to fight, Miguel Flores or Rafael Rivera. Why is he going to take $3 million, maybe at most $4 million to fight a much tougher opponent in Gary Russell?
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I like what Fight Journal said about PBC, because what he's saying might be true. He said that basically they're going to give us a few teasers, and then they're going to tax our asses with pay-per-views that ain't pay-per-view worthy later on down the line.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That sounds about right. We might get Deontay Wilder versus Charles Martin on pay-per-view.
I am not getting that. Most of the time I like the pay-per-views. Well, no, that's the biggest lie I've said. I don't think boxing ever really gives us true pay-per-view worthy fights. Maybe once a year, I'd say Fury Wilder 2 was pay-per-view worthy, but they made stuff like let me think. Wilder Ortiz 2, that's the least pay-per-view fight they can make. The first fight was more intriguing and it was for free. What else did they put on pay-per-view, man? They put Canelo versus Liam Smith on pay-per-view. That's disgusting. Canelo versus Chavez on pay-per-view. That's terrible. Triple G versus Lemieux. I was excited for that fight. I love Triple G, as you guys know, but that's not pay-per-view worthy. People only saw Lemieux fought Rosario.
How about Terrence Carver versus Victor Postal? That was pretty bad.
That was for pay-per-view. That was terrible, and I love that fight. And I'm also a huge Crawford fan. But I knew that would get no buys because no one knows who Postal is. Barely anyone knew who Crawford was at the time.
Yeah,
it was a great fight for hardcores, but terrible for casuals.
Yeah, absolute trash. The one and only L Dog says he's speaking facts right here because he's the president of the Philip Hergovic fan club and I'm the vice president. He says Hergovic will beat AJ up so bad he will stumble out of the closet. That's tough, man.
I did see Hergovic spar Wilder and he dominated Wilder in sparring. So. AJ's a different fighter, and maybe at this point of his career, I don't know about that. But I would say in a few years, I would pick Hergovic to win for sure if he keeps doing what he's doing.
Yeah, man. Did you see recently Romeo Gonzalez has been demanding $1 million, $1 million for the Guy Estrada rematch?
He deserves it. Pound for pound, number one on Ring Magazine for years. Fought the best of the best always. Never avoided anyone. A real, as you call him, the real TBE. That's a great point.
That's right.
I thought he beat Soren Visai the first fight, 100%. You watch that fight. If you ignore the cuts on Chocolatito's face, it's obvious he was doing the better work. I think I had it 114, 112. He's brought himself back, as you said before. He won a title. If Jamal Charlo made $500,000 to fight Austin Trout when barely anyone knew him, there's no reason Chocolatito shouldn't make $1 million in a unification fight. Against Juan Francisco Estrada, which is a great fight. And as L-Dog's saying, Chocolatito deserves more than $1 million. I completely agree. But since boxing's run this way, he deserves at least $1 million, in my opinion.
I mean, honestly, whatever Ryan Garcia is making, Chocolatito should be paid quadruple. Pay him quadruple.
100%. Ryan Garcia has some nerve asking for more than $200K because, he has Instagram followers and stuff, but when you look at his viewership numbers, no one's watching Ryan Garcia versus Francisco Fonseca. Who's watching that?
Yeah. Nobody's watching that. Ryan Garcia in boxing terms, he's like He's like those Instagram models who have like 300,000 followers on Instagram, but then they have a YouTube channel and they can't get like 500 subscribers.
That's exactly how it is. 100%.
That's what he is. That's what he is, man. You know, and then you got on a more positive note, we mentioned him earlier. You had the whole Clay Collard story. You know,
yeah,
he's been a breath of fresh air in boxing. You know, he's just fighting every month.
He's like a UFC boxer. He was actually in the UFC. He fought Max Holloway. He did. He lost to Max Holloway. I think he got stopped in like the third round, which is good because Max Holloway is a beast, and to make it that far against him, shows you're a tough dude. But he fights, how a UFC fighter does. He fights to make a living. He's not the most technical fighter. He has a few defeats and draws on his resume. But he puts everything out on the line. He fights like a warrior, and he gets the job done, which he's done against 3 undefeated fighters in a row. So.
Yeah, man. And there was an article that came out, I think it was on Sports Illustrated or Yahoo. I forgot what it was, but he was saying that like the reason he's taking so many fights is because he said, if I don't fight, I can't pay my bills. So he's a hungry fighter right now.
Mm-hmm. But that makes Beck the Bully back near Malakuziev, the guy Unrivaled Boxing loves. He stopped Clay Collard.
I know. I think it was the 3rd or 4th round he stopped him.
Yeah, I think it was the 4th round. So that makes his resume already look better.
Like he looks like the truth right now.
He's a great, Unrivaled. He's great boxing knowledge. He knows everyone. So if he's really pushing for this one prospect, he definitely knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Andre, our man Andre here, he's saying basically that Devin Haney talking about fighting Gamboa. And it's pathetic.
When I saw him post on Instagram saying, I'm trying to fight Gamboa next, like it's a good thing. Gosh. Even if he fought Gamboa before he fought Tank, it wouldn't look good. But after just coming off a brutal, loss to Tank Davis, this is a terrible look for him. I wanted to see him fight Nakatani. That's the fight I wanted him to take next.
That'd be a good fight. Nakatani is a tall, rangy, fighter. He gave Teofimo some problems. Yeah, man. We had also like that whole Gervonta Davis, Ivan Redkach thing, the sparring session, heard around the world.
The fattest short guy in the world, Gervonta Tank Davis, 170, 180. He's in training. That's the funny thing. He's in training and he's still 170, 180. I don't know how he's gonna make 130. I don't even know how he'd make 140. So we'll see what happens there. And not releasing the whole tape, saying don't record and then shows the part where he beats on him. That's something that a kid in my school would do.
Yeah, that's corny stuff, man. It's real corny. Yeah, man. I'm really excited. Like I'm hoping, one day this COVID thing will let up so we can get boxing going again in South Florida.
Yeah, man. It was great going to my first live fight, Andre Keeler, because the undercards were so good. Farmer and Diaz and Akhmadaliev versus Roman. So that was a great event. And they got to do an American Airlines next time.
Yeah, they gotta find somebody big enough to headline at American Airlines Arena. Like maybe
give Xander a few years, he'll be the one.
Bro, I think in like a couple of years you could probably put like Xander and Edgar Berlanga on a card at the American Airlines Arena and they would do crazy numbers.
They would on the same card, not against each other, right?
No, on the same card.
Yeah. I think Xander Zayas versus Vito Melnecki will be the fight to make when they're both in their 20s.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Let me see. Yeah, man, that's Minimax Boxing. Kelmer, you gotta go subscribe to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan should not demand a bigger pay. An official says Ryan should not demand a bigger payday. Where is it on? Ryan should not demand a bigger payday before he becomes able to convert his Instagram followers into pay-per-view buyers.
That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah, man. Like that's what I'm saying, man. A lot of these guys are Instagram famous. Like these dudes have 97K, 100K followers, but nobody knows who they are. Like nobody knows who these guys are.
I mean, you got to give Gervonta Davis some credit because he did sell out in Baltimore. But Floyd's has a huge history of like selling tickets for free for like Badu Jack's fight. I remember. It's in Baltimore, and I bet everyone knows who he is in the area. I mean, I don't think Tank can sell out, an arena outside of Baltimore. We'll see what he could do.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I've gone to a couple of PBC shows here in South Florida. I remember I went to the Arizona Lara Janzevic fight, and when I walked into the Hialeah Casino, the entrance, I remember there was a table, and on the table there was literally a brick of free tickets, a brick. Like it was like
Oh
this,
my gosh! Wow.
it was like this big.
Man, if only that was over here.
Yeah.
That was in. Oh, that is in Hialeah. It's not that
Yeah.
far.
It was in Hialeah. But honestly, like Hialeah is like the worst. It's like the worst venue here. I hate
It's
Hialeah.
so random. Hialeah. No, what happens in Hialeah?
Nothing happens in Hialeah.
Random.
Yeah, man. What do you think about Edgar Berlanga?
I like Edgar Berlanga. You know, I really want to see him go past the first rounds soon. I actually want to see him try to go past the first round. We've never seen his corner, so you know he got to see his corner. He got to get a few rounds in. It's not it's all flash and it's a cool record and stuff, but after a while, what's the point? You're not learning anything from these fights. And when he steps up against a guy closer to his level, he goes past the second, third round. This guy's gonna get discouraged. He's gonna be confused. He'll be like, "How's this guy still in there with me?" He might even gas out because he's never gone past the first round in a pro fight. Nerves, it's been proven that, when you're nervous, you get tired quicker. And, he's never been nervous in the ring. When he gets nervous in the ring for the first time, I wonder what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right, man. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. He seems like a mature young man. I don't think personally, like, if you watch the way he fights too, he's not like a Deontay Wilder where he's just going in there and throwing these big clubbing shots. Like if you go back and just watch that knockout against Eric Moon, I mean, the way he set it up, dig into the body, pulling the front hand down, shooting the right hand over the top. Those were
very technical. He is very technical for a puncher. He actually has decent hand speed too for a guy at 168. I actually think the future fight at 168 will be him versus Ali Akhmedov.
That could be a good fight. I was telling my dad recently that if he actually becomes everything they say he is, let's say he becomes world champion, he could fight Canelo in like 2 or 3 years, and that'd be the biggest fight in boxing.
Definitely, Canelo, I think you said in your video, he hasn't really had a Puerto Rican rival. He had Cotto, but that was a small Cotto out of his prime. And to be fair to Canelo, though, I remember watching LDBC's predictions and neutral boxing channels predictions, and I'd say 9 out of 10 of them were picking Miguel Cotto to win that fight. And I do not like Canelo, but I give him credit for that win because no one was picking Canelo to win that fight. Well, there were people, but not as many as they seem. I was picking Canelo, and I feel like there were people picking Canelo, but not as many as, there would be if he fought, say, like a Colin Smith or something. No. He was a slight favorite in betting, but I feel like when it comes to the YouTube predictions, I think he was a slight underdog, actually.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people were predicting Cotto. I was picking Cotto, but I was being biased, to be honest with you. I was being biased because I'm Puerto Rican.
And Cotto was looking good, and he was looking good in his last few fights because of Freddie Roach. But, who did he fight? He fought Sergio Martinez with no knee, and I love Sergio. And he was my favorite. He was my second favorite fighter behind Triple G. I've always been a huge Sergio fan. But I said after that Martin Murray fight, he has no chance to beat Miguel Cotto. I don't care, how much damage he's taken, Miguel Cotto, against Margarito and Floyd and all of them. He has no chance against Miguel Cotto. And then he fought Delvin Rodriguez before that. They're making this big deal over Delvin Rodriguez.
Yeah, that was the same card that Terrence Carr fought Andre Klimov on the undercard.
Yeah, that was in Florida, I think, Orlando, right?
Yeah, the Amway Center with the Magic play.
Yeah. I was like 8, so I couldn't. I didn't go, but if that happened now, I would 100%. And who else did he fight? He fought he fought Gil, and they gave Cotto all the credit for beating Gil, but gave Triple G no credit who beat him before Cotto did, more impressively.
I mean, Triple G couldn't buy any credit back in those days.
No, he couldn't. Martin Murray win was a great win. Matthew Macklin win was a great win, in my opinion. He didn't have like any marquee, like one giant win, but he had a bunch of solid, decent wins.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. They didn't want no smoke.
And middleweight was weak too. They had Peter Quillen, and that's it. And Peter Quillen didn't want to fight him.
I remember Peter Quillen vacated the belt to induct Korboff, and he's like, "Yeah, I couldn't fight Korboff because my son was being born." And by the way, I don't hate Peter. I love Peter Quillen. I met him. He's nice, one of the nicest guys in the world, but he didn't want no smoke.
He didn't. And if Andy Lee beat Billy Joe Saunders, I think Triple G would have been undisputed because Andy Lee wanted to fight Triple G, I heard. And Billy Joe said if he's not going to fight Triple G, and that's what happened. He squeaked out a win versus Andy Lee and then fought no one's after that. He fought Akavov. He fought, who did he fight right after beating Andy Lee? David Lemieux he fought, but.
David Lemieux, Akavov.
And now recently he fought that guy from Argentina. I thought he was losing that fight.
He almost lost to Akavov. He looked trash.
I thought he lost to Akavov. I had Akavov winning that fight. I think I had a 7-5 or 8-4.
Yeah, I think I might have had 7-5 myself. I just remember watching the fight thinking, man, Billy Joe Saunders looks like trash.
And he looked out of shape too.
Yeah, he was. He was very out of shape. I am, man.
What else? What other fights are coming up right now?
There's
Chris Colbert versus Jaime Arboleda.
Yeah, I don't know much about Jaime Arboleda. You know anything about him?
He fought Jason Velez and got a controversial split decision against him.
Oh, damn. Then.
And I think he got dropped.
I don't want to use a triangle theory, but like, man, Chris Colbert it sounds like Chris Colbert is gonna look pretty good against him and beat him.
Chris Colbert is a good fighter. I like Chris Colbert. From Brooklyn, which is awesome because I'm from Brooklyn. I'm gonna root for him. And I actually like his style. He doesn't have the most power. He hits harder than his record suggests. He doesn't hit that hard, but he is a very, good speed, good boxing ability. I got him winning that fight wide UD.
He's going, his punching power, he's still going into his body, so his punching power is going to get better with time. I've been watching Chris Colbert since he fought Titus Williams on the Deontay Wilder Stavern undercard, the rematch undercard. I interviewed him, yeah. That was a fight that most people didn't see because I don't think it was televised. But man, he looked like $1 million that night. And I said, man, this kid's something. He's gonna be something.
Great. I see pops in the messages in the chat saying Thurman is thirsting for Pac-Man and a big payday.
Yeah, man, he called him a hippity hoppity speedy little punk.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm actually gonna get an interview with Keith Thurman soon because he's sometime in August because I have a connection. Someone who works with my parents met him and told him about my channel, and I'm going up to the Clearwater area soon. So I really am excited for that interview with Keith Thurman. It's going to be interesting too, knowing all the statements he said.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to watching that.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, because I was going to bring that up because I remember on Instagram you posted one time that you were on a video call with Thurman. So I was going to ask you, are you going to interview Thurman?
100. That's my goal. That's my goal. And it's interesting because the Thurman-Pacquiao rematch I actually think is actually a very intriguing fight because Thurman kind of figured Pacquiao out a little bit in the second half of that fight. And, Pacquiao's just getting older. Thurman seems like he really wants that rematch. I think the rematch is actually a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he was able to slow down the pace, he was having a lot of success against Pacquiao.
Mm-hmm. And, Pacquiao felt those shots. Pacquiao respected Thurman's power, which is not a thing that many people could say because, when Pacquiao fought AB, he had no respect for AB's power. When he fought Vargas, he had no respect for Vargas's power. When he fought Bradley, he had a little bit of respect for his power, but not that much, especially the first fight. So,
and by the third fight, all respect. By that third fight, all respect was out the window.
But he did buzz Pacquiao. That was a great fight. The third fight. I think it was the 8th round. He buzzed Pacquiao. Third
fight pissed me off. I thought like if Bradley was ever going to get it done against Pacquiao, that was going to be the fight to do it.
I was picking Bradley to win the third fight. That was the only time I picked Bradley in the 3 fights.
I did too.
I think the second fight was the closest and my favorite personally.
And the second fight was pretty good.
But I think Bradley looked good in the third fight. I just think Pacquiao looked better. Bradley looked good, and I think that Bradley, that fought Pacquiao, could have beaten some of the top welterweights still.
I think a lot of people say that he wouldn't have beaten Amir Khan because they were supposed to fight. I think he would have beat Amir Khan.
I think he would have, because look at Lamont Peterson. He's a bootleg Tim Bradley. He fights the way Bradley would have fought, the inside, landing some nice shots. And even though many people thought Khan won and the point deductions and the slip, which should have been a knockdown, a lot of BS happened in that fight. If Lamont Peterson could have that much success, you really think Tim Bradley can't?
Yeah, you can't write out Tim Bradley. This guy's a champion.
One of the most. I think if he beat Manny Pacquiao, I think he would have been probably my number 1 pound for pound fighter. His resume was so stacked.
It is, man. I wish we would have got a chance to see him fight like some of the guys across the street, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. I really wanted to see him fight Floyd. I thought I would have picked Floyd to win, but it would have been a cool fight.
Yeah, that would have been a good one because Floyd never like I remember who was it? The LDBC made a funny video. I forgot who it was in the LDBC. I think it was many years ago. It was blood boxing, blood
Oh
blood
boy.
box.
Oh no,
Yeah,
not blue blood.
no, not blue blood, not blue blood, blood boxing. There's a guy named
Oh,
Blood
blood.
Boxing. Yeah, I used to watch blood boxing because sometimes he puts out good videos.
I
And
feel like he wasn't that bad blood boxing. I feel like he was more like neutral compared to the
no,
rest of the.
well,
the
this
the
is like 5 years ago. He's crazy now, but
Of course.
he made a video about Floyd Mayweather, and he was like, "Yeah, Floyd never fought any of the prime black fighters." And I'm like, "Well, that's kind of." I heard that. I'm like, well, "That's kind of racist." Then I thought about it. I said, "Yo, he's kind of telling the truth."
I feel like the only ones he fought were Zab Judah, and he got knocked down against Zab, but he did beat him. That's a solid win, even though I think Judah was coming off losing to Valdemir. And the only other one he fought was DeMarcus Corley.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Judo was coming off that loss to Baltimore, and people weren't even taking that fight seriously when he made the fight. Corley
He has like 30 losses now.
It was cool. Corley was a cool fight.
This fight could have been one of the most boring fights in history, but just off of who would have won the fight, I always kind of wanted to see him fight Lara.
I mean, I could see why, but I'm not really I'm not losing any sleep over that one.
But I'm more intrigued in who would have won that fight and how it would have played out, not the entertaining part.
Yeah, because why? Because Lara's a southpaw and he's bigger and he's got the
Slick.
technical skills.
He looked great against Trout. I remember picking Trout to beat Lara, and Lara completely schooled Austin Trout.
Yes, sometimes I forget how good Lara was at one point.
He was great. I thought he beat Canelo.
He was fantastic. He was exceptional at one point in time. And then after the Canelo fight, his marquee value got a little bit higher, and he pretty much just fought whoever. He's fighting the Yan Zevics and the Yuri Formans and all these nobodies, and he just got comfortable.
Yeah. I feel like aside from Vanis Martirosyan twice and Austin Trout, who did Lara really beat on paper?
Absolutely nobody. Terrell Geisha.
So go ahead.
If I Terrell Geisha, maybe I don't know.
Yeah, Terrell Geisha. I see someone in the chat, Steven Rodriguez says, I feel like AB did better versus Pacman than Thurman.
Listen, man. Shout out to Steven Rodriguez. I got the utmost respect for Steven. He's a local amateur coach here, but nah, man. I watched that fight recently too. AB did horrible against Pacquiao. There was
one round that AB had. I think it was the third or fourth round where he actually looked really good. Like there was like an exchange where Pacquiao would miss and he would land, and it happened like 4 times in a row. I don't know if you remember that round. There was one round where he did really good. But aside from that, the only rounds he won aside from that, he squeaked out. So I do think Thurman did better.
It pissed me off watching that fight because Adrian Broner went into that fight with a sparring partner journeyman mentality. I'm not saying he is a sparring partner or journeyman, but he fought like one on that in that fight. Shelling up, one punch here, shelling up again, another punch here. He left a lot to be desired, like he's done in the majority of his fights, recently.
I think if he let his hands go, I think he could. I don't know if he would have beaten Porter, but he could have beaten Porter if he let his hands go. It's possible.
He could have very well beaten Porter.
He would have completely beaten Vargas because he barely let his hands go, and I'd had that fight a draw. That was a great fight versus Jesse Vargas.
Yeah, Vargas is one of those fighters. He doesn't do anything great. He just does a bunch of things, well. He doesn't really have one defined skill that you can pick out. That's why all of his fights are close, because he doesn't have that one skill that just sets him apart from everybody.
That's what I was gonna say. I remember there was a whole streak of Jesse Vargas fights that could have gone the other way. He fought Alec Verdiev. He fought a guy named Novikov. He fought Wale Amotoso.
Timothy Bradley, damn it, knocked him out.
Yeah. My dog's barking. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
He fought Jose Cito Lopez, which could have gone either way as well. I think the DeMarco win was one of the few times he beat someone good, and it wasn't that controversial.
Yeah. Let me see. No, man. Boxing just needs to. Boxing needs to get started again, man. Like I'm glad that our fight's coming back.
Me too.
What are some other things in boxing you're looking forward to?
Uh,
I know you.
just excited to see. Go ahead.
I know you interviewed Gary Russell recently, so maybe him getting back in action.
Yeah, hopefully really soon. One thing I always loved about the sport is seeing, young prospects step up. Some of my favorite fights are prospects versus like veterans that are decent fighters. Like when Luis Ortiz fought Bryant Jennings, I was so excited for that fight because that fight was so intriguing. Ortiz looking amazing, knocking everyone out versus Bryant Jennings, who gave Klitschko a good fight. I was picking Jennings to win that fight too, and that fight was so intriguing.
When Ortiz won that fight, I remember thinking to myself, "Man, this guy's the best heavyweight on the planet right now." Because that took place. That was before the Fury Klitschko fight. So I was like, "Man, this guy is the best heavyweight on the planet right now."
It's a shame too because I feel like in his prime, if he the whole thing of Cuba, I'm not going to get into that, but if for some reason he was able to fight in his prime, 28, 29, if he was in his prime right now, I think he'd be, if not the best heavyweight, the second best heavyweight, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, he's such a weird fighter because like we all know he's a talented fighter and we all know he's old, but like people sometimes exaggerate how good he actually is to prop up like Wilder or whoever they want to prop up.
Yeah, out of prime, Ortiz is a very overrated fighter. He is a good fighter. I would pick Andy Ruiz to stop him. I think Ruiz hits him like in the temple. He hates getting hit in the temple. He's like Dillian White. When you hurt him, he's hurt. He's stumbling everywhere. His eyes roll up.
Man, Dillian White. Every time Dillian White gets hurt, he be doing the freaking Macarena. He be going crazy.
Yeah, I'm not. Who you got in Dillian White versus Povetkin? Do you have a pick yet?
Not an official one. I mean, I go back and forth. I really think Povetkin. I think Povetkin might get it, man. I just think Dillian White. He's been looking like trash. Like he looked like trash his last fight. Then he gets fired to Mark Tibbs. I don't believe that you should ever fire your trainer going into like a big fight, unless it's like a Tyson Fury situation where like you already know the guy, like Sugar Hill, like we already know him, and there's not like this big like learning curve when you get with him.
And Fury changed to Sugar Hill not for any dumb reason. He changed because he wanted to knock Wilder out. He already could outbox him. He didn't leave him, just because he wanted a new trainer. He wanted to completely change his style. Dillian White, I'm not quite sure why he's leaving Mark Tibbs. But when it comes to the Marius Walk fight, my only thing about it is he was obviously out of shape for that fight. All the things with the steroids. And I wonder if him being off the roids, if he actually like was on steroids, actually was a reason why he looked bad in that fight. It is a speculation.
It's something to think about.
I don't think so, but I do think he was just out of shape because it was like a somewhat short notice fight. But I do think it is something to think about if he does bad against Povetkin.
I like what Hussein said right here. He said Luis Ortiz has a lot of experience. He was Joe Louis' sparring partner. That's right.
Yeah, he brought Joe Louis up. Isn't he the guy that told Joe Louis about the sport and like to check it out?
Yeah, bro. He trained with Joe Louis and Jack Blackburn and all the old fighters.
Harry Greb, all of them. Wasn't Luis Ortiz the original inspiration for Rocky?
Luis Ortiz is the one who taught Jack Johnson everything he knew about boxing.
Yeah, he's the original. I see Pops commenting, AB is full of it, demanding $10 million. Tell him to go to the strip clubs and pick up all that money through those tickets.
Yeah, man.
And Pops is a savage.
Yeah, honestly, the crazy thing is like, you've seen the videos. Pops is wild, man. I've
been saying he needs to replace Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas, he's too censored now. Pops would be straight up.
Hey, I want the chat to let me know in the comments. Do you guys think we should start a petition to get Pops to replace Teddy Atlas on ESPN? Because Pops don't be playing games.
No, he's all about business, man, and he's real too. He's not biased for any fighter, not censored, which is the best thing about someone. When they're censored, you can't really. It's like Max Kellerman. Like this guy's like, the best 2 pound for pound fighters are in top rank.
Yeah, he's always I hate watching fights that are close with Max Kellerman commentating, or fights that are like kind of close that really like are clear. He's like, yeah, it was a really close fight. It could have won either way. It really could have won either way. It could have won either way. I'm like, no.
I don't love Stephen A. Smith. But at least he's, real. At least he speaks his mind.
That's true.
Yeah,
he was.
100%.
Yes, Stephen A. Smith is like, this is blasphemous.
Yeah. At least, I think it was the first or second Canelo Triple G fight. I know Teddy Atlas was pissed off about both, while Max Kellerman's over here. I think it was even the first fight where he's like, there were a few swing rounds here, and Triple G didn't really sell it. Like, it's so hard to give Canelo any of the middle rounds in the first fight.
Yeah.
Any of them.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Triple G. I mean, I thought what was done to him in the Canelo fights, like it pisses me off even thinking about it. Because he should have gotten the recognition of beating Canelo Alvarez. But
he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the recognition. And the crazy thing about it, man, is the LDBC. He only beats bums. He only beats bums. First of all, when Canelo beat Danny Jacobs, they were, oh my goodness, they were saying Canelo just beat Danny Jacobs. He just beat a top
God! Oh my God! He stood in front of the ring and he made him miss 8 punches. They're like, yeah, this guy is the freaking greatest Mexican fighter of all time. I'm like, God,
That's embarrassing, man. That's embarrassing. The disrespect to Chavez Sr., man.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I actually think he is better than Chavez Sr.
Off of skill or off of resume?
Both. I think Chavez Sr. I think he's overrated.
Who you got's the best Mexican?
Salvador Sanchez.
Oh, okay. That's a good one.
You know what? There's one Mexican fighter that nobody ever talks about that I think is better than Chavez for sure. And that fighter is Miguel Canto, the great flyweight fighter. You know about him?
I heard of his name, but I'm not gonna lie and say I know him.
He was the lineal flyweight champion. I think I think it was the 60s or the 70s. I can't remember when, but like this dude he defended the lineal flyweight title like 13 or 14 times. Like he won like a crazy run, and he's one of the greatest defensive flyweight fighters I've ever seen. There's not even many great defensive flyweight fighters in general, period. He's one of the only ones I can even name.
That's actually really cool, man. I'll try to check him out for sure.
Yeah,
when
check
it comes
him
to
out.
Canelo yeah, I will definitely. And when it comes to Canelo being the best Mexican of all time, there's one guy that I'm not sure he's better than yet, and it's the man that drinks his own urine, Juan Manuel Marquez.
Yeah, I mean Marquez is the greatest Mexican counterpuncher of all time.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, everybody in the comments is saying that yes, Pops. They want to see Pops get on ESPN.
He has to. I've been saying, like, why is Teddy Atlas on here, man? I can barely understand what he's even saying. His accent's all over the place. He's screaming for things you don't even need to be screaming about. Like, he's like trying too hard to be emotional, and it's not natural. Pops, when he screams about something, he means it. He's not going to scream about, why is Cecilia Brækhus the main event? He's not going to be like.
Yeah, the best thing Teddy Atlas ever did though was when he was Alexander Povekic's trainer, and he's like, "Do you believe in magic?"
Or how about Tim Bradley be a fireman?
We're firemen. We live in the heat.
He's kind of like the Jack Reese of analysts.
Oh man, yeah, Jack Reese. I'm pretty pissed about Jack Reese. That one.
You know who the worst ref is by far? Not even close. Robert Byrd.
I was gonna say Kenny Bayless.
I mean, Kenny Bayless, to be fair, when you watch most of his fights, he's usually decent. It was really the Tyson Fury Wilder fight that he was bad in.
Yeah. No, Kenny Bayless did pretty horrible in the Marcos Maidana Floyd rematch.
Yeah, he did. I actually like how Tony Weeks did in the first fight. I think Tony Weeks is an underrated ref, to be honest. No, the first Maidana fight, he really let Maidana fight in the inside.
Yeah. No, Tony Weeks. Tony Weeks doesn't get the credit he deserves as a referee. That's the one thing about referees that I find interesting. When a referee does a horrible job, everybody's quick to jump on a bad referee. But then when a referee does a great job, you don't hear everybody the next day on YouTube or in the article saying, "Yeah, what a great job by, whoever."
Yeah, it's actually a very tough job too. I think being a UFC ref is a very tough job. When they knock him out and they go for the punches after they're down, there's a lot of, it's very difficult to be in the UFC ref as well. But when it comes to boxing refs, have you seen Robert Byrd's job for Maris Briedis Glowacki?
Yeah.
I made a whole rant on that. I made a whole rant after that because I was so heated I couldn't contain it.
That
Because we were
was
going to eat.
that was
I
mayhem.
couldn't contain it.
That was the mayhem in Riga, Latvia.
Terrible. He elbows him. He's clearly out. It's a flush elbow. You see a UFC fighter get hit by an elbow that good, they're hurt. And that's where they're used to that. Imagine a boxer getting hit by an elbow like that. He's down. He's saying, get up, get up, get up. He's making him get up the second he goes down. Then they're fighting after the bell. Everyone hears the bell. Everyone in the audience heard the bell. Everyone on TV heard the bell. He's letting them fight. He gets knocked down again, and he counts the knockdown after the bell.
Yeah.
Terrible.
He's an idiot, bro. He's an idiot. I remember watching it.
And his wife is the worst judge in boxing, Adelaide Bird.
Yeah, they say birds of a feather flock together. So there you have it.
Yep.
Yo, Max, have you by any chance ever seen George Foreman fight 5 people in one day?
I heard about that. One of my coaches told me to check it out. I think I saw he fought forgot the dude's name he fought. But there was one fight there that was like a complete war. I don't remember what the guy's name was.
He fought. Let's see the guy's name. He fought that guy. I forgot the names. There's a guy, Vinny Johnson. He was like Ali's sparring partner. He was his first opponent. I don't remember all the names right now, but I watched the whole thing recently. Like I sat down, I watched the whole George Foreman fighting 5 people in one day, bro. It is one of the most entertaining things I've ever watched.
I feel like I saw a few of the clips. No, George Foreman's a great fighter. I think he would have beaten Prime Mike, which is bold to say. I think he was the biggest puncher in heavyweight in boxing history. Well, Ernie Shavers is the other one, but I would say the biggest puncher when it comes to being a great fighter and still being the biggest puncher, I think goes to George Foreman.
Yeah, he's to put holes in the bag like this big, just going to the gym, doing heavy.
And in my opinion, people don't want to say it. I think that's Muhammad Ali's best win.
It is Muhammad Ali's best win, but they say, oh well, no, it's Sonny Liston, and I'm like, look, I love, punch. Yeah, the Phantom Punch.
I think the first fight is more impressive because he had Vaseline or something in Ali's eye, and he still fought with that.
Yeah, man.
But I see a comment in the chat from James Jameson. He wrote, UFC, too much cuddling, hard to watch sometimes. That is true, especially when they wear the tight shorts. I hate it. But, usually it's technical, but when it's not technical and they're just holding there, they're grabbing each other's areas and stuff, it's a little difficult to watch. He is right.
My man, Rotary Rebuild says, anyone notice that the LDBC stopped talking about the gloves? They earned their financial target off their dumb following. Talk about robbing your own. I mean, honestly,
I still think they talk about the gloves a little bit.
I don't even watch them enough to notice anything. I got my own things going on, so I don't have anything. I mean, you put me on game. I don't know.
I commented under whose account was it? I think it was Fanon or Barbershop, and they made a video talking about how like John Ryder's a bum. So I commented. I have searched for the biggest casual in boxing sports history for a long time. Today I found it. And these people are saying he lost to Rocky Felding. Like that's their only comeback. So I say he improved drastically since then. And then they just keep saying they just kept making like really dumb excuses. They weren't actually using any logic, and that's how they argue. And then if you beat them in an argument, they'll use the race card.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I remember. I mean, I was on BFTV's live one time, so I know how it is.
Mm-hmm. But you know who I really miss in the boxing community who hasn't uploaded in about a month?
Who?
Boxing Wave.
Shout out to Boxing Wave. Yeah, good channel. I like Boxing Wave.
Great channel. I miss his videos too. He hasn't uploaded in a month. One thing I like about Boxing Wave, you don't know what he's gonna say before you watch the video, which is rare because almost every like LDBC, you know what they're gonna say about this fight. When he makes a video, he says exactly who he thought won in like a post-fight review. He says a prediction that you weren't expecting, and that's what I like. Unpredictability. Yeah, Ron Lyle. James Jameson commented. Ron Lyle was the fighter that I was talking about against Foreman. That was a great fight.
Yeah, that was. I never seen that fight. I've actually never seen it.
It was great. Gotta check it out.
I'm gonna check it out. I mean, it's funny because like I've watched a lot of fights that most people haven't watched, but then like some of the ones that everybody's watched, I've never watched those.
Now, I have a question I like asking some people when I talk about boxing. When it comes to the Pacquiao Marquez fights, who do you think won each fight?
Pacquiao Marquez.
Mm-hmm.
I thought thought I think the first one I had Marquez winning the first one. Second one I had Pacquiao, and I think the third I had Pacquiao.
I agree with you on only the third one. I had the first fight Pacquiao, second fight Marquez, third fight Pacquiao. The second fight was actually a really good technical fight. It's actually a very underrated fight, and it was a very close fight. I think I had it 114, 113 Marquez, and I like Pacquiao more. So, and I thought the first fight was the most entertaining. First and fourth were the two most, but second was very underrated.
Nah, man, that fourth one's depressing.
It's depressing before the knockout, and ignore the knockdown that Pacquiao had to go through. That was probably one of his best offensive performances.
Oh, Pacquiao was destroying him. He was taking his lunch money.
They both wanted to beat the crap out of each other because they've had 3 fights that could have gone either way, and Pacquiao was getting the better of it. He really wanted to shut Marquez up, but then he got that one perfect shot that I don't think he could ever land again, and he would have ever landed again if he kept fighting for like 4 or 5 fights more.
Yeah, we got what's his name? We got the Fight Journal. He says Jack Reese is terrible. Not as bad as Russell Moore. He allows Mars to hit Kong with 37 low blows and no point deductions. Then the other night, he gives one warning and deducts a point for a legal blow.
Oh my gosh, I remember that fight. That fight was terrible. You know what even pissed me off more about the fight? There was one clear low blow, and he went down, and he ruled it as a knockdown.
Serious?
Russell Moore is awful. Awful. That's a great shout from the Fight Journal Boxing.
Yeah, shout
thank you, H Money. Thank you, H Money, by the way.
It's your boy H Money, Mr. DAZN. Shout out to H Money.
That's a terrible name for a platform. For not the name DAZN, but the way they when they first made it, no one knew what that meant. What does DAZN mean?
Like DAZN.
Because it's abbreviated for DAZN, but no one understood that at first. Now it makes sense, but when they first came out with it, they could have done better.
Yeah, they really could have, man. And DAZN, you know, DAZN's future, everybody's thinking DAZN's time is going to be up soon because they can't even. Apparently, they're having problems with paying Canelo's purse.
Yeah, it's terrible. And they were charging fans when they had no fights.
Yeah, thankfully for me, I canceled my DAZN a long time ago.
Mine expired in May because we got DAZN for the Canelo Jacobs fight. We didn't actually have it yet. And I was very upset. But when we got it was in May, and it expired in May. So we didn't actually pay for a couple months. H Money also said Virgil Ortiz will knock out Terrence Crawford.
It's possible. I would have write him off. I think he's that damn good.
I would have write him off. But my thing with Virgil Ortiz, you watched the second round of the Samuel Vargas fight. I don't think he was too crazy about those body shots.
Nah, he wasn't. Samuel Vargas was getting some good shots off on him.
Mm-hmm. And I do think Ortiz, he's great in the inside, but Crawford's a monster. He's a beast in the inside. And I think Crawford would be.
Yo, I wanted to point something out to you, Max. I don't know if you saw. Did you see Errol Spence recently he was being all positive and buddy about Virgil Ortiz recently?
Yeah, because Virgil Ortiz confronted him when Spence was talking trash a few months ago. So I remember that. He was being very buddy about it.
No, but I'm saying he had a comment recently, and he's being like all buddy, and I almost feel like he's trying to get out in front of. He's trying to get his narrative in order for when people start to demand that fight happening.
Of course, he's gonna say we're friends. I don't want to fight my friend. You know, I hate. First of all, you know, it's boxing. You know, it's not a real fight. It's a sport. It's like playing basketball against your friend. It's just more physical. Just do it. You guys will both get paid tons. You guys will be better friends. When have you ever seen two fighters fight and they disliked each other more after the fight? It's very rare.
Never happens. I mean, honestly, the only the only instance I can think of that in recent history is like in female boxing, which is like Sinisa Estrada and Marlena Esparza.
Yeah, that one. I remember that fight.
Yeah,
and also there was one. Triple G and Canelo were good friends before they fought. I don't know if you remember. They were friends. Like after Canelo beat Cotto, he's like, Triple G's my friend, and I would love to fight him. And like they were all respectful. But after the first fight, especially after, I don't know if especially after the second fight, but after the second fight too, I still think they hate each other even now.
I mean, if they are friends, I wouldn't blame them. I mean, because if somebody helped me make millions of dollars, I'd be friends with them too.
And they had two great, well, not wars, but two good fights. I actually thought the first fight was boring. I'm not even going to lie with you guys. Oh, boy, just like the last time I did a stream with you, my phone's overheating, man. Okay, so we'll want to wrap it up? Yeah, man. Thank you for having me. If I log out right now, it's because of the phone, not me. I didn't leave. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for having me. And anytime you want, we could do it again.
All right. So there you have it. Minimax Boxing. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. Make sure you subscribe to my main man, Minimax Boxing, okay? Like he's that next one up from South Florida. I was the first, but he's the next. He's the next one. So go support him. You know, real good channel. Got a lot of things great things going on his channel. I'm actually going to hold on. Let me take him off the thing. There we go. So yeah, it's your boy BT. We're live here on True School Sports. You know what? Look, we haven't gone live in a while. The last time I was live was June 11th. The last time I was live was Jesse Magdaleno versus whoever the hell he fought on Top Rank. So it's been a long time, and I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay live, so we don't know how long this is going to be. But you know what? We'll open it up. We'll open it up right now. We're going to open it up right now. I'm going to send a link. So if any 25 of you guys want to get in here, all right, there it is. There's a link. It's your boy BT. We're live here on True School Sports. I haven't been going live recently because, number one, there hasn't been a whole lot with boxing to talk about. And two, I actually have other things that I'm working on. I've been working on my book. I've been working on my Patreon page. Just all kinds of stuff I got going on. So, yeah, man. Rob87, what's up, champ? How you living? Hey, I know Pops is watching this. Pops, if you're watching this, if you want to come here and talk, I'm sure people would love to hear from you, Pops. So come out from the other room if you want to. But yeah, the link is there. So H Money, if you want to hop on, there's a link. L Dog, if you're still here, Johnny Boy, if you're still here, anybody who's still here, there is the link. Uh-oh. It's the man himself. Hey, brother of Boxing Talk, the artist formerly known as Raekwon Bell. Why don't you click that link, champ? Click that link, man. Let me see. Rob87 says, BT, are you writing a book? Yeah, man. I've been writing a book for like about a year and a half. I just haven't finished it. I gotta write one more chapter. After I'm done writing my last chapter, I gotta get it proofread, and then I gotta put the pictures in there, and then I gotta put it on paperback, and then it'll be out and people can read it. It's basically a book about my experiences covering boxing. It's the stories that some stories that I've gathered this year. Let's see. We got who we got here? Whoa. All right. We got my main man, H Money, Mr. DAZN. Let's see. It's my first time having him on here.
Yo, what's up, bro? How you doing?
What's up, H Money?
I'm good, bro. Can you hear me good?
Well. How about yourself?
I'm good. How's my audio? Is good?
I can hear you.
Okay.
It's
good. Man, thank you for having me on your platform. Shout outs to you and your father. Man, I appreciate you guys, man. You guys are the dynamic duo, man. You know what I mean? Definitely. And your father, he brings a lot of excitement to the channel. Man, I love your dad, man. I'm going to be honest. I love him, man. And, man, keep up the great work. I love the videos you guys put out. You know what I mean? I love when you in the gym working out with these fighters and you giving us the great content. And I remember one day you was out early, man. I don't know what you were doing, but it was raining outside. And you know what I mean? You was eating a sandwich, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Pops, we were going to one of the local gyms, and the gym was like 4 blocks from where we were walking, and it started pouring. So I said, F it, let's just do a video.
For sure, bro. And, man, you actually taught me a few things about the sport. You corrected me, and me, you know, being the student that I am, I listened to you. You know what I mean? You told me some things, corrected me, and, man, I appreciate it because you made my channel better in a way. You know what I mean? You made my channel better, and thank you, brother.
Yeah, man, we can always learn from each other. Like, I love talking to people that teach me things about boxing because, you know, I go to the boxing gym sometimes and I get around some of these guys like Sugar Hill, and I don't know nothing about boxing compared to these guys.
For sure. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. My brother, I just seen Joe Joyce win by knockout.
Yeah, I didn't know he was fighting. They said he was fighting a bum.
Man, he fought a real bum. Joe Joyce finished him off in 3 rounds, bro. I like Joe Joyce got some skills. I believe he's an Olympian. Isn't he an Olympian?
He was. He won I think he won the silver. I think he won the silver.
He does have skills. He has a great jab. He has some good movement too in the ring. I like the way he uses his foot movement, but I see that he has a lack of power. I see that he has a lack of power, and he I would say his he's pretty stiff. Like he's pretty stiff with his body. What do you think about my I guess my critique of Joe Joyce? Is it accurate, or am I wrong?
It's relatively accurate. Like he's what's crazy about Joyce is like he's kind of like, I wouldn't say he's fat, but he's a little chubby. So like you kind of forget that he's 6'6". He's a big guy. I think he's got a good foundation, you know, being an amateur and winning the silver medal. But yeah, I think he needs to loosen up a bit when he's throwing these punches, because when he fights one of these, you know, upper echelon guys, he's going to be using a lot of nervous energy, and he's gonna run out of stamina before he should run out of stamina.
Yeah, that's right. I like how you broke that down. What do you think about Joe Joyce versus Daniel Dubois? Who do you favor in that matchup?
I got Daniel Dubois. I think Daniel Dubois, he's too strong for Joe Joyce at this moment in time. And on top of that, it's not even just that. It's like that kid's like his jab. Every time I see him go out there, his jab is always improving, and that's the most important thing. You work everything off of that jab. You know, that's the foundation for any great power punching heavyweight. So, yeah, man.
Okay, do you think Joe Joyce in his experience in his
cut out on me.
What was that?
H Money cut out on me, so I don't know what the issue is. I don't know if I cut out on him or he cut out on me.
You hear me?
Hello?
Yo, you hear me?
Yo,
dang.
Did H Money cut out on me? Oh,
you don't hear me?
Hold on, H Money. Let me refresh.
Yo, man, shout outs to True School Sports, man. This is a great boxing channel. I want everybody to show love to this brother. Hit that like button. He's giving us great content all the time. Yo, do you guys hear me? Rob87. Rob87, do you hear me, bro?
All right, I just refreshed it. I'm back.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear me now.
Okay. Okay, so BT, what I was saying was, do you think Joe Joyce, in his experience with his Olympic background and his amateur background, do you think he's going to give Daniel Dubois trouble with his jab and his movement?
He's definitely going to give him trouble just because I think just because of like the strength and the size of him. Dubois hasn't really fought anybody with the pedigree, the strength, and the size of a Joe Joyce. So I don't think he's just going to go in there and just run through Joe Joyce. I just think the difference in that fight is going to be his jab, his command of distance, and his ability to set up the right hand. That's the difference to me in that fight.
For sure. I think Dubois should knock him out. I like Dubois a lot. You know that I like him a lot. He has a lot of power. Daniel Dubois has a great jab as well. I think it's going to be a good fight, but I just think Dubois is too powerful, and the pressure of Daniel Dubois will be the difference in the fight. What did you think about Virgil Ortiz's performance last night? Virgil Ortiz, 16 wins, 16 knockouts. The Zone Boxing is back. I felt like it was a great card. You know, I was very excited. Virgil Ortiz Jr., my brother, he's ranked number 2 in the WBO to face Terrence Crawford. So he's right there. And, you know, Danny Garcia is ranked number 1. And Virgil Ortiz is ranked number 2. Danny Garcia is rumored to fight Earl Spence next. So, you know, Terrence Crawford needs to fight somebody. Word on the street is that Terrence Crawford is trying to fight Ray Robinson. So I want to get your perspective on Virgil Ortiz's performance. And what do you think about Terrence Crawford fighting Ray Robinson?
Virgil Ortiz's performance against Vargas was exceptional. I was really impressed with, and every time I watch him fight, I get more impressed with his balance. That's the one thing that stands out to me. Everybody talks about his jab and his power, but the thing that impresses me is his balance. You see him throw 4 or 5 punch combinations, but you don't see him fall to the right or fall to the left. Everything's just flowing like water. So I thought he showed that extra bit of quality last night to get rid of Vargas the way he did. You know, Vargas people don't talk about Vargas, but Vargas has actually improved a lot since he fought like Errol Spence or even Danny Garcia. He's actually improved, and he gave a very spirited effort. So I think Virgil Ortiz, to me, you know, every time I see him fight, he's getting better. He's doing like these like last night he was doing these like he was turning Samuel Vargas kind of like a Lomachenko at some points in that fight, and setting up, you know, the right hand and the jab and going upstairs, downstairs. So I think he's ready for anybody at welterweight. I really do. And it's weird saying that because he only has 16 fights. But when you look at the veterans he's fought, you know, he's not just stopping gumball machine fighters, as my pops would say. He's fighting veterans that know the way around the ring. Your guys like Mauricio Herrera and Orozco and Brad Solomon, guys that have been in there with other top guys, and he's getting them out of there like it's no problem. So, yeah, I like his chances against Terrence Crawford or whoever he fights. And as for Crawford, Ray Robinson, that's an amazing fight because Ray Robinson was one of the last guys to beat Terrence Crawford in the amateurs. He beat Terrence Crawford in the amateurs. And we know Ray Robinson gave Josh Kelly problems. A lot of people thought he beat Josh Kelly. He's long, lanky, southpaw. You know, it's not easy to beat Ray Robinson, and it's even harder to look good against him. You know, so the only guy that's looked good against him recently has been Ugas. So that fight's got to happen next. I think that's a fight that's got to happen next.
Well, BT, I respect what you just said, but Terrence Crawford, bro, he's supposed to be pound for pound one of the best, and you know, he's coming off of fighting Mean Machine. Now he's gonna fight Ray Robinson. I think he gotta step it up because Errol Spence fought against Sean Porter. You know, Crawford needs to start fighting better opposition, my brother. I think the better fight for the fans, the fight that the fans would like to see is Crawford versus Ortiz rather than Crawford versus Ray Robinson. Ray Robinson, I believe, has 2 losses. Didn't Ray Robinson get stopped by Ugas? I'm not sure. Did he? He
did. He got destroyed by Ugas.
Yeah, and Ugas only has 12 knockouts. Ugas is not the biggest puncher. Crawford should fight better opposition. Errol Spence is going to fight Danny Garcia. Why is Crawford getting away with fighting these guys? And I like Crawford. I'm a Crawford fan. I love him, but he got to fight better opposition, my brother.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm campaigning, like me and Pops did a video. I'm campaigning for him to fight Virgil Ortiz. That's the fight I want to see more than anything. But I just think the Ray Robinson fight's an easier fight to make because of them being with Top Rank, and he's worked with them before. So that's probably the most realistic fight that can happen. But I don't think it's the best fight for him. I think Virgil Ortiz is the route he should go.
Okay, you remember Joshua Franco was a Golden Boy fighter, a DAZN fighter who just fought on ESPN against I think it was Andrew Maloney for a belt. So DAZN and ESPN makes fights together all the time. So, you know, I think it's a fight that can happen, and it's a fight that should happen for the fight fans. You know, man, I appreciate you, my brother. I got a quick question. As far as Filip Hrgović, I know you like him. You compared him to one of the Klitschko brothers. Was it Vitaly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he reminds you more of Vitaly.
Yeah, he does. He's got like because like if you remember Vitaly had that ability to fight on his back foot and his front foot. He's a guy that when you look at him, he doesn't look like he's an athletic guy, but he's like deceptively athletic. And Hrgović kind of has that same thing going on with him. And he was somebody that knew how to set up his right hand. Like he could throw his right hand going backwards and he could throw his right hand going forwards. So those are like some of the things that remind me of Vitaly Klitschko. I don't think he's as good as Vitaly Klitschko, obviously, but I think his style that reminds me of him.
For sure. He's a good fighter, man. You know, that's one of the videos you corrected me on. First, I had him compared to Andrew Galata, and I know you said Klitschko, and I did my research, and I saw what you were saying. I saw exactly what you were saying, my brother. You know what I mean? So I want to give you some quick questions, your fight predictions on a few of the fights that's about to happen in the sport of boxing. Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko.
Give me Teofimo Lopez with the stoppage. Stoppage victory.
Wow. Okay. What about Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence Jr.?
I got Terrence Crawford.
Okay. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury by stoppage.
Wow. Jamal Charlo, Sergey Derevyanchenko.
Damn, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think Charlo's gonna pull it out, but I think we'll get a close decision. Might be a controversial one.
Okay. Jermell Charlo, Jason Rosario.
Give me Rosario.
Wow, that's a bold prediction right there. That's a bold one.
Why?
Can you tell me why? Yeah.
Jason Rosario is one of the very few fighters in boxing, because like when you watch fighters in boxing, you get some guys who are physically strong, but they don't have no punching power, and then you get guys who got punching power, but they're not physically strong. Jason Rosario is one of the very few fighters in boxing who he has a little bit of both of those things. He's physically strong and he's got punching power. And on top of that, the last fight with Julian Williams was one of the only times in Jason Rosario's career that he had proper time to train 8 weeks for training camp. Because if you go back early in his career when he fought Nathaniel Gallimore and he got stopped by him, he took that fight in like 4 weeks notice, 4 weeks notice. This is the first time in Jermell Charlo's career where he's fighting somebody who is as strong as him in the punching power department and physically strong. Because if you look at most of the guys he's fought, like John Jackson, Erson Lubin, all these guys, they couldn't really match up to him in those departments. And I just think that when Rosario touches Jermell Charlo and when he makes him feel him, I just see Jermell Charlo not being able to stand up to it. But we'll see, man. It's a great fight.
Okay. Josh Taylor versus Jose Ramirez.
Oh, tough one. I'll go with Josh Taylor.
Josh Taylor is a beast. I ain't gonna lie. Josh Taylor can scrap, bro. He can fight, man. I like Josh Taylor too. He's really good. Okay. What about Miguel Berchelt versus Shakur Stevenson?
Oh, come on, man. You already know it's Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson is gonna go. Listen, Shakur Stevenson, I'm gonna say it right now, he's gonna be an all-time great. That kid can fight his ass off.
He can fight. He can fight. I mean, what do you think he should do next? I want to see him versus Berchelt next. He took already a tune-up fight against Felix Caraballo. Floyd Mayweather, my brother, when he moved up to 135, he fought against Jose Luis Castillo in his first fight. No tune-up fights. They comparing, like you said he's going to be an all-time great. Let's follow the footsteps of these great fighters, such as Thomas Hearns. When Hearns moved up from 154 to 160, Thomas Hearns, his first fight was against the undisputed champion, Marvelous Marvin Hagler. When Felix Trinidad moved up to 154 pounds from 147, his first fight was against David Reed, an Olympic gold medalist, and a world champion. So, Shakur Stevenson is 23 years old, my brother. I think it's time for him to step it up in a competition. No more Felix Caraballos. No more bombs, man. No more overcharges.
No more Joet Gonzalez. No more of that stuff, man. We don't want to.
No more Joet Gonzalez. No more circus acts. What he was doing, man. Now it's time to fight the best. Devin Haney, my favorite fighter, is challenging himself to fight top guys like Lomachenko, Gervonta Davis, but these guys don't want to fight him. So Shakur Stevenson, they saying Shakur is so good. I want to see him prove that he's good against Miguel Berchelt, who has 38 wins, 34 knockouts, who's currently the WBC champion, who's known to be the best in his division. Don't you think that'll be a fight that the fans will want to see?
Honestly, as far as his next fight, there's no other fight that I'm interested in. If you ain't talking to me, if Shakur Stevenson is not talking Berchelt, he ain't talking about nothing to me. That's the only fight we need to see.
You're right about that, brother. You're definitely right. It's the same network, ESPN, same promotion, top rank. There's no excuses. In the same division, let's make it happen. And, man, I appreciate you so much, my brother. It was great talking boxing with you. Please
hold on, bro. Hold on. Before you go, hold on, Pops. Say hi to H Money, Pops.
What's up, H Money?
What's up, Pops? How you doing?
Always stuck to you, man. I always when I look in the comments, I always look up for you, man. I'm like, where's H Money? I'm gonna have to say a comment to him and say something to him because you always give us respect. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. As I should, sir. You definitely bring a lot of energy. You have a lot of knowledge to the sport of boxing, and I enjoy watching you and your son. Man, thank you for welcoming me to the channel and just accepting me. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for you because I see you commenting and everything. you know your boxing too, so I gotta give respect to you too. Also,
He gets a bad. Listen, H Money gets a bad rap, but I mean, I haven't had any problems with H Money.
I don't see nothing wrong with you. Every time you give a comment and have something about it, you come out, you support your argument, and you do what you got to do. So to me, that's a lot of respect. I don't care what anybody else think about. I look at you how I look at you in black and white. Forget the small stuff. Worry about you and me. If I respect you, that's all that matters. Respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. BT. See, this is what it is. Like, I get it. Like you said, a bad rap. Most of these guys that you see, I guess cloud chasing me or saying something about me, they used to come to my channel and was cool with me. They turned on me. So that, you know what I mean? I responded. So when I respond, I'm the bad guy. But you see, when I come here, I've been talking straight boxing. You came to my channel. You left a comment. And I came back to your channel and we just built it. Your father welcomed me, you know what I mean? And I've been trying to, you know what I mean, be a class act. And just thank you for the opportunity, my brother. This is how I came to talk boxing everywhere I go, bro. But people want to judge me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Listen, man, like I'm just over all the arguing and like the YTBC, like we all love boxing. There's no need to do crazy videos about, you know, this person and that person. You know, life's too short for all that bullshit.
You're right. You're right, my brother. And man,
it's tiring.
You're right, bro. We got to get past that. I came here to talk boxing, bro. Like I started off as a caller on a boxing voice, and I moved on to my own channel. And that's all I want to do is talk boxing. And that's when I came here, I never mentioned anybody else. But other guys, they come to your channel and they talk about me. I never came here talking about somebody else. But other guys that come here, oh, H Money this and H Money that. You see the difference between me and these guys?
That's what happened. Like I remember one of the first times I remember that I saw you in the comments. I was live and they were like, oh, he's going to come in here. He's going to do this. I'm like, well, I don't know that. I never dealt with him.
Yeah, man. BT, man, thank you, man. I just want to say thank you to you and your father, embracing me, man. That means a lot to me. You know what I mean? It really does, especially from you and your father, man. I love your father, man. I love the relationship that you guys have. And just a quick side note on Vitaly Klitschko, since you mentioned him, he only had 2 losses. One loss was to
Chris Bird.
Chris Bird, remember, he had an injury in his shoulder. He had an injury in his shoulder. Yes. And then his second loss was to Lennox Lewis with the cut on his eye.
That's right.
Arguably, he could be an undefeated fighter.
Yeah, he could be. He could be like the guy. And what people don't talk about with Vitaly Klitschko was he retired in the middle of his prime. He took 4 years off, won the WBC belt back in his first fight, defended it like 7 or 8 times and retired. Who can do that? How many fighters could do that? Could retire at 31, 32 years old, in the prime of their career or entering the prime of their career, and then come back 4 years later and then be the number 1 guy in the division and then retire again.
You're right, bro. You're right, bro. One more question I want to ask you. What do you think Deontay Wilder can do in this trilogy to get a win, man? What adjustments does Wilder have to do? How can he fix his problems in this third fight?
I think the best chance he could give himself to beat Tyson Fury is he's got to work on his balance. Obviously, we know he can punch. He's got that gift from God, which is his right hand. But his biggest problem, and it really showed in that fight, was his balance. He was falling off balance. He was throwing these clubbing shots, and he couldn't really find Tyson Fury. Like I've had a chance the last month and a half or so to see, because Sugar Hill Stewart has been training fighters in my area and at one of the local gyms, so I see him down there all the time. And just seeing how he works with these guys and how detail oriented he is, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna take something special to be at Tyson Fury trained by Sugar Hill, because this guy is just on some other. He's on some other stuff, and Wilder, I don't know if his problems are fixable enough to just fix in just one training camp. I think the problems he has, he's gonna need 2, 3, 4 training camps to fix them, and it's not gonna happen, man. It's very slim pickings as far as his chance with Tyson Fury. For
sure, yeah. I just seen your video with Sugar Hill a couple days ago too. So you are working, bro. Man, shout outs to you. I did an interview with Roshan Jones. He's the brother
Of Otha
He's the
Jones. Yeah,
brother and the trainer.
I met him.
I know you. Yeah, you got interviews with Otha Jones the third, bro. When Devin Haney was right there with you guys, man, you're doing a great job. I interviewed the brother, the trainer of Otha Jones, and I just recently interviewed Charles Conwell. He's a part of that team. Charles Conwell, who's a part of. Yeah, oh, thank you, man. Thank you, my brother. And tomorrow I'm gonna do an interview with Isaiah Steen. That's the brother of Charles Conwell, brother. So, man, I'm watching you do your job, and I'm learning, and I'm pretty much following the footsteps of you and your father, man. I just want to say thank you one more time for having me, my brother. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna go back in the chat and watch you, man. Thank you.
Okay, 100%, man. Yeah, anytime you want to come on, you're more than welcome.
Thank you, BT.
All right,
peace.
Peace, man. So there you have it. That's the man himself, Mr. H Money, man. They say, listen, they say H Money's not a good guy. They say H Money's this, H Money's that. Listen, H Money's cool with me. Listen, any of y'all say some negative shit about H Money, I'm correcting you on the spot. That's what it is. But, it's your boy BT, True School Sports. This is the first. Listen, I think like that break, the little break we took, because last time I went live was June 11th.
Yeah,
I feel refreshed right now. Like I feel good right now. Like I'm happy to be live.
You need some time.
And we're gonna I'm gonna let you guys know a couple of things. A couple of things I want you guys to know. August 1st, live fight reactions will be returning. We will be live for Angelo Leo versus Stephen Fulton. We're very excited for that fight. Scooting that. We're very excited for that fight. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped for that one. A couple of other things I want to let you guys know about. And I'm gonna drop the link in the description if you guys are interested in it. If you've been watching my channel, you might notice at the bottom of every video there's been a little merch thing, like the True School Sports shirts and hoodies and things like that. So yeah, the True School Sports Teespring store just launched about maybe like a week and a half ago. So if you guys want to support the channel, get any fresh T-shirts or gear, whether you're at the fights or at your house or whatever, there's a link right there. That's a True School Sports store. We got Pops here, the man himself, my main man, 50 grand.
It's been a long time. We've been talking about all this crazy pandemic and all this riots and all this crazy stuff going on. But you know what? Boxing is still going on here in True School Sports. This has been a star-studded show. Okay, we had Minimax Boxing.
I
seen that.
Yeah, Minimax Boxing
guys,
earlier.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Minimax, and I'm not saying that just to hype him up. At the age he's at, the level he's at, that gentleman has got a lot.
He's got the world in front of him.
Going for him, and very motivated. And his analyst is better than half the people on the top, in my opinion. Not everybody, and I say how you want to say it. He gets better analysts than some of those guys up there that are the big dogs in the big medias.
Absolutely. So I didn't get a chance to. We had Minimax on today, and we had H Money, Mr. The Zone. We've had a star-studded show so far.
I like H Money. I liked him when I first met his comments. I like the way he is. I don't care about anybody else. You got don't sweat the small stuff. There's always going to be haters, no matter how perfect you are. It's about your attitude and how you look at people. So you know what? Listen, I'm gonna let's ask for your opinions on boxing. Okay? Sure. What did you make of last night's card fight between Virgil Ortiz and Samuel Vargas? I think first of all, I'm going to give respect to Samuel Vargas being the veteran that he was, the experienced boxer going in there, the resume that he has, and he took a beating from Virgil Ortiz. I ain't gonna lie to you, he took a beating from him, and the fight had to be stopped. So I got to give respect to Vargas for that. And at the same token, you all better wake up because Virgil Ortiz is coming. Last night, I seen Virgil Ortiz get pushed to the 7th round that he actually never done before by any other fighter besides Samuel Vargas. So kudos to him. And what I seen from him, I seen the dog in him. Like the more Vargas taunted him, the more this young buck came forward and just started pounding on him. So just imagine what he could do to anybody in the 147 weight division. I think he's ready for some fights, to be honest with you, PT. Who do you want to see him in there with? I like to see him with. I mean, he called out Garcia. I think he called out Thurman. But I'll be honest with you, he's ready for a lot of these fighters. And I mean, and if he does, I really, to be honest, I say Crawford when we had that the last time we talked about him, Crawford. But now, BT, did I think about it more? I would rather see him fight Garcia first, and I would rather him fight Garcia first, before he even gets to Crawford, because Garcia is a forward fighter that stands in front of you. He's going to throw at you, and he's a hard puncher. And just the combination of the two going at it, it'll be a war.
Okay. I agree with you, man. Listen, I told you before. I told you. I said I want to see Virgil Ortiz versus Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, you did.
All right. Well, we had one fight that's been under a lot of scrutiny.
What's that?
Because of the piss poor matchmaking. We had Sinisa Estrada. She took on Miranda Atkins last night. That was causing a big fuss.
Well, let me tell you about that.
What do you make of that fight?
I'm gonna put it like this. Even if you go to True School Sports video we made after the post fight video that we made about it, somebody commented on it and said, I'm gonna unsubscribe or whatever, blah blah blah, because you guys shouldn't be saying this or that. First of all, you gotta understand, we didn't make the fight.
Yeah,
we didn't make the fight. We didn't approve of the fight. It was the promoters, the managers, and Golden Boy. Okay, so before we become judgmental on True School Sports,
don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, don't shoot us. We're just sitting here talking boxing, and making the best of what we got, and just bringing out the information that we got from the fight, and we point to what we see for those that haven't seen it. I'm going to give respect to Sinisa Estrada, because it wasn't her fault that her original opponent didn't make the fight, and the other lady had more balls to stand up and take a fight, regardless of what her record was, or whatever how it ended. You have to respect her for that. She was honoring her mom that just had a death, and if I'm Atkins, so I respect her, state of cancers and them. But I'm not going to take away from the credit from Sinisa Estrada did that, because prior to this, BT was telling me before we went on live, he was telling me, hey, for the video, he said, Dad, this is what I was telling you about, that sometimes we say that
the girl had horrible. First of all, the girl's record was the most, like, I kid you not, this girl had the most. The girl Sinisa Estrada fought last night had the most padded record of all time. Mm-hmm. The girl, she had 5 wins. She was 5-0, 5 knockouts. So on the surface, looks great. Oh my God, 5-0, 5 knockouts. Yeah. But once you pull up her box rec, she had 4 fights. 4 of them were pro debut girls. She fought on the pro debut.
Right. And
then the other girl she fought, besides for the pro debut girls, was 0-2. Yeah. So she had never fought anybody with a win in the professional ranks before Sinisa Estrada in 5 fights, and she's gonna jump from that to fighting Sinisa Estrada. It was a recipe for disaster. There was only one way it was gonna end. Now I must tell you, I didn't think it was gonna end as viciously as it did, because we watched it last night and I thought there was a glitch. Like I couldn't believe it happened the way it did, but that's how it happened.
And
there was also another thing I found out, that apparently the girl Atkins, the girl, apparently her husband is a promoter. It's like she has a husband who does local shows in like the Kansas area, like in the Midwest area, okay, small shows, and like he's the one who threw in there.
I mean,
the husband.
That's even sad, because how much do you value the life of your spouse, of the life of any boxer that comes in that has less experience? You can't really even say she's an amateur, because she hasn't really fought anybody long enough rounds to even say that. She was just lucky enough to knock out those first fighters that she did, whatever the case may be. What I will say is that I gotta respect Sinisa Estrada, because she didn't rejoice, she didn't jump. She showed a class act.
Yeah, she did.
A lot of maturity in her.
She didn't pound her chest and say, "Look at me, look how great I am." She knew that this girl wasn't on her level, and she acted as such.
And coming into the fight, yeah, exactly. She knew exactly what you just said, BT. Coming to the fight, she knew who she was fighting, and she expected to get a KO, whether it's the first, second, or whatever. But she didn't. The humble part that I like about when you see a boxer mature, it's something that is good to see. Not only how they speak, but how they carry themselves. And I think Sinisa, that you can't blame her for her putting her in there with Atkins. She didn't pick Atkins.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that should have been Golden Boy and whatever management and whatever promoters look into the well-being of her, and they didn't do that. So, that being said, it is what it is. She's knocked her out in 7 seconds or less of the first round. So be it. It's a new record. But again, people are always going to say something because she didn't fight a credible opponent, but it wasn't Sinisa Estrada's fault. We
also got to realize too, this is Golden Boy Promotions talking about here. This is one of the most ridiculous out of all the promotional companies in boxing. I would even say they're worse. Like people want to slag off PBC, which they should because PBC's put on some bad mismatches. But I don't think they're mismatches compared to the mismatches that Golden Boy's been putting on. Even before this, Denise Estrada's gotten mismatched opponents. Like she fought this girl named Rachel Sassoff, and oh my god, this was like, okay, if the Miranda Atkins chick is here, Rachel Sassoff was like maybe just here. Like there have been mismatches before. They had that fight. They had Canelo versus Khan. They had Canelo versus Fielding. Danny Garcia versus Rod Salka. There is no promotional company in boxing with a worse track record of mismatched fights than Golden Boy Promotions.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Anytime you have Golden Boy involved, I hate it because there's always something. There's always some kind of, and I'm not saying that to say that just on Golden Boy. There's all the other promotion company always have something going on also. But it's always Golden Boy. Let me tell you like this. How can De La Hoya sit there, watch the fight live, and realize that this girl is going to get run over?
Part of me feels bad for Denise Estrada. I mean, she got a highlight reel knockout. She made some history. So, as time goes on, people are going to forget about this, hopefully. And, she'll have benefited from that knockout. But honestly, I still feel bad for her because through no fault of her own, she's gonna get unfairly scrutinized. And honestly, like Denise Estrada is, I've had a chance. I don't know her like really well. I know her a little bit because I met her in LA in 2016 at the Romo Gonzalez Cuadras fight, which I covered. She fought Nancy Franco on undercard. She's one of the nicest, most humble people in the world. And honestly, like if there was someone that should be a superstar in women's boxing, it should be her. She's a great fighter. She's extremely attractive. She's very. What I would like about Denise Estrada, this is not about her. The Denise Estrada show. She's very family oriented. She's God driven, but at the same time, she's got an animal inside of her when it comes in that ring. And we've seen that from a lot of fighters that are very humble outside the ring. But when they get inside the ring, forget about it. So she's got a very established family life, God life, and who knows what else. But I'm just saying, so you got to give respect. Respect is due. And she was a champion coming in, and we expect her to be the champion coming out. Whoever was going to be in there. Yeah. So yeah, it's your boy BT. We're live. We've been live for 2 hours, but ain't that crazy? Just like that, we've been live for 2 hours.
Amazing.
Just like that, amazing. A lot of people seem to be really excited about Angelo Leo versus Stephen Fulton. Ronnie Dio says Fulton versus Leo is going to be good. It's the first time since Floyd, I think, a PBC fighter has fought for a WBO title. Now, I know you're not ultimate. I know you're not.
No, I'm not familiar with the fight. I have to do a little more research on it, to be honest with you. But didn't you say that one of these fighters had that manager, the trainer just passed away? Yeah,
Fulton. So one thing that people got to consider
to him,
Nazim Richardson.
God bless him, Nazim Richardson. And all the boxing fans that lost everybody throughout this year. So no disrespect to none of that. I'm just saying
Fulton's going to have a lot on his heart because Nazim's been his trainer for quite some time, and and this is a world title fight, and he's not going to have Nazim there. So we're going to see how mentally tough Fulton is. We're going to see if he can dial it in and focus and turn in a great performance. Because even if Nazim never passed away and was in his corner, this was always going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you have that voice and that your favorite fighter, Charlo went through it. Now Fulton's going through it.
Yep.
We've seen it recently here, locally here. God bless him. From Stacey McKinley's
Coach
gym.
Mel.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Coach Mel.
When you get used to a voice, whether he's in the ring hollering or yelling at the fighters, this and that, that's very hard to just adapt to a new voice. It's like a new singer that has a band, but the lead singer leaves. You got to get used to the rhythm, the whole dynamics, and the same thing with a fighter. A fighter's used to a way they have chemistry together. The boxer and the trainer, they can read each other. They don't have to say nothing. And now, when it counts the most, just happens. That's why I said we can never take life for granted. And I wish Fulton, with a sorry, crying heart, that this will motivate him to do what he has to do for his trainer.
Yeah, H Money seems to be very high on Stephen Fulton. He says he's a very good fighter. He is a very good fighter. He's been in there with some good opposition. Got a very good jab, very athletic. I think this fight, to me, I look at this as a true 50-50 fight. I really do.
Yeah.
And people might say, "Oh, well, no. How can you say that, Angelo Leo's not?"
I always look at it. What we said with the amateur record, but who's had the better wrestler out of the two as far as coming to this big fight? Who's fought the better competition? out of the two, and that's how I usually go. Well,
I would say I would lean in that regard. Probably you lean slightly towards Fulton, but Leo's fought good fighters too. Leo, his last fight, he fought the very tough and very game Cesar Rocky Juarez, and the only person that had ever stopped Juarez before him, I think, was Isaac Dogbe, and he folded him up in like 11th round, got him out of there. Leo's a very good fighter. A lot of people don't know about him because he's flown under the radar. You know, he's not much of a talker. He hasn't really gotten a lot of that big promotional push. But I've been following him for about his last 3 fights. I've been following him ever since he fought Tabano, some guy named Tabano.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think that I really think Fulton's inside fighting abilities or lack of inside fighting abilities is going to be put to the test. He's very good. He's got a very good jab. He's relatively athletic, but he's not an unbeatable fighter. I've seen some things like, you know, sometimes he squares up when he's on the inside, or sometimes he backs up on a straight line. When he fought Adam Lopez, go watch the Adam Lopez fight. He fought Adam Lopez, and every time Adam Lopez threw a up jab or a double jab, he was able to get Fulton to freeze or go back, and he didn't really look comfortable on the inside. It's just Adam Lopez really isn't as crafty of a fighter as Angelo Leo is. I'm favoring Angelo Leo.
From Mundo Boxing.
Huh?
Who's the one training for Mundo?
None of them fight at Mundo Boxing.
Oh, I thought that one came out from the Mundo.
No, that's Romero, Angulo, and Benavidez.
Okay. So that's a different topic, but yeah. So I think that I mean, I've heard BG talk about Fulton for the longest, and now he's. Who are you really going for?
I want Angelo Leo. Wait, hold on. I want Angelo Leo to win. And I think he's gonna win. To be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
I want him to win. I think he's gonna win.
Why do you pick him to win? What are you seeing him?
I just don't see Stephen Fulton being able to deal with. Because listen, he's a very tricky, crafty fighter. Angelo Leo. He knows how to get past the jab. If he does get past the jab, I don't know what other answers Fulton's gonna have for him. I don't see him being able to. I haven't seen it, and I've watched like 4 or 5 of his fights. I've watched his fights with Adam Lopez and Kagai and some of these other tune-ups he's had. I haven't seen anything in his fights that will lead me to believe that he's going to be able to deal with Angelo Leo on the inside. Now, if he can keep him on the outside and dictate on the outside, different story. He won in that fight. But if Leo's cutting that distance, if Leo is able to, you know, pivot and use these angles and whatnot, he's going to have a tough fight in front of him. Very tough fight.
And both fighters at the same age, or?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not even sure about that one.
Okay.
I might need to look that one up.
So
by the way, Johnny Boy, there is the link down below. So if you want to join, I know you were asking earlier. There it is, and I like it. He's renamed his thing to Johnny Boy's Fight Palace.
There you go, the Palace of Boxing. Much respect, but yeah. So
I want to get your take on recently. Eddie Hearn said that he wants to take over boxing globally. He said he wants to make it like the UFC. Do you think he's the guy for the job? Do you think Eddie Hearn has the bollocks to do it?
Well, one thing I'm going to say. And this goes back to one of your interviews when you were in New York, and you actually interviewed him. And
you're right.
What did he say? Well, first thing he said, he's willing to work with.
He did say, yeah. I interviewed Eddie Hearn in 2017 at Mendez Boxing Gym in Manhattan, New York, for the Jacobs Lewis Areas media workout. And he said back in 2017, he said, I'm willing to work with Dana White. So
whatever it takes to bring boxing, get more exposure to boxing, I'm willing to do that. So. That's the statement that I'm saying. He's already had that in his mind, planted what he was going to do, what he wants to do. So, I mean, if he's got a game plan and whatever it takes to bring more exposure to boxing, so be it, Eddie Hearn. You got that DNZ money anyway, so go ahead and do what you got to do.
Have you thanked Al Haymon today?
Yes, I did. I commented on. Yes, I did. Thank you, Al Haymon, because you're going to bring out some real fights, and that's the first time. This menu right here is better than the appetizer that we've gotten from the whole top break cards.
Yeah,
I'll tell you like that.
Yeah,
this is the main menu what we're gonna see from PBC. So respect to Al Haymon, respect to PBC, and guess what? I never said this. Thank you, Al Haymon. So, yeah,
I think hell is freezing over.
About the snow.
We're on True School Sports. Yeah. Thank you, Al Haymon.
I mean, there's a lot of great fights on those cards that you were showing BT last night. So I mean, what's that? Oubaali against Donaire.
Donaire,
that's gonna be a good fight. Oubaali just became champion or whatever. There, then you got the Charlos that's running their mouth. I don't think they'll be running their mouth too much if they don't go into these fights focusing their having the mental state right and start running their mouth. They're gonna be in trouble. Do Jamal or whoever the strong one or two better not
Jamal.
sleep.
Jamal's fighting
better not
Derevyanchenko.
sleep against
Rosario.
Rosario. I mean, he didn't even want a rematch with what's the name from Detroit, the guy
Tony Harrison.
Harrison, and then the other one's got to bring a lot of power, but don't sleep on Derevyanchenko because he's going to bring it too, and he's got a lot of experience, and his resume shows you nothing but respectability.
Yeah, man.
So that's I mean, it's a lot.
Eddie Hearn made a really delusional comment recently. This is probably the most delusional comment I've ever heard in my life. But Eddie Hearn stated that if things keep going the way they're going, that women's boxing is threatening men's boxing. You're going to see women's boxing fighting on all the big cards. What do you think of that? Do you think boxing is in danger of being taken over by women?
No, I'll never be taken by women. I'm sorry to say, not to sound biased.
What did James Brown say?
I'm not hating on women.
What was that song?
This is a man-run sport. All you women.
That's misogynist.
Okay,
you hate
I'm not
women.
trying to respect
I'm joking.
nobody. I mean, you women got your right to go out there and fight, but you just barely getting fighting 3-minute rounds. So how can you sit there and compare yourself to a man that go 12 rounds, 10 rounds, or whatever? But respect to you guys. The only thing I will say about the zone is I don't know why Amanda Serrano did not take the Katie Taylor fight. It pisses me off because I mean, if she's an 8-time world division champion, she could have legitimized her record better. And all of a sudden, she come out and say that she doesn't want to take the fight or whatever. So Eddie Hearns, I don't know what happened, how much money you offered her or didn't offer her, because a lot of times it's about money. I don't think Serrano wanted to take a pay cut, but every fighter is taking a pay cut. Look at Canelo crying right now. I mean, Canelo. Yeah. So I mean,
that's how he sounds.
It's a pandemic. It's everybody's domino effect on everything. So, Eddie Hearns is. I don't see that happening. Eddie Hearns talk a lot of stuff too. I'm no disrespect to him. I mean, say what he wants to say, but no, woman will never be a main card in men's boxing. So, if they have them, fine.
Rob 87 says women don't belong in sports. Tyson Fury said the same thing too. Tyson Fury said the only place Tyson Fury once said the only place my wife needs to be is on her back and in the kitchen.
Damn, but I'm saying
that's what he said.
The reality is, I mean, we can say what we want, but we already know what society, even now, even in the United States and all over the place, whatever that freaking word is, feminism. Yeah, feminism is. I mean,
what do you think about feminism?
I think it's a bunch of fucking. Excuse me. I think it's a bunch of.
No. Tell people what you think.
Okay. I think it's a bunch of crap, and I don't think that women, you'll never be equal to men.
Oh,
you
man.
will never be equal to men. I don't care. No disrespect to whatever sexual orientation you are. No disrespect to whatever it is. As far as that, you will never. You will never. Your hormones. You're not built like a male. You're not gonna be a female. Cannot be a male when she's a female.
We have different rules. God put us on earth to do different things.
Yeah, so I mean, but I'm not hating on women. So be it. If you can throw or pitch a ball and hit it good, better than a regular pitcher, if you can do this, so be it. But what I'm getting at is, don't think that you're gonna overthrow. I don't want to get this topic. This topic is gonna just drive me off to another place that I don't want to go to right now. But respect to everybody.
Rob 87 also asked, when do you think the Romo Gonzalez guy with Strata fight is gonna happen? That's a good question, man. Listen, first of all, Romo Gonzalez is singing the same tune he's been singing since 2016. Because many of you may remember after he beat Carlos Cuadras, they were talking about the guy who shot a rematch next from after that fight, and he said back then, "I'll fight him. Just give me $1 million." So he comes back 4 years later. He's world champion again. He's on the throne. That fight's in demand again, and he's singing the same tune he was 4 years ago. Give me $1 million. And you know what? He deserves $1 million payday. Okay, he deserves it. There's not many people in boxing, many more people in boxing that I can name that deserve a $1 million payday more than the great Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez.
Roman Gonzalez Chocolatito, he walks in his faith, works by the word of God, very humble, never comes out screaming about nothing, never says anything. But here at True School Sports this year, what I learned is you got to know your worth. And I think Chocolatito has done enough for boxing to stay quiet like he has been for all these years to not finally have a voice on what he's entitled to.
I mean, when you consider the history of flyweight boxing, only 2 fighters in the history of the flyweight division have ever gotten $1 million payday.
So I'm not saying, but he's due his due, pay him what he deserves. I mean, everybody's been. I mean, he just got notary in the Ring magazine, but this year, BT
for the first time.
For how many years? Since he should have had it a long time ago.
Should have been on the cover of the magazine a long time ago.
Give this guy. He's very humble. Give him his money when his due. What his due is due. And that's what I'm saying. So, and let me tell you that if he doesn't get it, don't worry. God will work out a way for him.
The artist formerly known as Raekwon Bell, but now he's Brother Boxing Talk.
That's what he said.
Brother Boxing Talk wants to inform us that he's going to the strip club with his friends on South Beach.
Well, you go ahead and do that, man. Make sure you wear a mask, okay? Because I don't know what strip club you're going to, because I think all strip clubs are closed.
Well,
so I don't know where you're lying. Where you're lying, because all the strip clubs are closed.
They got drive-through strip clubs in South Beach.
Unless
you sure they got COVID-free strip clubs?
Unless you're going on your video camera and watching them from the past. But I'm telling you right now, all the strip clubs are closed. So where you getting that from? What is your name again?
Brother Boxing Talk.
Brother, I like that. Maybe you following Christ or something, brother. So I'm gonna give you love, my brother. All right, so do your thing.
L Dog says, "Yo, L Dog, honestly, man, if you come to South Florida, I'm gonna show you around, man." He said, damn, man, I'm jealous. I heard they got the baddest women down there. I'll tell you this, I haven't gone to South Beach in a minute, but
I mean, right now, everything they started curfews again. They started.
Ain't no damn curfew. I'm a grown ass man. I go outside when I want to go outside.
Finding people more now if they don't wear their craziest mask. Or
they find a soft people that they don't find me that.
Now in South Beach and other places, it's very prevalent where you're probably gonna get something like that. But I mean, it's a sign of the times. But if you want to,
they haven't found pops because they're afraid of pops.
If you want to see some booty, yeah, come down here to Sunshine State.
Now Elda wants to know, BT and Pops, how excited are you for Edgar Berlanga? How excited are you for Edgar Berlanga?
I think, like I was telling my son was telling me that he would like to move up and fight the bigger names. I mean, when he showed him inside the fight, I'm very excited for him. I just think that let me see him fight a couple more quality fights and see. I mean, we know he's got the power, but I want to see him get battle tested, like go more rounds. But he is a promising superstar from Puerto Rico. I'll give him that.
I was telling my dad before this month even started. I said, man, I don't care about none of these fights. I'm trying to see Edgar Berlanga. Remember I was telling you that?
Yeah, he been saying it. Like that's one fight he said I want to watch.
I want to watch because he's gonna knock somebody out.
And he did. I mean, he did it with authority. And he did what he had to do.
Truth be told, that was my favorite fight of the whole Top Rank series.
Yeah, respect. I mean, he broke Mike Tyson's record. Tied Mike Tyson's record for.
It's not a record. He started out his career with more first round knockouts than a lot of fighters.
Yeah, so
including Mike Tyson.
He's gonna be somebody 168, right? Yeah, 168 that people gonna have to deal with. I'm telling you that right now. He's gonna be somebody. That young buck right there is hungry. He looked good in his last fight. He's getting better and better. Each fight he goes through, he's getting more confidence. So watch out for him. It's gonna be a name that Puerto Rican fans can remember forever. Te lo digo, Puerto Rico. De pete los ojos. Berlanga y Verdejo perdió una pelea, pero Berlanga es el nombre de Nueva York y de Puerto Rico.
Yeah, man.
I basically said that Berlanga is the name of New York, represent New York and Puerto Rico, but don't forget Verdejo. I still like Verdejo. I think he's got a chance. I think he's humbled himself and he's going to come back and do something.
What do you know about Nazeem Richardson?
I don't know. I know he apparently he trained Shane Mosley
and Bernard
Hopkins. That's enough for me. I think the what's his name?
Executioner.
Yeah, he was no joke. He came out and did what he had to do, and then getting a fighter out of jail after he'd been in prison for so long, and actually train him to be the fighter that he came out to be, and to be the way he got at. I gotta give respect to him on that. Shane Mosley, I remember he fought De La Hoya. He won a big name also. So yes, but I think what he did to his fighters, and like I told you all the time, that voice you have. That it's like you being your best friend. You guys understand each other. You don't have to. You can go somewhere and go or talk or pick up a girl or whatever. You don't have to say much on how you guys gonna handle it. He knows you and you know him. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with a trainer in a boxer. They have that chemistry together, and I think he played an important part. That I'm sure Shane Mosley is grieving to this point now in sending cards of condolences to his family and being thankful to have that man by his corner. Just the same that Hopkins did the same.
Yeah, man. I had I tweeted about this yesterday. By the way, if you guys, I've been using my Twitter a lot more. So if you guys want to follow me, you can follow me. It's as you can see it on the little ticker down below. You can follow me at True School Sports on Twitter, and just a kid from Dania on Instagram. The social medias are right there in the little ticker down below. But I tweeted about this yesterday, and I said basically that when I first met Naseem Richardson, I had a chance to meet him in 2016. It was at the Chris Algieri Earl Spence Jr. weigh-in at Long Island University in Brooklyn, New York. And I saw him, and I went up to him. I asked for an interview. He politely said yes. So while I was getting my camera ready, I told him, I'm like, man, the first box match I ever watched was Bernard Hopkins versus Tito Trinidad when I was 7. And then he laughed and he said, "Brother, you're making me feel old." And then he laughed, and then we did a pretty good interview, and he was a really nice guy. And I never met him again. I never saw him again, but my experience with him was relatively good. So respect to him. You know, a lot of people that I know in the boxing world have said great things about him, and he really influenced a lot of people to do good in the boxing world. So shout out to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, man. You can't take life for granted. You know, if you're gonna be here tomorrow, you just take every day as a blessing, and learn from people when you can, and give the respect to people that they deserve when they get it. And try. I always tell everybody I meet, whatever I say, always try whatever fire you have, whatever things you have against somebody. Try to patch that up, because you know if you can do it tomorrow.
Now, a popular question we tend to get here on True School Sports, especially when you're on, this is the only question that's ever directed at you, because I don't drink. What are you sipping on right now? what you sipping on, Pop? What you sipping on?
I'll be honest with you. People might say it's piss water. I drink wine, but I also drink Bud Light.
What you drinking now?
But today is when you say Budweiser, this Bud's for you. You know what I mean?
So you sipping on Budweiser?
Yeah, I'm sipping on Budweiser right now. Maybe later on I have a little rum and coke. I'm going through a lot of stuff. You guys don't know behind the scenes what I'm going through. You don't need to know that when you don't need boxing, to know, but you know, lots of love, and sometimes you know, we all go through whatever, but it's how Muhammad Ali say it's not how you get knocked out.
That's how you get up. Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
How you get up.
Brother Boxing Talk says my boy Rolando Romero is top 50 is fighting for the WBA interim belt on August 15th before Ryan Garcia. Just said, yeah, man, I'm excited for Rolly. Rolly's a really fun fighter to watch.
Why is it sad?
What he's saying, because Ryan Garcia hasn't fought anybody. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
But because Rolly's fighting for the interim belt on the Romero Angulo Benavidez undercard. Yeah, Rolly gonna be a problem. A lot of these gonna have to come see Rolly.
Let me tell you something about Rolly. It's crazy how things are, and you guys you want boxing always changes your mind. Like Brandon was talking about drawings for longest, and then he was talking about Ortiz. I wasn't saying why guys say, oh, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. When he gets Rolly, he's gonna mess him up. He's gonna do this. But then I seen a couple of fights from Rolly. Oh, he's heavy fisted, Brandon.
Oh yeah, he got that dumb power.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know if Garcia can handle that. And I'm not trying to be whatever, not to disrespect Garcia. Garcia needs to shut his mouth and stop being the diva and crying about the money or whatever.
And how do you feel about Ryan Garcia?
And I just think that he should go ahead and just do what he's got to do, continue what he's doing. And just like Ortiz said the other night, basically this is what Ortiz said to him. You might be a pretty boy. You might have your followers. You're a champion in that. But if you get in that ring, excuse my language, guys, I got to say it this way, I will fuck you up. That's what Ortiz basically was saying after last night's fight. He didn't say it that way, but that's what he was saying when they asked him about Ryan Garcia. The same thing I'm going to say about Ryan Garcia. Rolly's been calling Ryan Garcia for the longest. Okay. How long has it been? Like 2 years, 1 year, whatever? Okay. So he's been, no, you ain't nothing. This is Ryan Garcia. No, you ain't nothing. You ain't doing nothing. Da, da, da. Okay, now Rolly's getting an opportunity to do something, and you're still crying. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you the same thing what I told Canelo.
What you tell Canelo?
Hike your skirt up and fight Rolly and see what happens.
That's what you told him?
Yep.
Oh my God, what's going on with these Marlins today, man?
Man? Baseball.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm watching the whole time been live. I've had the baseball game in the background. My Marlins getting killed right now.
So I mean, Rolly, I'm happy for him because he's getting an opportunity to do, to get what he deserves. But he's a hard hitter. I'm gonna lie to you, he's a hard hitter. I'm not saying Ryan Garcia don't got.
He gonna fold him on like a blue steel chair? That's what you think?
What do you think? If they fight?
Yeah.
I'll pick Rolly. You know why?
Why you picking Rolly?
Because every time I see, not to disrespect Garcia, but every time he comes in, he's always whining, crying. Just now, he turned up the last show that the Golden Boy was gonna have. He cost was supposed to be a main event, and he didn't take it because or money or whatever the reason is. Dude, you didn't have no fucking money when you first started fucking boxing, dumbass. Now the fuck you calling you shots now?
Tell them how you really feel, Pops.
I'm tired of this shit. Get in there. You were running for Rolly. Stop running for Rolly.
Clown.
Rolly's gonna run. Yeah, clown. Rolly's gonna roll you up like a Tootsie Roll. I mean that.
Roll you like a Tootsie Roll.
Been patient with you. Don't say much. But if you watch Rolly fight, I started watching his fights. He's got some power in his punches. I think they're harder than Ryan. Ryan is strong. He's a toothpick, and Rolly's got some thickness to him. So
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you straight up, Rolly's no joke. He's the real deal.
He's the real deal. Hey, listen. Last night, earlier this morning, I should say, in the wee hours of the morning, I had a long conversation with one of my good friends in the fight game. Shout out to my main man, Sean Tatel, one of the best in the business. He works for Fight Hype. We were talking for like 4 hours about boxing, and he brought something interesting up to me because recently Errol Spence was making all these like buddy comments with Virgil Ortiz saying, "Yeah, we from the same area. We both from Dallas and da da da."
Yeah.
And Sean was telling me like this was his perspective. He was telling me that he believes that Errol Spence is trying to get out in front of people demanding that fight because, like, you know, Virgil Ortiz wins like another. If Virgil Ortiz beats the right opponent, people are going to eventually start clamoring for an Errol Spence fight. So he's kind of getting out in front of it. So when it does happen, he can say, "Oh well, you know, we're friends. We can't fight." What do you think about that?
I'm gonna put it like this: family and money you can't mix, friends and business you can't mix. Bottom line is, when you get in that ring, you handle your business, and after that, you still can be friends and get respect for each other. That's what I'm gonna say. Don't get it twisted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're in a business, okay? Bottom line, he's gonna respect you whether you beat his ass or you don't, or vice versa, because you guys are friends. It's just inside of the ring, it's different. It's all about business.
Shout out to my main man, Intangible Boxing. Everybody go subscribe to Intangible Boxing. Go help his channel grow. He says Canelo Alvarez is ducking Lawrence Acola. You damn right. He's ducking Isaac Chamberlain too while we're at it. Why not? Speaking of Isaac Chamberlain, my man Isaac Chamberlain returns to the ring August 22nd. I don't know who the hell he's fighting, but it's his first fight since Luke Watkins. I'm happy that he's back in the ring. He's had a lot of bullshit he's been dealing with over the last year and a half, and just happy to see that he's back in the ring. So hopefully it just goes through. I just want to see the guy back in the ring.
The bottom line is this, man. Canelo, he's a diva. He's a bitch. He cries about everything.
Wow.
They want to give him all these weakling ass fighters. Don't tell me, oh, he fought covered up and then he won the title. That shit was set up. You all know that. My 4 eyes don't lie.
Damn.
That's one. And two, every opponent that Golden Boy picks up. Okay, whatever.
All right. Well, it's been a minute, but here he is, man. The one and the only. It's the man, the president of the Philip Hargovic fan club. It's L-Dog.
Hey, what's up, L-Dog? Fellas? Salute to the untouchable True School Sports Empire.
Hold on, L-Dog. Hold on. Say that again.
I said salute to the untouchable True School Sports Empire.
That's
Taking
right.
over
The untouchable.
not only the South Florida boxing scene, but the worldwide boxing scene.
That's right. L-Dog knows the deal. What's up, man? Good to hear from you.
And thank you for the True School Sports and the shirts.
Yeah, man. I bought one of them shirts and a hoodie, man. I'm going to have to rip that, you know? Because True School out here supporting Hergovich, so I'm going to have to support True School.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm
patiently, what's funny was the other day, me and my dad we rented this car, and we were going around the boxing gyms. We actually drove by Mundo the other day, and it was closed. I was pissed off, man. I don't get to go to Mundo all the time, but like we drove by there and like it was all locked up and there was nobody there.
We were hoping that he was there, but my son told me he was in his country.
Well, he's in Croatia.
Yeah, man. I was disappointed that Baranchik and Zapata got canceled, man, because that was one of the fights I was really looking forward to in this the top rank. But I mean, thankfully boxing is coming back. Showtime announced their schedule. You know, it's time for DAZN to pay Roman Gonzalez's worth and get that fight, because DAZN's schedule looking weak, man. Showtime's schedule, you know, is fire, but DAZN's schedule is looking weak. You know, they got to get Roman Gonzalez versus Estrada in there, because that's a great fight for boxing fans. You know, pay them their worth. It's a mega fight below 126 pounds.
It is like, and it's not like neither one of them hasn't earned the payday. Like these guys have both earned the payday.
They're both Hall of Famers in my book.
I mean, they're both. One of them is a pound for pound fighter, and the other one is a win away from being a pound for pound fighter.
Yeah, and even the fighter who was a win away from being a pound for pound fighter was a pound for pound fighter.
He was the pound for pound king.
Exactly, man.
And
so what I'm saying is this is a pound for pound level fight. This is, I mean, they got to pay it. They got to pay up because, I mean, their schedule is weak. I don't want to see Cheeseman versus Eggington. I want to see Roman Gonzalez versus Juan Francisco Estrada.
You're not looking forward to seeing the Ebony Bridges ripoff Shannon Courtney get back in the ring.
Bro, I don't watch women's boxing.
I know. But
I saw that Tamisa Estrada fight because I mean, it was 6 seconds long, so
it was amazing.
Bro, she pieced her. Like, this is what gets me, man. I don't think they should have made that fight because that was just a brutal mismatch. Like, the way she walked out of the ring, like, the way she walked out of her corner, man. I've seen people spar for the first time who look more confident than that, I mean,
yeah, it's almost like she didn't even hear the bell.
I mean, she's walking out there like a robot, man. Like, you thought Joe Joyce looked robotic, man. This chick was walking out there like a robot, hands up, and then I couldn't even, my brain couldn't even register how many punches Sinisa Estrada threw, man. She got hand speed.
Yeah, she landed like 13, 14 punches unanswered.
I know, man. It was like something out of Dragon Ball Z when they just have all that like speed punching or whatever, and I can't even see it, man. I remember what happened was I switched stream, and then I saw Adkins on the canvas, and I was like, did she have a panic attack or something before? I actually thought she had a panic attack. I'm like, she must have had a panic attack before the fight even started. And then I rewinded it, and I was like, oh, shit, this fight was just over that quick. Like,
yeah, she got killed.
Hey, you know what's even more funny? Her husband, who was her trainer, put her up to that fight. Like,
yeah, he apparently
her husband must be trying to get a cheap divorce.
Yeah, he's like a small time promoter. Like, he promotes shows in Kansas and in the Midwest and stuff.
Bro, that's domestic violence, if you ask me.
Yeah, man, it is, man. Hold on, Eldar. We got who we got now? We got P Boxing here. Let's see. P Boxing, what's up, champ?
What's up? Salute, guys. How you guys doing? I've just been watching the Joe Joyce fight. I'm really disappointed with Joe Joyce. I thought he was gonna beat Dubois, but on this performance, I don't think so. I think he's gonna get knocked out by Dubois.
It was bad. It was that bad.
Yeah, man. It was getting hit so much, man. Did you watch it?
No, I honestly, I just went live and somebody told me he was fighting, and I didn't even have a chance to watch it. So I'll probably watch it whenever I'm done being live.
There was no head movement. He was taking a lot of punches. That's what I saw. Like, he basically walked Michael Wallace down and beat him up, but he took a fair few punches on the way to doing it.
What was the guy's record that he fought? Like, what was his record?
I think it's like 20-3 at the time.
Okay.
Did he not fight Jagbat, the guy that he fought today?
Yeah, he did. He fought a Jugbear, and he lost like a second round knockout.
That's what I mean. And to be fair though, Joe Joyce did knock him out. I think the third round, but I'm disappointed with Joe Joyce at this stage. You know what I mean? Like, he was just too open, like, and he's so slow. Like, like, it's just.
He needs to tighten his defense up and just become sharper.
Yeah, the only good thing is, like, he's strong. That's you know what I mean, and he's got chin. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Like, he probably got the best chin in the division, to be honest, because the amount of shot he was getting hit with, and he wasn't even like feeling it.
Yeah,
that's the only good thing about him.
I never thought Joe Joyce was gonna beat Daniel Dubois, but
yeah, I might have to change my prediction, to be honest.
Yeah, because Eldar, I know you were really big on Joe Joyce.
I was, but I just think he's not as good as he could have been or was in the amateurs. He's kind of gotten worse. I mean, he is 35 years old.
Maybe he's too busy thinking about all those paintings he wants to to do after boxing because he paints. Apparently, he paints as a hobby. He's really big into the arts.
I heard he was like an artist or whatever before he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
actually a boxer, which is pretty interesting.
It is because I would have never expected that.
Yeah. True school. I want to ask you about do you know this guy called Edgar Berlanga?
I do know about him. Yeah.
How high do you rate him?
I think he's gonna be a world champion.
He's really impressive, but I don't know the opponents that he's been fighting. Like
Well,
they got losses.
The guy he fought in his last fight was
Moon.
It was a minor step up for him because I actually the Eric Moon that's the guy knocked out. Eric Moon, I saw him fight last year because I went to this like small boxing card in Atlanta that I got invited to, and Eric Moon fought a guy named Mike Guy, and Mike Guy he lost a close fight to Mike Guy, and Mike Guy went on to beat Dennis Duglin in the fight after that he had. So Eric Moon was like he was a decent amateur. Like Edgar Berlanga even said in the interviews, like he knows him from the amateurs, and he was a solid amateur. He was a durable guy. So I was surprised he stopped him in a round because I thought at bare minimum I thought that he was going to get out the first round because Edgar Berlanga has that crazy knockout streak going on right now.
The thing is though, the Eric Moon basically came to him like the guy got power. So once you go to the person, you're on it. So it's gonna be Imano. It's gonna be a quick one. So
yeah, he played right into his hands.
Exactly, yeah. And what about? Do you think he can beat Benavidez?
Not now, but
It's too soon, man. It's
yeah,
too soon.
I think if he keeps growing and getting better, I think in 18 months' time he could be Benavidez.
What about Munguia?
Yeah, I think he could be Munguia.
Right now?
Right now, I think he could be Munguia.
He is bigger than Munguia, more powerful, but
he's more technically sound than Munguia too.
Yeah, Munguia is wild.
The thing is, though, Benavidez, he's got I think Benavidez got a longer arm. Like his reach is like 77 inch, and Berlanga is like 73.
Yeah, we got Intangible Boxing. What's up, man?
What's good, fellas? I got some background noise because I'm currently in a hotel hallway, but I'm just grinding right now, doing my thing,
What you working on?
Pretty nice. What am I working on?
Yeah.
Nothing really much right now, honestly. I'm currently in Connecticut.
Okay. But
yeah,
we were talking about Edgar Berlanga.
Yeah, Edgar Berlanga, yeah, he fights at 168, doesn't he? I saw his fight last night.
Yeah, what did you think about it?
I thought, look, the way I see it with him is he's very flawed. He's going to have to go past the first round at some point. Right, and I'm always very wary of the legitimacy of the impressive nature of a first-round knockout. What that shows me for him in his case is he has very heavy hands. But the way I see it, he doesn't really have the quickest feet as far as just what I've seen. Maybe he sort of improves upon it and gets into more of a rhythm as fights go on, although we haven't seen it really. He needs to work on his balance and sort of widening his stance instead of scoring up his shoulders as he throws his punches. But he's the type of guy to where he can be off balance and still generate the same amount of power as with, good technique still.
I'll tell you this. One thing I noticed about Berlanga is when he hit his opponent, it was like when Golovkin hit Curtis Stevens. You could see the fear in their face, like their eyes and everything. And the first punch he landed, it wasn't even clean, but I think even so, his opponent could feel the force that was being generated on that punch. And I mean, he looked scared. And if you're scared after one round, I mean, shit, this guy Berlanga, he must have some serious fucking power.
Yeah, he put the fear of God on that boy.
Yeah,
the thing is though, the thing is though, like what if you box him, like instead of like fighting against him, because like when a guy is more powerful than you shouldn't like go to him, just box him and like confuse the guy a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Maybe he's used to people
sometimes you got to bully the bully like Fury did to Wilder, man. He just
come on, man, stop that talk, man. We're not talking about Wilder today. We're talking about Belanga.
No, but I'm saying, like, with a power puncher, you don't always have to outbox them, man. You could just go in there and smash them like Fury did to Wilder.
Yeah, but this is not heavyweight. This is like middleweight, isn't it? Sometimes like you have to like be smart. Like if you use your skills, you know what I mean. Like this is a different type of boxing. Like you know what I mean. Just don't go to him, because if you go to someone that punches like that and you know that they punch hard, like don't engage straight away.
Well, some
tire
fighters,
them out.
some fighters don't believe in the hype.
Hey, look, Canelo Golovkin, Ward Kovalev, Fury Wilder. Like, I agree with you, P-boxing, but sometimes you got to take it to these guys, man, because they're not used to being on the back foot. And when you push them on the back foot, you know, you're risking getting knocked out. But if you smother them, they can't get leverage on their punches, and you push them on the back foot. Sometimes they don't know how to fight like that because they've never had to.
Yeah, well, Eric Moon tried that, and he wound up on Edgar Belanga's highlight reel. He became a highlight reel.
Maybe we need to see him with some English fighter like Callum Smith, maybe, you know, someone like Billy Joe Saunders, right? If he can go up
Smith
to
is a bum.
like
Callum
like,
Smith, you know, I'm gonna say this. Callum Smith, he annoys me, man. Callum Smith is the worst world champion in boxing now that Wilder is no longer a world champion.
Stop it, please.
Bro,
Why do you have to always talk about Wilder?
Bro.
Just allow it. Leave Wilder alone.
He doesn't
talk
come
about Wilder,
close to, dude. Wilder and Callum Smith do not come close to the Pedro Tartaron level of bad champions. Like, look, they're terrible champions and all. But Pedro Tartaron is the worst. The second worst is reserved for Callum Smith. Pedro Tartaron, the current IBF strawweight champion. Now, here's the thing: I'd pick Edgar Berlanga to knock out Callum Smith. I'd pick pretty much anybody. Any decent fighter at 168 to beat Callum Smith. Callum Smith is a skillless fighter. He's trash. You know, fights at mid-range, and all he can do is just throw body punches. He's not very good.
The dude he's a huge. He's like one of the biggest white bullies.
He's 6'3".
Weight bullies. Yeah, bro. He's bigger than Tony Bellew. I remember I met Callum Smith. I met him like 4 years ago. He's bigger than Tony Bellew.
He's the same height as Usyk, man. But I'll tell you this: my dream fight in boxing. If I could have one dream fight, it's Callum Smith versus Beterbiev at 175.
Dude, that fight would end in under 2 rounds.
I want that fight, except I want to put a condition. It has to go 12 rounds no matter what.
So, what is Artur Beterbiev supposed to do? Is he just supposed to slap with all of his shots? I mean, that would honestly be tough to do.
Beat him unconscious.
And he got like 15 knockouts as well out of Beterbiev.
Yeah, he's got 100% knockout ratio. That guy's a
So what
beast.
is his? Has he been 12 rounds yet?
No,
but he won by knockout in the 12.
Most he's been is 10.
No,
well,
he
actually
did
12 rounds. He went with Enrico Colin.
But he won by
So
knockout.
he's quite decent then.
12.
He can go distance then, the way it seems like. That'll be
Yeah,
a
But
pretty
he's
hard
got a
fight.
good gas tank. He's the type. He's just he's on the highest levels. I feel like Artur Beterbiev is sort of like a hot and cold type of a fighter. He's gonna start off slow because he's pretty much a timing type of a guy. So he's not gonna be going balls to the wall, just beating you up for all 12. Unless you're Callum Smith, he'll just destroy Callum Smith.
True. He likes to feel your punches first.
Yeah, I think he would get Callum Smith out of there in 4 rounds. 4 rounds, he's folded him up.
Earlier, honestly, I think it'll be 2 rounds, maybe even 1. Honestly,
Hey,
Like
but
it-
let's talk. Yeah, I was gonna say let's talk about some boxing that's coming up, man. The Showtime schedule. What do you guys think about Stephen Fulton versus Angelo Leo? I think that's a great fight, man.
That's a
I
great
think-
fight.
you know what,
I
man?
saw
I don't
BT
even.
talking about that on Twitter, and I did my research, and man, it's gonna be a good fight.
You know what, man? I don't even care about that fight. All I care about is my boy Tank Davis, man. Tank
The one?
Davis is a true superstar in boxing. And I'm going to buy his pay-per-view. His pay-per-view will sell over 1 million. He's a true superstar in the sport. He's selling out arenas. He's the best fighter at his division. Lomachenko needs to stop running because he is coming for that crown.
Facts. So wait, you sound really excited to watch the one, because he calls himself the one.
Yeah, I don't care about that fight, honestly. But back to Angelo Leo versus Stephen Fulton. I think that fight's pretty good.
You know the fight.
Angelo Leo-
You know the fight. You know the fight between Lomachenko against Teofimo. Has he been signed yet, or are we still waiting for it?
No.
Nah, we're waiting. But
We're still
anyway,
waiting.
hey, Angelo, Leo, Stephen Fulton, BT, give us your thoughts.
I got Angelo Leo, man. He's too crafty for Stephen Fulton. He's gonna get on the inside and chop him up.
Yeah.
You
I
reckon he
don't
wins
know.
a decision or stoppage?
I think he's gonna break him down and stop him.
I'm gonna watch a little bit more film study on this fight because I haven't fully solidified an opinion on this. But
Yeah.
I don't think that Fred's number 10 pound for pound fighter, Stephen Fulton, is going to get out of this fight unmarked. You know, something about him just doesn't really impress me. I don't think he comes forward very well. He's pretty crude in that.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
And he doesn't possess a ton of power. He's not the most crafty. He's sort
He's
of
not.
like in a long line of some of these current American prospects that are sort of back foot fighters and counter punchers, but they don't really like to lead that much. Angelo Leo is a little bit more well rounded. Doesn't do anything super special, but is sort of a boxer puncher type. You know, I saw a little bit of his last fight. I think it was on the Tank Davis Gamboa
He fought
undercard.
Cesar Juarez.
Yeah, he looked pretty nice in that fight. Showed pretty
Yeah.
good punch variation. I'm going to watch a little bit more of both guys, probably tonight, maybe tomorrow, and then I'll come out with an official prediction. Right now, I'm not quite solidified. You know, I'm
Fair enough.
just not huge on Stephen Fulton. I'm not huge. I don't know.
Yeah, I went back and I watched I watched his fights against Kagai, and I watched his fight against what's his name? Adam Lopez. I watched fight against Adam Lopez, and anytime Adam Lopez threw like any sort of double jab or up jab and got past the jab of Stephen Fulton, he would shell up. Sometimes he would back up in a
Yes.
straight line. You can't do that against a guy like Angelo Leo. A guy with that
Yeah.
style.
That's what worries me, man. When he shelled up, Lopez, like, combination punching, I think, is very effective against Fulton. He'll slip the first punch, but if you close the distance, combination punch like Angelo Leo likes to, you can get around that high guard that he'll go into, and you can kind of piece him up with those combinations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta watch a little bit more of them. But you know, Stephen Fulton. One thing I will give him though is I give him credit for being a guy who is not unwilling to fight. You know, sort of prospects on his level. He fought, I think it was Rashi Warren early on. He fought Kagai. He's fought several undefeated up and coming fighters, and I give him credit for that. That's a good feat because he's fighting guys who he doesn't really understand or expect, or doesn't know what to expect in terms of risk. So I give him some credit for that.
Yeah, man. And Stephen Fulton just opened up his own crab shack in Philadelphia. So
I'll tell you this, man. My prediction, I've watched their last couple of fights. I think like their last 3 or so fights each. Man, I'm going with Stephen Fulton by a close decision. It's a real close fight, but I actually quite like Stephen Fulton. I think he's a good fighter. He isn't very good on the front foot, but on the back foot, he's a good fighter. And one thing I notice is Angelo Leo kind of struggled against Sharon Carter. This was earlier in his career, and Sharon Carter's a very negative kind of fighter. He'll clinch you nonstop. He'll move backwards. He'll just shoot that jab out. And I think this was giving Angelo Leo a lot of problems. Like, he won that fight comfortably, but he wasn't doing much to get around it. And I think Fulton, I really like Fulton. I think he's very fluid. You know, he moves at the waist and the torso very nicely. You know, he slips punches. I think he's going to fight a negative fight on the back foot, and he's going to win just off the jabs and the counter punch. I'm not sure Leo will be able to close the distance, piece him up with combinations. But look, Leo, if he wants to win this fight, he got to throw caution to the wind. He's got to use his feints. He's got to get in there and throw combinations.
yeah, use the feints, fight him in angles, semicircles, cut that distance, and yeah, just break that body down. That's what I think he's gonna do.
Yep. But this is like a 50-50 fight, man. Any man could win.
It's a great way for Showtime to come back, I think.
At P Boxing, what are your thoughts, man?
I wasn't even listening. Yeah, what about what? Like, what's my
We were
thoughts? What
talking
do you mean?
Stephen Fulton versus Angelo Leo.
for the WBO title at 122.
Well, I don't even watch that division, to be honest. I heard about Fulton before, but I never heard. I don't think I heard about the other guy, but I'm gonna go with Fulton. I don't know why, but I think it's probably gonna be points anyway. Those type of fights it always ends up with points.
Yeah. But
What do you think? What do you think, Eldo?
oh man, I just gave you a big breakdown. I ain't gonna.
Okay, what? No, but okay, what do you think? Is it gonna be a knockout or is it gonna be going on points?
I think Fulton wins on points.
That's what that's what I think as well. Like, because those type of fights, I already said it. I didn't even listen to what you were saying, but like those type of fights, usually it ends up like on points. It's rare. It's rarely that you see like knockouts.
I got Angelo Leo by stoppage.
Ooh.
What, like TKO or like a KO?
TKO.
I mean,
What is it? Wow.
With a body shot. He'll stop him with a body shot.
I mean, that'd surprise me, but it wouldn't surprise me if he won. And the next fight we got is Roma Alexis Angulo versus David Benavidez.
Mundo Boxing Gym, stand up. Let's go.
Facts. Hey, what do you think about that one, BT?
I want Angulo to win really badly. I think he'll give Benavidez some problems, but I think Benavidez will probably stop him around the 8th, 9th round. Like the fight will definitely it'll definitely be that fight's definitely going to like the second half. He's gonna get past the first 6-7 rounds, but Benavidez will get him out of there. But I'm going for Romero Angulo to pull it out.
Yeah, Roma Alexis Angulo. I think it's the dude who beat Floyd cousin Anthony Sims.
Yeah, he is.
I'm gonna pick Benavidez in that fight. That's the only fight I've seen of Angulo. He's pretty tall, kind of like Benavidez. I mean, Benavidez doesn't have the quickest feet, but I mean, he's just got the punch variation. He's got a pretty decent off-rhythm jab, and I'm gonna pick him to win this fight, probably by a late stoppage, like you said, maybe middle rounds, because it does take him a little bit of time to sort of get his rhythm going, to where he's kind of stalking you and trying to find out sort of how you react to his, especially jab feints. So I mean, yeah, that's what I think.
How about you, P? Do you have an opinion on that fight? P Boxing. Hello.
Well, I give my opinion. I agree with BT. I think Angulo is he's got good stamina. He's experienced. He's rugged. He's tough, durable. But I can't see him beating Benavidez. I think Benavidez is a more talented, younger fighter who's bigger. And I think he's going to stop him in the second half of that fight. But this is a good fight for Benavidez to get some rounds in and improve on his craft. I want Angulo to win because, I like rooting for underdogs. Unless their name is Deontay Wilder or Tank Davis. Then I hope they lose every fight they're ever in. But look, if Angulo is, I hope he wins, but nah, I can't see it.
Yeah. This fight is going to be also, I think, a little bit more in the center of the ring than in some of Benavidez' previous fights, with how Angulo is going to sort of apply the pressure. Because I mean, if you look at the last two fights of Benavidez, it's really all of his fights since Gavril. I think the last two fights have been that. Those fights occurred where Benavidez was just trying to stalk them and cut the ring off.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that's going to work out really well in Benavidez' favor is Romero Angulo isn't really a fighter that likes to attack in angles. He's a straight line fighter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this, I mean, if Benavidez, for whatever reason, if the Benavidez that fought Ronald Gavril shows up in this fight, the first Ronald Gavril fight, he's gonna have some problems, because one thing about Romero Angulo is he does not get tired. This guy's stamina is like off the charts. Like I've seen him work out with like Baranchek and other guys at Mundo, and like they'll like run around, like they'll just run laps. There's like this track, and I've seen them run like laps around the track, and like he's like half a mile in front of everybody and not getting tired.
Damn. Well, he's going to need that against Benavidez because Benavidez is tough. You know, I think his best chance would be to take Benavidez into deep waters and then try and outwork him late. But it's going to be a tough task. Good fight. I wish him nothing but, you know, luck, success in that fight. But I mean, I'm going with Benavidez.
How about Erickson Lubin versus Terrell Geisha or Goucher? Let me say his name. Terrell Goucher.
I have actually not watched either of those guys fight in the longest time. So, I mean, I'm not going to give a prediction. But, I mean, Erickson Lubin, I haven't seen him fight since he got knocked out in the first round.
I mean, he's fought a couple cup. Like he fought Virgil Ortiz, who was a journeyman, stopped him.
Gallimore.
He fought Gallimore.
He looked pretty good against Gallimore. I like Lubin. I'm gonna pick Lubin in this fight by decision. I think Gasha's pretty tough fighter. I had Trout slightly edging him, contrary to popular belief, but he's a pretty tough fighter himself. I think Lubin will probably have to get on the back foot a little bit in this fight, but his combos, his sort of pawing jabs, he's a much improved fighter in my opinion since the Charlo fight. He doesn't lunge in like he used to.
Yeah, he's matured a lot. Yeah, I'll go Lubin. I think he's gonna break down and probably get Geisha out of there. I think they get him out of there.
And what do you guys think about the big card, man? The Charlo doubleheader.
Is that their favorite? Their first pay-per-view? Is it? Or
yeah, it is.
Or what?
It's the first pay-per-view.
The two brothers fighting at the same time. That's nice, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a breakdown for both fights though. Right here, Charlo versus Derevyanchenko. I'm gonna pick Derevyanchenko in that fight because, I think Charlo does have an opportunity to possibly ice Derevyanchenko because, I mean, I think Derevyanchenko is a bit reckless. He sort of likes to step in. He moves to the left quite a bit, and if Charlo can time him coming in on a straight line with the right uppercut, he's going to get him out of there, in my opinion. But Derevyanchenko is so good at moving laterally. Charlo doesn't have much experience fighting on the inside. Nobody who really fights him on the inside. The last person he was fighting that did do so was J-Rock.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that fight was pretty close. I think I had it even before the fifth round stoppage. I haven't seen that fight in a while. Derevyanchenko is also very physical. While Charlo has the size advantage, he's a bit lanky. He uses more so of his length. It's not necessarily strength that he has. And Derevyanchenko is very good at muscling you around and parrying punches, and he mixes it up to the body and to the head very well. Although he doesn't really commit to a strict body attack, he starts and finishes off his combinations to the body. I haven't seen Charlo take many big body shots in the past before. And if Derevyanchenko loses this fight, well, who knows? Maybe Derevyanchenko is just a guy who's going to do just enough to lose a close fight or competitive fight. And I think this really is going to say a lot about both guys. I think if Derevyanchenko got the decision he deserved against Golovkin, he'd be the second best middleweight in the world. But that's just not how things didn't quite fall in his favor in that case. But in the case of the Jermell Charlo versus Jason Rosario fight, Rosario has not really mimicked his J-Rock performance in the past. But if he's able to mimic that performance against Jermell's in trouble. Because in that fight, what I saw is him fighting tall. He's actually, I think, pretty much bigger and stronger than pretty much all the guys that Jermell has fought. Jermell isn't a guy who's going to come forward and fight you on the inside. He's going to stalk you and try to throw 1-2s. And he can fight off the back foot relatively well. And another thing I'm sort of wondering when it comes to Rosario is how good is he at cutting off the ring? What if Charlo brings a back foot style to the table? So I'm going to pick Charlo in this fight prematurely, but I think it's a tough fight for him.
Yeah. What do you think, L-Dog?
Well, I can't give an expert prediction yet, but I'll say My initial thoughts, both are good fights. I think the Charlo Derevyanchenko fight is the better fight of the two, even though there's less belts on the line. I think Jason Rosario was quite fortunate to win that J-Rock fight. I'm not sure he's as good as people make him out to be, or if he's just a one-hit wonder. I don't know yet. Time will tell. But I mean, it's still a good fight because Jason Rosario is strong. He's powerful. He's now a champ. So they say a fighter becomes better after becoming a champion. So that's a good fight. I'm lean towards Jamal in my early thoughts, just because he's more experienced, had more time at the top level, whatever. And then for the second fight, I'm leaning towards Derevyanchenko. I think Charlo is quite stiff, upright, and defensively lapsing. I think Derevyanchenko is going to fight him like mid close range. He's going to attack him to the body and wear him down. And I think Charlo's not going to have any answers. Charlo does not have a high ring IQ, in my opinion. A lot of people like to tout Charlo as this slick American fighter, which he's just not. He's a flat-footed, powerful, but athletic kind of boxer. He's not even
like
really
a
a
middle-
boxer. He's more just a boxer puncher. He's not a slick fighter. And I think Derevyanchenko is going to beat him. That being said, I don't know how much Derevyanchenko has left because his face was busted up badly against Golovkin. He sustained a lot of damage.
That might be why I took the fight in the first place.
Maybe.
Yeah, when it comes to Charlo, he's like a middleweight version of Wilder. He's working on his jab a little bit. It's a little bit better, but he still doesn't know how to get lead hand control. He doesn't keep a very active guard, and he's not good at just probing and being able to keep his opponents at bay. And even when he does have his opponents at bay, like I said, that lack of craft allows guys to be able to counter him. See Dennis Hogan in spots early. Brandon Adams pretty much all throughout their fight, although his success was very limited. And, I mean, mainly in the Korobov fight, he kept lunging in. He kept standing in one position for way too long. And he wouldn't move off the line before mounting an attack. He comes straight in.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm saying. Big guy, young, athletic, fundamentally sound, but that's about it. Nothing else. Not much ring craft. At the top level, ring craft is really what wins you fights. When I think of fighters with good ring craft, I think of Crawford, Lomachenko, Canelo, etc. Charlo, good fundamentals, strong, young, athletic, but just not very crafty.
You have to remember, he's still undefeated though. Like, you know what I mean? If you're undefeated, like you got so much confidence.
So Pete,
that's why Derevyanchenko, he lost twice. I pick obviously Jamal to beat Rosario because I think he learned from his previous loss. He came back, he got his title back, and he's gonna win like by knockout. But Jamal, I think it's gonna go by points with Derevyanchenko. I think Derevyanchenko is kind of tough guy, but I think Jamal is gonna he's gonna come through. I think to be fair, it's gonna be a tough fight though.
Yeah, well, I'll say for the Rosario Charlo fight, I'm going with Jason Rosario. I think Jason Rosario is too strong for Jamal Charlo. To be honest with you, he's physically strong and he's got punching power. Because you get guys in boxing who sometimes have punch power that aren't physically strong, and you get guys who are physically strong but don't have any punching power. He's got a bit of both, and I don't think Charlo's ever fought anybody who could match him in those departments. And so I'm really interested to see how Charlo stands up to that from Rosario. I'm gonna go Rosario though. I think he's gonna win the fight. Jamal and Derevyanchenko is a bit of a tougher fight for me because I just think that with the way PBC operates, I don't think they would have made this fight with Derevyanchenko if they didn't know something we don't. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. I think if in a just world, I think Derevyanchenko would probably get a decision. But I think the fight's going to be close. It might even be controversial. I think Jamal would probably just edge him out and he'll get a decision. And then people will come back after the fight and say, "Oh, Jamal's not that good."
Yeah, you know what? I think that maybe Jamal's game plan against Derevyanchenko should be to watch a lot of Tanaka film, just to see how he uses that double jab to split the guard of Derevyanchenko when Derevyanchenko tries to come in on straight lines, because sometimes he makes that mistake. And if he can split that guard and sort of double it up and vary it to the body and to the head, he can keep Derevyanchenko off of him.
He
Yeah.
doesn't have the footwork.
But also use the lead uppercut. Yeah, that's true. He's going to have to learn to pivot a little bit more smoothly.
He's not going to learn that at one training camp.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have the footwork to really not allow Derevyanchenko to get on the inside. I think Charlo's best game plan is to try and use that youth, confidence, and size to just outfight
Charlo
Derevyanchenko. And I
has
think, look, he's got a nice uppercut, and that's actually a pretty effective punch from memory against Derevyanchenko, because Golovkin was actually able to land some real nice uppercuts.
yeah, Charlo's the type of guy to where he has good hand-eye coordination, but he doesn't have great full body coordination. You can sort of just watch his fights and see that his feet and his upper body, his torso and waist, they're just not really in sync.
No. But he
That
does have
comes with just, I think that comes with time in boxing, though. Like, you look at guys who started really young, like Lomachenko. Everything's in sync just because of how many times they've drilled it over and over and over and over.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? The fight that I'm looking, like one of the probably the, in my opinion, might be the best fight on the whole PBC thing is I think Donaire versus Oubaali is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Donaire to win that fight by late stoppage.
You got Donaire?
Oubaali is nice, I think. Oubaali can box pretty well, but he likes to mix it up. A little bit reckless, a little bit defensively lapsing. Can get caught with, is pretty susceptible to right hand counters from what I've seen. Donaire has developed his right hand quite a bit. I mean, you can see those bombs of rights that he was landing on Inoue, countering sort of over the top of his extended guard as he was trying to sort of step out of the way and pivot. I think Oubaali is going to get stopped, honestly.
How you see Hell Dog?
Man, again, I haven't done any film study on it. I haven't seen too many. I'll be honest with you. The only Donaire fights I've ever seen are ones he's lost. I need to do a career review of Donaire. That's one of the things on my list, because a while back I did a career review on Roman Gonzalez, and I really liked that. Just watching a lot of his fights, amazing fighter. And I've heard Donaire is similar in that respect, that he had this dominant run. So I really need to watch that. But
yeah, when he was out there.
If you've ever seen the Donaire Montiel knockout, you've basically seen the full fight. There's nothing else you need to check out. That's basically the entire fight in its totality. Don't even watch the rest of it. The rest of the fight is pointless.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Nonito Donaire. I think he's a veteran. You know, he's been up there. He's a legend, and you know the fight with Inoue, like, you know, that was quite close. You know what I mean? Like Inoue, obviously, you know, he put him down, but he came through. You know what I mean? So he's such a dog. So you know, I think he's gonna win by points. So
yeah, I got Donaire. I got Donaire beating Oubaali. I think he'll probably get him out of in the late rounds, because Oubaali, he's one of them guys. He's like very strong. He's very strong, and he's got a little bit of boxing skills. But like when he fought Takuma Inoue, with a little bit of craft and minimum punching power he had, he was giving him some serious problems in parts of that fight. And I think Donaire's gonna catch him on something nasty at some point in that fight.
Hey,
Yeah.
how many world titles do you think Donaire has won in his career?
So
How
he
many
won the
wins?
WBC
Is it
flyweight
6?
championship against Fernando Montiel.
Say 5?
Against Darchinian.
Just
beat-
take a guess. Like, we've got 6
6?
from kickboxing, 5
5.
from true school. How many intangible? How many?
Right now I'm trying to count it in my head. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 5. And I think I can recall the guys he beat for the title. I can't remember though.
It's 8.
Is it 8?
Damn.
Yeah, I'm checking his Wikipedia right now. The guy, IBF flyweight, WBC bantamweight, WBO bantamweight, WBA super bantam, like the super title bantamweight champion. He was then 2-time WBO super bantamweight champion, IBF super bantamweight champion, and WBA super title featherweight champion.
I know
Damn, that's
most. I know. Yeah, I know most of the guys he beat for those titles. I
So
think
that
so. The first one was Darchinian. The second one was Montiel for the unification or for his unified titles. Montiel, I think, won Fighter of the Year the previous year and was like 6 pound for pound. And then he beat, I think, was it Wilfredo Vasquez? And then he beat Nishioka. He beat Simpiwe Vijaka, Brian Burnett, few guys.
a hell of a career, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
Donaire is one of those fighters, man. Like you can't even hate on Donaire. There's nothing to hate on. Guy's the truth.
Yeah, for sure. What? There was another good fight on that schedule. I gotta check out.
That lipping it. Yeah, lipping
That's
it.
right. Javante Davis versus Leo Santa Cruz.
The
Now
one.
that
The
to
one.
me is a bum fight, bro. Like, I don't like that fight. I already know what's gonna happen. Tank
I
is
think
gonna
the fight.
destroy him.
I think the fight is occurring at 1:30 though.
It
And
doesn't matter.
yeah, but here's the thing. Tank is going to be so drained coming into that fight. Now, here's the thing. He could come into the fight at maybe like 134 and just pay the sanctioning fees and just come in there and just destroy him. But I mean, if Leo is able to survive the first 3 rounds, Tank is going to be tired, and it's possible Leo could outwork him for a portion of those rounds. Although Tank is probably going to rehydrate to like 160 and just I got Tank winning. I got Tank winning by 4th, 5th round stoppage.
Yeah, it's gonna be a highlight reel knockout.
I mean, Leo Santa Cruz is a basic come forward fighter with pillow fists at 130.
And he does that weird thing where like he's doing like his gloves like this the whole
The
time.
nervous twitch, I think.
Yeah.
He's
AP
actually,
Boxing, what do you think?
What, Leo Santa Cruz against Tank?
Yeah.
yeah.
Pretty much Tank, to be fair. I think it's gonna be a real highlight knockout. Tank's gonna just look so good, you know what I mean? And he's already good anyway. I'm a big fan of Tank Davis, you know what I mean? I like the kid. He's a good fighter. He's a good boxer. But I think he should be careful what he does outside the ring and stuff like that, because people criticize him, you know, even though like he doesn't do a lot bad, people just take things out of context. You know what I mean? Everything he does is like big deal. But yeah, I'll go with Tank. Tank, you know, he's gonna look good in this fight. Definitely, yeah. It's a mismatch.
Leo's a little bit better at using his jab, though. I noticed since the second Carl Frampton fight, he didn't really use his jab as much, but he does do a solid job throwing the double jab. Sometimes he can throw a nice up jab to set up a nice right and then left to follow it up. He's got a much better jab than he used to have. It's pretty solid right now. So, I mean, he's not a basic come forward fighter, but he's not going to get Tank's respect, to be honest. And his fight against Flores, he looked terrible in that fight. Flores is not a great fighter at all.
Bro, what I'm saying is until Tank fights Lomachenko, I can't respect the guy, man. He's been calling you out since 2017.
Yeah. I'm just done with the whole Javante Davis witness protection program. Like, I just want to see him get in there with somebody who is going to give him a real fight.
I want to see him with fucking what's his name, Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Not Tank. I mean Lomachenko, because Haney has been calling out Lomachenko as well. He's been calling him every name under the sun. Lomachenko, you know, he doesn't reply back. He's just quiet on David Haney. I don't know why. Why don't he just fight him?
Because he wants
Let's
to fight
see in
Teofimo.
Because he's
Teofimo been calling him out for a long time, and Loma said, go get a bout. So, I mean, Loma staying true to his word. He said, you know, if you get a bout, I'll fight you, Teo. So now it's time to get Tio out of the way.
No, but listen though,
Yeah,
Loma
I think
ducked thingy, David Haney, because he should have fought him for the WBC title, but they basically, begged to have the title that Canelo got, the franchise belt. Why? Why is he letting it go? Do you know what I mean? Like, why don't he just, defend it against David Haney
I think
instead of David Haney getting
Teofimo
it?
Lopez, who is a better fighter than Devin Haney, he actually won his belt. He won Prospect of the Year. Two things
Yeah.
that Devin Haney has. No, let me finish. Two things Devin Haney has never done: actually win a world title and win Prospect of the Year. Teofimo Lopez has been calling out Lomachenko for a long time, talking real greasy. And Lomachenko said way back, "Get a belt and I'll fight you."
How is he supposed to do that?
Teofimo went and got a belt by beating Comey by knockout. Now Lomachenko said, "I'm gonna fight you," and then Devin Haney came in. He said, "I want to fight Loma," and Loma said, "Well, I got to fight Teofimo. That guy, he's been knocking everyone out. He's a great fighter. He's been calling me out. I got to see him now. He's been talking shit." And then Loma said, "You know what? I don't care about my mandatories. I just want to fight Teofimo." That ain't a
No.
duck, bro. That's like accusing someone of ducking fucking
Lomachenko's doing. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's like accusing someone of ducking Bivol to fight Beterbiev. Bro,
Okay,
you're
can I
fighting
say
a
something
more
quickly?
dangerous fighter.
I feel like
Can I say something,
people
please?
who choose somebody else besides their favorite fighter is automatically ducking them.
Okay, I'll tell you why he's
Look,
ducking, because
there's more
basically
money
he
in the
should have.
Teofimo fight. There's more at stake.
Man,
in the
he's doing
Teofimo
him a
fight.
favor.
Another
He's doing him a
title
favor.
is better than a
Listen, yeah,
mandatory.
listen.
Wait, I'm speaking, bro.
You guys,
just
you guys,
because
no, but
somebody
you
fights
interrupted
somebody,
me.
the one
Listen,
dude,
I'm talking to
speaking.
All right.
I was talking to L Dog. I was talking to L Dog because me and him was having a conversation about the belt, why he's ducking. So I need to reply back, okay? So basically, yeah, are you telling me now you're gonna let go your belt, yeah, and then be franchised? So if Teofimo wins, yeah, he's not gonna be undisputed.
What
Isn't
does
he?
that have to do with Lomachenko ducking Devin Haney? Has nothing to do with it.
Because you would have defended your title, then fight Thingy. If you're better than Haney, fight him. And if you win,
No,
you're gonna be
because
fight
I'll
for
tell
all the
you
belts.
this. Teofimo had been calling him out a long time, and Loma said, "Get a belt and I'll fight you." Loma ain't gonna
Oh
lie
fuck
to
it,
you,
I give
man.
up, man. Untouchable, go for it, man.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's not my fault. Some people are immune to logic.
Personally, I think Lomachenko's doing Devin Haney a big favor by not fighting him. He would ruin Devin Haney's confidence if they fought. Devin Haney's not
I'm
ready.
telling you, that's a shit fight. Lomachenko dominates him.
Devin
No
ain't
way.
ready for that. Devin doesn't
Devin
have the.
Haney ain't shit.
No
Devin-
way. You're just biased. That's the
I
thing.
like-
He's an Eastern European fighter. That's it.
I like Devin Haney, but Devin Haney doesn't have the balance to even find Lomachenko in the ring.
Bro, Devin Haney's a basic one-dimensional fighter. I don't think he's nowhere near as good as Teofimo. I mean, Teofimo Lopez, man, that kid is the future. It would not shock me if he beats Lomachenko. I'm favoring Loma to beat him, but Teofimo Lopez, man, that kid has speed. That kid has power. He's got heart, and he can box, man. Like he's technically sound. He feints. He
You know what I realized,
reads
Eldok?
patterns.
You know what I realized? You don't give like certain fighters certain credit. That's why you're just protecting him. How can you say a man let his belt go? Like,
Bro, I'm
you know what I mean?
protecting Loma from fighting Haney. Instead,
Yeah.
I'm pushing for him to fight Teofimo, who is knocking dudes out off the face of the planet and Fortnite dancing over their unconscious bodies, bro. That's like saying I'm
Nah.
protecting Callum Smith from Bevo by making him fight Beterbiev, bro. Like,
He's
bro,
playing it
what?
safe, and you know that as well.
Dude,
'Cause
how
if-
is he playing it safe? Teofimo Lopez is a better fighter than Haney, and everyone
Wait.
acknowledges that.
You do realize that that fight is not undisputed. You do realize that, innit? But they're trying to make it undisputed, but it's not, because the WBC belt is with Haney now.
Bro, I never
he's
said it
making
was
boxing-
undisputed. I said it's a
Yeah, but
better
that's what they're
fight.
trying to do.
Pete,
That's what
Pete
they're trying to
Roxy.
do, though.
Who's
Pete
they?
Roxy, this is how it can be, right? Lomachenko can fight Teofimo Lopez, and then he can fight Devin Haney afterwards. Is that okay?
I don't think he's gonna do that, though. That's the thing.
You don't
What do you
feel
think he's
he
gonna
can
do?
that, but is that not okay
What-
for him to do? For him to fight the guy he's been saying he wants to fight, and then take care of Devin Haney, who's the next guy in
Lomachenko,
line
yeah.
for him. And that's a
Lomachenko,
and by the way, they set
come-
up a tournament. They set up a tournament to have Teofimo fight Lomachenko. They had Lomachenko and Campbell fight, and then they had Lopez fight Nakatani, and they had already had the Teofimo Lopez and Comey fight already predetermined from then.
Listen,
had already
I'd
set up
say
that
Lomachenko was ducking Haney if he chose to fight someone worse than Haney. But here's the thing: I can't say Canelo and Loma are ducking because it's like
not
they said
Canelo, though.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the example with the franchise title. They said Canelo ducked Charlo.
No.
Did he really though? Because he moved
You're
up to
lying.
fight Kovalev.
No. I'm gonna
Whereas
tell you
I'm
exactly how it
saying,
was.
no,
No. Hear me out. No. I heard
saying,
you. You talked that up now. Let me talk now. Listen to me.
No, I
Basically,
haven't
Canelo.
talked enough,
No.
actually.
Canelo. Listen,
Okay,
Canelo.
you know what, P-Boxing? I'm gonna talk
No.
twice as long now.
I've had enough.
Just
I've had
because
enough of
you
you.
interrupting me.
No. Listen, I've had
So
enough of
anyway,
you. Brendan,
what I'm saying, guys,
tell him to behave because I'm not talking a lot.
pretty
Listen,
much
listen. I
Lomachenko is
I
gonna
was
fight
quiet for a long
Teofimo.
time.
All right, hold on.
Listen.
Devin Haney.
I'm gonna say quickly.
I'll let P go. Let P go first. Let P
I'll say it quickly because you know what? I'm not talking a lot anyway. Listen, yeah. Canelo, it's got nothing to do with Canelo because you know what? Canelo, they backed him because they basically gave it to him. But you know what? Yeah, thingy Lomachenko's team, yeah, they basically petitioned for it. That's what Mauricio Solomon said. They
It's not
petitioned
what
for it.
Lomachenko said.
They petitioned for it. So they're ducking Haney. You see where I'm
Yeah.
getting at? Look,
No,
Canelo
they petitioned
was
it
giving it to it.
because they can't be bothered with the mandatories, bro. They want to fight. They want an in-house super fight between young rising superstar, Teofimo Lopez and Vasil Lomachenko. That's what Top Rank wanted. This is for business, man. This is a business decision. When they heard Devin Haney was trying to get his shot, they thought, man, no one wants to see that fight. Like, we'll get the franchise title and we'll see, we'll get Lomachenko versus Teofimo. This fight we've been brewing for a long time. But
Bro, I know you're
P-Boxing,
Eastern
to me,
European
it just
fan.
seems like there are specific fighters who you just don't want to give any credit to.
No, because you know what? Even Salido, when Salido beat basically Lomachenko, yeah, they asked him like, "Oh, do you want a rematch?" And he was like, "Not really. Only if the fans want it. Like, if someone beat me, yeah, I want a rematch. I want to correct it.
That's
You got
false
beaten by
because Lomachenko
no.
offered Salido
Are you
a
interrupting me?
career high
Listen,
payday.
P, I have a question for P Boxing. P,
Yeah.
do you really think Devin Haney has any chance of beating Lomachenko?
Yes, I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah.
Why?
Hey,
I can feel
P-Boxing,
it.
man. Don't listen, P-Boxing.
I can feel the energy, bro. I know the energy. And you know what? Even the energy when he got beat.
Right now.
No, but listen, when he got beaten, yeah, by Salido, yeah, they asked him, "Do you want a rematch?" Yeah, because he got L on his record. You know, he said, "Not really. Only if the fans really want it. But what's the point? What am I gonna gain out of it, mate?
P-Boxing,
you're gonna gain a
you're
lot out of it."
forgetting that Lomachenko offered Salido a career high purse and he rejected it. That's a fact.
Oh my God, he don't want it. He don't want it. He's scared.
He don't want it, so
Lomachenko
he offered him a career high purse.
To me, Lomachenko is the sort of guy like basically they already put him up the pedestal because he's got a good amateur pedigree. That's the only reason why they put
He's
him up
got
there.
a good professional fucking record as well.
14 fights. They basically his second fight, they gave him a title shot. Like they pushed this kid so hard, yeah. Like
Because he was ready.
listen, and why has he got 2 Olympic gold? Like I keep saying it, I know I keep saying it, but why has he not turned pro sooner? Why has he not turned pro sooner?
Because it's illegal in Ukraine to turn. It was illegal in Ukraine to turn pro before the age.
He could have came to America. He could have came to America, like he did now. He's in America right now. Come on, man. You know, I'm honestly telling you guys the truth. Yeah, all these Eastern Europeans, yeah, they're all hype in it until they meet their. Look what happened to Klitschko when he faced AJ. He got beaten up. Look what happened. Fury beat Klitschko up. Like these guys are bullies, like Eastern Europeans. When they face their match,
boxing.
They get beaten.
Arthur Beterbiev
They get beaten.
Is Arthur Beterbiev hype? Is Arthur Beterbiev hype?
Arthur Beterbiev, he's a different type of. I like. He's a Muslim, so I don't really class him as a Eastern European.
No. He's Eastern European.
What?
He's Chechnyan. That's in Europe, bro.
I know, but he's different. He's not from that cloth. He's cut from a different cloth because he's a Muslim. He's a bit like Khabib.
Bro, you're sounding like a racist fan now.
That's ridiculous, man.
No, listen. No, he's a different type of guy though. You can tell that after Beterbiev, he's a different type of beast. But when you see like someone like Lomachenko, like I can see like it's like they're forcing us onto him. Like they want him to be great. Do you know what I mean? They want him.
He is great. He's
a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's bad. But
you know, the only reason Klitschko lost to AJ was because he was old and way past his prime.
Okay. But then look, he looked really good. Everyone said that was the best Klitschko they ever seen. But then
because he fought AJ.
Yeah, because guess what? He still knocked down AJ when he was well past his prime. How old was Klitschko in that fight?
41, 42.
He was 41.
It doesn't matter about his age.
Do you
he
think
was ready?
No, P-boxing. Do you think 41 is the athletic prime for a boxer?
No, I don't think so. But having said that, you have to remember this guy. He lost his belt against Fury. Listen, he lost his belt.
The question.
I said no, but listen, yeah, he lost. This is different though, because you know what? You can't class every single thing in the same way. You have to remember, yeah, he lost his belt against Fury. He was really pissed off that he didn't do his best, and he had a chance against AJ. So he was like, he came in the best shape. He was ready. He was on fire. Like he was ready to fight. But when he fought Fury, he wasn't really ready. He actually underestimated Tyson Fury. I'm talking about Vladimir Klitschko. So basically, like when he faced AJ, he was ready. That Klitschko, he would have easily beaten Tyson Fury. And I don't care how old he is. He's still good. You know what I mean?
Dude, why
it's just AJ was tougher.
Why does an Eastern European fighter losing automatically constitute them as fake and hype?
Yeah, see, this is what bothers me, P-boxing. You said, like, I think Eastern European fighters are all bullies, they always lose. Let me tell you something, P-boxing. There's a lot of politics that goes against Eastern European fighters. They always have to come to America to get a title shot. You never hear about a young American going over to Eastern Europe to get a title shot. They're always the B-side making less money. Look at Kovalev, look at Golovkin. And whenever it's a close fight, they never seem to get the nod. Lomachenko had to beat Gary Russell damn near every round to get a majority decision. And he had to go to America to fight Gary Russell. Do you think if he was really that privileged and they wanted him to be great, he would have to fight outside in Gary Russell's home country just to get a majority decision when he beat him damn near every round? To me, it sounds like, you want to believe this because I don't know, man.
The thing is though, like I haven't got no problem you supporting Eastern European because you're obviously from Croatia, which is Eastern European, but you're behind. Like I don't understand though. Like you're not even like Russian or like Ukraine. Like the last time I checked them up, like Ukraine is a bit further away from Croatia, but each to their own. But like I said, like Lomachenko, we're talking about Lomachenko, yeah. Lomachenko, he's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong, okay? Like but he's getting pushed so hard. Like you know what I mean? Like they want him to be great because you know what? There's no other white
Olympic gold medals, 5 world titles.
He went 396-1 in the amateurs and won 2 gold medals. That's why he's hyped.
Okay, was that all in Ukraine, wasn't it?
No.
It was
no. I'm
Olympics.
talking about most of the amateur
tournaments. In the Olympics, he fought in London and in Beijing.
I know he won gold in London and in China. I know that.
Yeah, and guess what? AJ didn't win gold. He fucking received a gold medal. A robbery.
What's up, Johnny boy?
I don't think a lot.
Hey, Johnny boy, cook him. Johnny
look
boy,
at this
cook him.
motherfucker. Look at this bitch.
No. I didn't even come here for that. Fuck that. Here. No, I just got them sparring and hitting the bag and shit, dog. So
let's go.
Oh, well, shit, Johnny boy. You got a heavy bag right here waiting for you. His name is P-boxing.
Nah, fuck this guy. I'm not even trying to chat to him. I'm not talking to this racist guy, man. This guy is racist, innit?
Bro, you ain't even, man.
This guy, you're racist, bro. You're racist. You're racist.
Pussy ass.
You're racist. Look at him coming to us. Like, you're racist, innit? Get a haircut, man. Look at this.
I got neighbors over here. I can't even talk to you like that right now, faggot. But anyway.
Okay, listen. You're talking. Listen.
Is downing a Jack
You're
Daniels.
You're coming to someone's stream, yeah? Like, listen, behave yourself, innit? Go get a life, bro. Look how you look like. Like, get a grip in life, bro.
Bro, you look at you. Insulted my mother. You insulted my mother. Enough said.
Look at you. Making videos about me every single day.
Let's talk boxing. Let's talk boxing.
Let's talk boxing. I think Intangible dropped out the chat. But
sorry about that, hon.
Oh, fuck.
All right.
Listen, brother, I gotta go, man. I'm not gonna talk to this guy, man. I'll see you another time.
Okay, all right.
Peace
P.
out, P Boxing. I would say
All
I'll
right.
miss you, but I won't.
What's up, Johnny?
That kid's a clown, BT. Don't worry about him. But
I
anyways,
mean, I've had him on a couple times, and like he just goes on and on and on and on, and he has no rhyme or reason for anything.
But I'm telling you,
every listen. No, hold on, L Dog. I just jumped on. Hang on. Everybody who isn't related to Dillian White is racist to that kid. You understand me, bro? Everybody who's not Dillian White's cousin is racist to that kid. Okay. Straight up,
bro. But BT, here's the thing, man. He's talking about us and whatever, but listen, you never hear me saying like one specific race or ethnic group of fighters is a hype job, bro. I said I like Stephen Fulton, you know, I say I like these fighters, but this guy just said all Eastern Europeans are hype jobs.
That's
bro,
ridiculous.
why?
That is ridiculous. Eastern European fighters right now are some of the best fighters in the sport. Derevyanchenko, Lomachenko, Usyk. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Any idiot. Go ahead.
Dog, check this out, dog. This is my old little heavy bag from when I was like 10 years old when I was doing karate and shit. Look at, I gave it to my homeboy over here, bro. Look at that old dusty thing, dog. Look at that.
Thing is small.
That's from when I was like 10. That's from when I was like 10 years old, bro. That was my first bag, dog.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, but what I'm saying is this: how are you gonna duck Devin Haney to fight Teofimo Lopez?
That's that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. That's dumb.
That's what I'm saying. That's not protecting. That, if anything, that's throwing Loma to the wolves, man. Because Teofimo is a killer.
Yo, me and BT agree on almost everything, but Lomachenko ain't one of them.
No. But the thing is, like, look, people accuse me of being this like Lomachenko hater, and I mean, he's pissed me off here and there, but I'm not gonna sit here and say he's not a great fighter. I'm not gonna sit here and say he's not a great talent. That's stupid. He went 396-1 on the amateurs. He had 2 gold medals.
That's freakish. It's freakish.
Bro, Teofimo, man, Teofimo is better than Devin Haney. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think people say like, oh, it's either Teofimo by knockout or Haney by points. Bro, I think Teofimo will beat Haney on the scorecards and he'll knock him out.
Yeah, he's better. You know what it is? With Teofimo, there hasn't been anybody to make him have to show his boxing skills. But if you put Haney in there with him, I think we'll see something different.
He ate a few jabs from Coleman in that first round. He ate a couple of good stiff jabs from Coleman in that round. But I'm curious to see what's that. Well, Nakatani gave him a little bit of trouble too. But
you see, this is what impresses me about Teofimo. He was taking those jabs. 1 round later, he learned from it, and he threw that overhand right over the jab or whatever, knocked him out. So even though he'll get hit, he learns from it.
He makes the adjustments.
That's the Saturday evening special right there, sparring and beer. You understand?
But listen, man, I would never stereotype one group of fighters like that and say they're all hype jobs. Listen, we all know the greatest fighters throughout history are African American fighters. I mean, they've got the richest history in the sport.
At least a good chunk of the great fighters. At least a good chunk of the fighters. Yeah.
One thing is, there are great fighters from everywhere, man.
Most of my favorite fighters are African American fighters, are black fighters.
Bro, Sonny Liston is one of my favorite fighters ever, bro. That dude's one of the biggest gangsters of all time, dog. I love Sonny Liston.
But there are great fighters from everywhere, man. There are great, Latino fighters. There are great African American fighters. There are great African fighters, great European fighters, great Asian fighters.
Listen, bro.
Look at the Uzbeks right now, the Uzbekistan fighters.
Yeah. Listen, bro. My grandmother was a Sicilian, but from Chicago. But my granddad was a good old boy from Georgia, and his fucking favorite fighter was Archie Moore, bro. So there you go. Yeah. None of that shit matters. None of that where you come from or what you look like matters. None of that shit matters, dog. Y'all know that. I don't have to tell you two that. You two know that.
I'm gonna ask you guys straight up. Which fight do you want to see? Loma Haney or Loma Teofimo?
Teofimo.
Exactly. Because I'll tell you this, Teofimo, he's got a real chance to knock Lomachenko out.
He does.
Devin Haney, he doesn't have a chance at outboxing him or knocking him out.
Hey BT, I heard what your what your old man was saying about Keith Thurman this morning when I was having my coffee or something, dog. I was wrong. He's like, he ain't interested in that actions. He's interested in them dollar signs, bro. Yeah.
That's right.
I was rolling, dog. That was good shit.
Yeah, man. His money's running low. He wants that Pacquiao money.
He just wants that second payday. That's all that is.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I'm going to laugh my ass off if Povetkin knocks out White. I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Is P Boxing like a big Dillian White fan?
He should be. He looks like his cousin. He should be. Shit. If somebody look at me. I look like prime Duran over here, bro. If Duran gets beat up, you ain't gonna see me too happy. If Masvidal loses, you ain't gonna see me happy.
That Masvidal fight pissed me off, man.
Oh, BT, you know I was hooting and hollering Masvidal all week, but that's my dog, bro. But I knew I bet Bellboy too. I bet him a dub real quick, and I was like, I know Usman was probably gonna win. I was just trying to stay optimistic for my dog Masvidal over there. You know what I'm saying? But I called every other fight on that card, right? I picked Namajunas by points, Peter Yan by stoppage.
That's my guy right there, Peter Yan. I like Peter Yan.
He's a beast, dog. You know what the next fight for him to make is? Cody Garbrandt, dog. Cody Garbrandt. They need to make that one.
I heard of that guy.
Cejudo's talking about coming back though, and if he wants it, I reckon why not? Cejudo versus Peter Yan.
I'll tell you this, L dog. If they make that, I'm rooting for Peter, bro, because I can't stand.
Hey, he can box, man. Peter Yan had a long amateur career, and he can throw hands.
Yeah, when they said he was a master boxer, I said that's my guy right there. I'm going for him.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so Chad just whipped out everything over here. We got the bodyguards, the fucking headgear. We got the water bag up over there, bro. We got everything over here.
Hey, you got the guy sparring in the flip flops?
No, he ain't here. He's from Detroit, bro. He was just here on the weekend.
Oh, this shit had me dying, man. Some dude was sparring in flip flops.
Listen, bro. Listen. He was just going like, because the other kid he was fighting is little, bro. Frank's a little psycho, dog. Little Frankie's a psycho, bro. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fuck with. I'm not talking about boxing because I'll whip his ass with the gloves, but like other shit, nah, he ain't the guy to fuck. He ain't the lead.
Yo, Johnny.
Yeah,
Johnny, your boy. I think El Jefe's here. He's here waiting for you.
Oh, I don't want to hear none of that shit right now. I don't want to argue with nobody. I'm chilling, having a beer, dog. I'm all fucking sweaty and shit. I don't want to argue with nobody. Yeah.
Well, Hefe, if that's you, you have to wait till Johnny gets out because we're not trying to hear that right now.
Yeah, because it's just gonna be screaming and shit. I'll chill for like 10 more minutes and then you can we'll swap it out. But yeah, I ain't trying to argue with. I ain't trying to cause chaos, dog.
What do you think about that new Showtime schedule that came out?
I like it. I was just talking to Montero about it the other day, and him and who else did I talk to? I talked to Montero. I think I was talking to Showbiz too, the adult, or maybe it was Punch Drunk. I don't know, but I talked to a couple people about it, dog, and I like it, man. The only one I really have an issue with, Brennan, is the Tank Santa Cruz fight, bro. That one is get out of here with that shit. But the rest of it, I don't mind. I mean, shit. The one Charlo fights the unification, I'll take it. And him and the other one in Derevyanchenko's a good fight, so I'll take it. I love the Nonito Oubaali fight. I love that fight, dog.
That's a great fight.
That's probably my favorite one on the whole roster. And then I like Lipinets and the Kakartilyov or whatever the fuck his name. yeah.
I can't say his name either.
It's no disrespect, bro. I always be chopping them dudes' names up when I'm talking to. I'm like, bro, it's my bad. I'm trying, man. I'm trying, but I guess
as long as you try, as long as the effort's there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that shit, sometimes. But fucking what's it called? What happened with Joe Joyce today? I didn't
watch it, but apparently he knocked out some bum.
Yeah, some dude. That's what I thought it was. Did you watch Virgil Ortiz last night?
Yeah, I watched that card because my wife fought on the undercard. My baby mom fought on the undercard. Teresa Estrada.
Oh, I had to think. You made me think for a sec there.
Yeah, Yeah, no, I watched it. Virgil looked good. Look good. Samuel Vargas really made him fight.
He's a tough kid. All I was saying, I talked about the fight last night. I was like, bro, I like Virgil Ortiz. I think he's a talented kid, but y'all need to slow down with trying to throw him in there with Pacquiao and Crawford. Like, nah, man, he ain't ready for all that, dog.
You don't think so?
Nah, he ain't ready for the Porters and Spencers. Nah, he needs a. I want to see. Let's see him against an Amir Khan or a Josecito Lopez before we start going at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's just my 2 cents. Nothing against him. I like Virgil Ortiz, but you know.
Yeah, I think he's ready. Actually, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he's ready.
Do you? Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he is. He might be. I just would like to see one more before we jump to that, stretch.
That's fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just let me get one more. Who do you? I got a question for you too.
Go ahead.
Who do you got on that Linares Fortuna fight, dog?
I haven't even. It's funny. I forgot they even made that fight. I don't even know.
That's in a couple weeks here.
That's at 135, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'll probably I'll go Linares.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. But I like Linares, so I'm a little bit biased towards him. But I don't know. That's a good one though. I like that. That's a good little fight right there too, man. I like that shit.
The fight I'm looking forward to is the Angelo Leo Stephen Fulton fight.
That's another good one, man. That's 2 up and comers, dog. 2 up and comers. 2 little quick little bastards, man. Yeah.
Yeah. What's crazy is like if Angelo somehow pulls it off, Floyd Mayweather's gonna have a world champion because he's a Mayweather fighter.
Yeah.
Your boy. I got a shirt right here just for you.
Oh. Man, I'll treat that how they treated the LeBron jersey when he left Cleveland.
Yeah.
What was the other one? What was the other thing I was gonna say? They just, man, dude, I like Top Rank and them, bro, but they got to start pumping these fucking fights out, dog. I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
They were setting boxing back with some of those cards, man. They had like school teachers on the undercard, and it was getting brutal. I'm
like, dude, like I'm just thinking about like 6 months ago what the schedule was with the Inoue, Kaz, Samaro, and all that other shit we had, dog. And I'm like, it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. And on the other one, I want to know what the hell's going on with this Usyk Chisora. I want to know what the hell's going on with that one too. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, dude. I'm in the same boat. But all right, brother. I just wanted to pop in and say what's up to everybody, dog. I'll talk to you soon, buddy. All right.
I appreciate you, Johnny.
Yeah, take care, bro. Peace.
All right, man. So there you have it. That's the man himself. That's Johnny. That's Johnny Boy Boxing for your ass. You know, it's been a star-studded show. We've had Minimax Boxing, H Money, L Dog, P Boxing, Johnny Boy, and you know what? We'll add a 6 months. That we got here he is here now. We got El Jefe. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro? I don't know why you guys got Johnny Boy in protective custody, bro. I think he should man up and just face me like a true man, and we can get to a point where we can settle the beef, bro.
I'll leave that beef for his channel, man. This is True School Sports. This ain't Johnny Boy Boxing, so you can go do that over there with him.
For sure, bro. I respect that. But
what's up though? Like what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the Virgil Ortiz hate that he's been getting. I've been noticing a lot of channels.
Who's hating?
I've been hating on Virgil Ortiz, especially Johnny Boy. He was actually talking shit on Virgil Ortiz before the fight. He was saying, "Oh, Virgil Ortiz is a bum. He hasn't done shit. He should fight this." And he said he should fight Josecito Lopez. If anything, he already beat a dude that's better than Josecito Lopez. He beat Antonio Orozco. Orozco, in my opinion, he's better than Josecito. Orozco gave Jose Ramirez a hell of a fight. Yeah, and I think Orozco could compete at 147, bro. Like, don't get it twisted, man. Brad Solomon, a dude nobody wanted to fight, bro. He fought him. He stopped him. First man to stop him. Brad Solomon beat Granados, and Granados gave a lot of PBC fighters a tough fight, bro. So that's how I know people don't know shit about boxing, bro. Like Johnny Boy.
Yeah, Brad Solomon at one point in time, he was a top 10 welterweight. He was like the 10th best welterweight in the world at one point.
For sure, bro.
even the Herrera fight, like when he fought Herrera, like nobody's just folding up Herrera and around like that. So, I mean, I didn't hear him hit on Virgil Ortiz, but if you say so.
Like I understand some LDBC channels don't like him because he's with Golden Boy. And excuse me for my munching, bro, but I'm I'm
Okay,
eating this badass burger, bro. So
enjoy your burger.
yeah, bro. As I was saying, bro, I understand a lot of LDBC channels don't like Virgil Ortiz because he's with Golden Boy, but I don't understand like free channel. How do I say it, bro? Like the other side of YouTube, the more neutral side, which I would consider you, Johnny Boy, Unrivaled, BDA. They're starting to hate on Virgil Ortiz. I don't know why. I really think it's because of Johnny Boy and the hate Johnny Boy has towards El Jefe, bro. Because Virgil Ortiz is actually from my hood. He
Yeah, man.
actually grew up in the same gym I grew up in, bro. So
What gym is
I
that?
think Johnny Boy has a lot to do with that.
What gym is that?
Vivero's boxing gym.
Okay. Shout out. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, man. You can't be hating on the young brother from Oak Cliff, right? It's Oak Cliff, right?
Yeah, Oak Cliff, Texas, bro. Something Johnny Boy don't know nothing about.
Oh man, I hear they got nice weather there in Oak Cliff, Texas. Is that true? Is it nice?
The
right
what,
now?
bro?
The weather. They got nice weather over there in Oak Cliff.
Yeah, it's good weather. Sometimes it gets fucking hot, but that's anywhere in the South, bro. So
That's true.
dudes like Johnny Boy can't handle that Texas heat. That's facts.
I feel you, man. But listen, let's stop talking about Johnny Boy. Let's stick to boxing, champ. Let's stick to boxing. Like, what do you think about Angelo Leo versus Stephen Fulton? That seems to be a fight that people are excited about.
I think Fulton's gonna outbox him. I haven't seen the Leo do, but he's a Mayweather fighter, so he's a protective fighter. So I'm going with Fulton.
You think so?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, fair enough. How about the Charlo's fights coming up? Jamal and Jamel. They got some big fights coming up.
Those are hell of a fights. Great pay-per-view. I'm actually be buying it. I think they said it was gonna be a double event pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So one in the afternoon, one in the night. That's great, bro. I see a lot of dudes out here. They're hating on the pay-per-view. But it's a great pay-per-view. If you got the money, you'll spend the money and buy the pay-per-view. If you don't, if you're a bum, like we already know who's a bum, you won't buy the pay-per-view and you'll be hating on it.
I feel you. Who you favoring in those fights? Who you got?
Charlos, both of them by knockout.
Really?
Yeah, man. Stylistically, it's a great matchup because Derevyanchenko is gonna come at Charlo, so Charlo won't have to be looking at him. So we're gonna see Charlo boxing, but not moving too much, like counter punching. He's gonna stay in the pocket. He's gonna use his powerful jab, his right hand, and I see him stopping Derevyanchenko. Okay. I think Derevyanchenko has taken a lot of punishment these last couple fights.
That he has. You ain't lying about that one. So what about? I know you said Jamel's gonna beat Rosario. Why do you think he's gonna beat Rosario?
I think Rosario is a good fighter. I think he's coming off his best win, but I've seen a couple of Rosario fights. So what? I don't go by one fight. I go by the body of work. And the dude, he's chinny. He got stopped by Gallimore, I think.
Yeah.
He's a decent puncher. He could give it, but he has a lack of stamina, and he's chinny. And those are two things Jermel thrives on. He has a hell of a chin, and he has stamina for days. So if they go into, which I think is going to be a fucking, bro, this shit's going to be a war. They're going to be in the inside. They're going to be mixing it up. But I see just Charlo outlasting. Okay. I see the early rounds being 50-50. But then I see Jermel taking over the late rounds.
Okay, I respect that. I think Rosario's going to beat Charlo. I got Rosario for the upset.
Explain how.
Well, okay, you mentioned the Gallimore fight. When he fought Gallimore, he took that fight on short notice. When he fought Julian Williams, that was one of the very few times in his career he actually got a proper time to train for a fight. Rosario, the positives about him is that like he's one of the few fighters in boxing that I can confidently say he's got solid punching power and he's physically strong. A lot of guys who are physically strong don't have punching power, and some guys who have punching power aren't physically strong, but he has a bit of both. And I think this is the first time in Charlo's career where he's fought a guy that could match him in those departments. I just don't think he's gonna be able to stand up to him. I think he's gonna wear him down and wear him out. Let's stop him. That's what I'm saying.
But who's a better inside fighter? Not only
Who's
strong,
bet-
but inside. Like who's craftier?
Who's craftier? I would say it's even. I would say it's about even. I don't think either one of those.
Nah, bro, it's not even. Come on, you're
It is
trolling
even.
with that one, bro.
Man, Tony Harrison was abusing Jamel Charlo on the inside when they fought the first time. The second time, I mean, second time.
But Tony Harrison is arguably the most craftier fighter in boxing. Not only at 154, in boxing, bro. The only thing that Tony Harrison lacks is the chin and stamina.
And stamina.
Other than that, he's a great fighter, bro.
Yeah, I just think Rosario is he's too rugged and strong for Jamel Charlo. That's just what I thought that pretty much since he won the belt.
I understand now, bro. You're gonna root for the Florida boy,
The
Dominican man.
I'm on the root
So
for
I
him.
see the bias, bro.
It's not. I'm not being biased.
You're being a little bit biased, bro.
I can say you're being biased because you're rooting for the Texas boy.
Nah, I'm not biased, bro. I keep 100% consistent, 100% boxing, bro, all time.
Okay. I don't think Jamel Charlo can beat Jason Rosario.
I 100% disagree. I would bet you, bro, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not really a betting man, but I'm confident.
I'm not a
Charlo's gonna
betting.
win, bro.
I'm not a betting man either. I've never bet on a fight in my life. I wouldn't do it because the boxing is the only sport where you could be right and still lose your money.
That's facts. I 100% agree.
Like,
But hold on, bro. Give me a minute.
Okay. So we got El Jefe right here. I told you, it's been a star-studded show. We had like 6 people on today. But yeah, it's your boy BT. We're live here on True School Sports. It's 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, we're talking about all these PBC fights and Al Haymon coming back and doing his thing. Now, some people think that Al Haymon is just giving us these fights as teasers, and then when things kind of go back to normal, he's going to go back to the regular program of just doing like these meaningless tune-ups. And that might be true, but for now, we'll be saying thank you, Al Haymon, because he's doing his thing. You know, about Top Rank, they were kind of messing about with the schedule. You know, they put a good fight on here, a good fight on there, and then a bunch of random fights. But even the undercards, like even the PBC undercards, some of these undercards are pretty good. Like one fight that I like that I'm really excited for, that's on an undercard. I think it's on the Angelo Leo Fulton undercard. I can't remember which undercard it's on, but Emmanuel Rodriguez versus Danny Roman. That's gonna be a hell of a fight. Y'all gonna want to tune into that one. There was that one. Xavier Martinez is fighting on one of these undercards. There's a bunch of solid fights on the undercard. Like Al Haymon's channeling his inner Don King right now. So I'm looking forward to that. Let me see. We got L Doc still in the comments. He said, Virgil Ortiz is the future of boxing. We talked about that already. Yeah, I think he is. And yeah, you know, El Jefe gave a fair assessment. Like Jamel Charlo, I mean, he's going to be coming into that ring against Jason Rosario extremely confident, coming off the heels of that Tony Harrison win in the rematch. I know Rosario is going to be very confident going into the fight with Jamel Charlo. So it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a good fight. I just think Rosario, he's going to be a hard guy to beat. I'm not sure if Jamel can beat him. I've seen Jamel. I've seen Jamel, like when he fought John Jackson and them guys like that. Like I saw a lot of vulnerabilities, and I think Rosario has the ingredients to get over the line and finally give Jamel Charlo that first L of his career. But either way, no matter how it goes, no matter how you slice it, it's a great fight. Let me see if I miss any comments, because I know there was hella comments and I didn't really address them all or see them all. Oh, we had I don't know if he might still be here. We had Raekwon Bell in the comments earlier, and he was talking about all this bullshit about that's why I like L Dog, because he supports his own like me and all this bullshit. Like, come on, man. Like I thought you changed. I thought you wasn't gonna get into all that like racist subtly.
Nah,
racist.
Raekwon's an OG. Like I actually talked to Raekwon before. He really does know his boxing. You know, he believes in what he believes, bro. You know, boxing is like a religion. I look at it that way. You just gotta let people be, bro.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, don't come over here with that and then like try to project your beliefs on me.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's like, but you could do, you could say the same with Johnny Boy. Like Johnny Boy has a hate for certain fighters, and he always projects it on other people's channels. Like I've been seeing him. I've been following Johnny Boy for months now, and I noticed his pattern. He don't like PBC fighters for some reason. He don't like them, or he
Yeah.
don't like Mikey Garcia. He don't like the Mexican fighters, which I have no problem with. You know, I think he said he's Puerto Rican or some shit like that, so I understand. But Johnny Boy don't keep it consistent, and he plays the victim sometimes. So
I want to give it. Hold on. I want to give a shout out to my man Father Jack Hacker with the £5 super chat. He says, "Good channel, up the RA." I'm not sure who RA is, but yeah, shout out to RA, whoever that is, or whatever that is. Yeah, I don't know,
wait,
man.
hold on. Pete Boxing was on here, bro.
He was on here earlier. Yeah, him and
Okay.
him and L Dog got into it. Him and L Dog we're getting into it because
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to check that out, bro.
you have to check that out. Yeah, because they were apparently. P Boxing believes that Devin Haney ducks Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney, and L Dog was telling him why he didn't, and they were going. That was a whole back and forth, and then P Boxing just went somewhere completely extreme with it. He said that all Eastern European fighters are bums and hype jobs.
Hey, P Boxing sometimes goes extremist, bro, but that that's his style, I would say. P Boxing actually has beef with Johnny Boy too, bro. Like
they all have
it's crazy
beef,
because Johnny Boy has created a lot of beef in the streets, bro. A lot of beef in the YouTube community, bro. I don't know if he's like an agent where he's trying to cause divide between the YTBC, or he's just like that. You know, he likes to provoke people, bro.
I think he just speaks his mind and it rubs people the wrong way.
Yeah, he speaks his mind, but like he won't really debate me. He won't debate other people. He just likes to talk shit. Yeah, there's a reason he won't. He don't want to see me in the same stream.
Okay,
like he says that we start screaming, but in reality, I just school his ass, and he gets mad.
Well,
especially on other streams.
Maybe one day, maybe one of these days we'll set up like a debate or something. You guys could like just go respectfully talk boxing and whatnot on here.
Yeah, we could do the Lincoln Douglas style debate, bro.
Yeah, you could.
I'm willing to do that, and on a neutral channel because I think this is neutral channel.
It is,
and I think it's been marinating, bro. You know, it's like boxing. Yeah,
it's like
the debate has been marinating. El Jefe versus Johnny Boy.
Keith Thurman said it's in marination right now.
Yeah, bro. Like right now, this shit's starting to look like fucking Wilder. AJ, he's AJ. I'm Wilder. I'm just after him, bro. I'm punking him, bro.
You gotta give him you gotta make him the $50 million offer.
I already made it to him, bro. He got shook. He didn't take it, bro.
He said that's not what I said. Young Baby 2 Baby says that P Boxing is a good dude. I haven't had any problems with P Boxing. I just think it's a bit extreme.
Yeah, P Boxing, you know, he says he's not LDBC, but he's always talking LDBC narratives, bro.
He really is. Like he came on here one day and him and my dad got into it. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out with P Boxing, bro, because he's a pirate, bro. You gotta watch out with him, man.
What do you mean?
Nah, it's a joke, bro. Since he's Somalian, we call him a pirate.
Oh damn! I didn't know what he was. I just knew he was British.
Yeah, we're fucking with you, P Boxing. Don't take it serious, bro.
He might come on here and start yelling at you, man. You better watch out. He might catch the next plane to Oak Cliff.
Nah, bro. Actually, I've been in a lot of streams with people. He's a solid dude. The only thing I didn't kind of disagree when he was, supporting BFTB, bro, on that wild shit he did, man.
Oh yeah.
No, but that's some other shit. I ain't even boxing.
Yeah, that's some other stuff. I don't even want to get into that because people were asking me recently, like, what I thought about that. I'm like, I Enough been said on that. I don't need to say anything on that. Like he made his mistakes, he made his bet. He can go lie in it.
Yeah, man. We don't got no fights today. I think we got a UFC card. I think it's on.
Yeah,
But,
I might check it out actually.
yeah, bro. Like I'm starting to miss boxing on the Saturdays, bro. Like I know
Yeah.
the UFC is on, and you don't want to compete with the UFC, but fuck that, bro. Like boxing, we need our content on Saturdays,
Like
bro.
whatever happened to like? Remember when Bob Arum said that boxing fans and UFC fans are a completely different fan base? Like whatever happened to all that? Like now boxing just like, okay, no, here you go, UFC. Here's your Saturday night primetime slot. We'll stay over here.
Yeah, but they're still competing with the same casual fan base. Like the hardcores are different, you know, and not to get racial or anything, but they tend to be more white on the UFC side, you know, and over here it tends to be more Latino and black. So, but we're still competing for the casuals. They're competing for the casual fans, which in reality that's what they want. They want the casual fans because what brings money, bro.
Absolutely, that's gonna pay the bills and get you money to
Yeah,
go
man,
on.
but them Tuesdays and Thursdays fights, Bob Arum was giving, bro. They were trash, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. The only good card that I remember was probably the what's his name, the Robert Garcia fighter when he won the title.
Joshua Franco when he beat Maloney.
Joshua Franco. Yeah, there we go. That's the only good card, bro. The rest of them were trash, man.
Yeah, the majority of them
Utter
were
trash.
like it was getting ridiculous because like boxing would be on like every other day, and I'm like, I'm not even excited today. Like this is weird.
Yeah, they should have just picked one day, like a Thursday, and just stack the card. Stack the card.
And then someone was like, oh, well, you know, True School Sports, you can't get mad at Bob Arum. He's brought boxing back. I'm like, no, he didn't. That wasn't boxing. That's not the boxing that I know and love.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, boxing fans are like, we're divided between ourselves because if you say that, a lot of people that hate the PBC would support Top Rank everything they do. And then if PBC does something fucked up, a lot of people that hate PBC will jump on PBC. And I think that's where promotional companies get us, bro. Because I think in a way that brings drama for them, and it helps them.
They use boxing fans' emotions and biases, and they basically use boxing fans as useful idiots to whatever agenda they have.
Yeah, like politicians, same shit. That's 100% facts, bro.
Same thing.
Like if I see a shit card, bro, it's a shit card. I'm streaming it. Like I haven't paid a card in a while, bro. Like shout out to Crack Streams, man. Y'all have a hell of a service, bro.
Shout out, I love me some Crack Streams, man. I wish Crack Streams would sponsor True School Sports. That'd be great because I love me some Crack Streams.
Yeah, bro. Shout out to them, man. They're doing a hell of a job, man. A hell of a job, bro. But man, what other card do we got coming up this beginning of August, bro?
You got I just had it in front of me. I had Angelo Leo. Oh yeah, Benavidez versus Romero Angulo. That's coming up. You got Oubaali versus Donaire, but that's December. Oh, Dillian White. Yeah, Oubaali versus Donaire is in December.
Wow.
Yeah, December 12th. You have Povetkin versus Dillian White is the 22nd of August.
So even August is gonna be kind of whack. So I think that when September that's when it starts heating up because you got Canelo, you got the Charlo card. I don't know who else is fighting in September. Probably Ryan Garcia in the undercard. So probably till September, bro. Something about the summer that boxing doesn't give us good cards, and that's in general, not only this year.
Yeah, that's true. It's always like the last like 3 months of the year where boxing really begins to heat up.
Yeah, for sure. It's like from February to May, and then from September to November that we get the good cards.
Yeah. Let's see. I know not to talk about Virgil Ortiz again, but like I'm really excited to see like him step up, bro. Like, do you think he's ready for like a world title fight?
Depends who. Like, if it's Manny Pacquiao, I think he should take the fight. I think he would stop Pacquiao. No disrespect, but Pacquiao's an old man. Spence and Bud, it's a different story, bro. They're pound for pound fighters. I would like to see him to get at least 2 more fights in. Get 2 more fights in. Let's say a Rashidi Ellis and a Ray Robinson. And then however you look with them, if you stop both of them, you look good, bro. I think he's ready for Bud. 2 more fights.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to go. But honestly, if the contract gets offered, I hope he takes it, because honestly, I don't see any of the big names fighting Terrence Crawford anytime soon. And Virgil Ortiz seems really hungry and like just like he has urgency. He wants to show that he's one of those top dogs.
Well, I think Bud is gonna fight Ray Robinson, so that shit's gonna probably happen till like December, because I haven't heard it. I haven't heard like them going to camp or anything. So let's say it happens in December, November. That gives Virgil enough time to get another fight in. I would like to see him someone that moves, a mover, to see how he cuts the ring off. Get more experience. A southpaw. Try to get a southpaw in there with him, so he could get the experience. Because all the 3 champions are southpaw, so might as well get that experience with a southpaw in there.
It's a great point. I never even thought about that. Yeah, they're all southpaws.
Yeah, man.
Well,
so
it's a switch hitter, but yeah, he can fight southpaw.
I think Pacquiao should just give up the belt, man. I think he should just retire or drop the belt and go fight Amir Khan in Saudi Arabia or some shit like that, bro. Because I really think he's the one holding back the division. Because Bud wants to fight him, Spence wants to fight him, and then these motherfuckers don't fight each other. And then Terrence wants to fight Spence, but Spence wants to fight Pacquiao first. You know what I'm saying? So it's all like
it's like a love triangle, basically. It's like a love triangle at welterweight.
There we go. And that's not only hurting them, but that's hurting the fighters waiting for an opportunity. Like Ugas, that's a good one, bro. Ugas, Virgil Ortiz. That's a great fight.
That's the one he needs to make next.
But Ugas is gonna fight Abel Ramos, a bum, for the regular belt. So I don't know when, but so Virgil, he's not gonna fight any top 10. He's gonna have to find somebody else for the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, the perfect name, bro. I just remembered. Blair Cobbs, a southpaw. He's tall. He's smooth. He's athletic. You could tell the fight.
You trying to get that man killed? You trying to get that man killed? Blair Cobbs will get sparked in 2 rounds,
bro. No, I'm gonna say, but he could get some work in, bro. Like, you don't have to knock him out in the first. Like, try to get some work, because Blair Cobbs is gonna move. You work on some certain things, head movement, how to catch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he's so chinny though. Like, he's such a chinny fighter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't hit him too hard, bro. So you could get some work in, because he will knock him out, but it's a matter of time when.
Hey, Hefe, hold on, man. Our man P Boxing is back. Let's see. What's up, man?
What's up? Oh, listen,
What up,
I don't
P?
want to be. I didn't want to be rude. That's why I left, because it's your channel, and I was a little bit going off. Like, that's not what it's about. Like, that's not what I'm about. But
I heard L Dog scored you, bro. Is that
no,
true?
it wasn't L Dog, but it was someone else. But we're not gonna mention his name, because we're gonna keep it how it's. Yeah, man.
Talking about Johnny Boy.
Yeah.
Wow, you went at it with Johnny Boy, bro. Hold on.
No. I said my piece. He never said nothing, but I didn't want to continue, because it's True School's channel in it, and sometimes you have to respect people's houses in it, like, rather than going off on on some rampage in it. There's other channels for that kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like I was saying, yeah, like about, I wish L Dog was still here, but I don't have nothing against the Eastern Europeans, fighters. I just like think like they get pushed so hard, like, to convince us that they're great, like, you know what I mean? But it's just, how are you gonna judge someone's like amateur pedigree, like, and then, like, I don't know, I just don't believe in that stuff in it. That's just my opinion. Everyone else got their opinion. Obviously, you got your opinion, Brendan. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man. But I still think he's a good fighter, though. But I think David Haney, for some reason, the energy that I'm feeling, like, David Haney, he'll definitely, like, he's not gonna knock him out, but he'll win by points. It might even be a split decision. You know what I mean?
Right now with Devin Haney in his current form, I can't see that, man. Devin Haney doesn't have the balance to outbox a guy like Lomachenko.
I mean, I've seen Devin Haney the way he fights. He's quite slick. He's, he hasn't fought big names yet. But the thing is, though, like, why I still can't like get over it. It's like, why? Like, why is Lomachenko like dropping the belt? Like Canelo, like Eltok's trying to like compare Canelo to Lomachenko, saying that, oh well, they both got the franchise champion. Like they're being given it. Like, no, Canelo is the only one that's been given. Lomachenko begged for it. He was like, please, like, give us so we can duck like Devin Haney. But Lomachenko didn't want nothing to do with the WBC belt. That's why like they gave him. You know what I mean? They said, please stay with us. Because he's a big name.
I kind of agree with P Boxing, bro. I wouldn't say Lomachenko in specific, but Top Rank were looking for a way to not fight Devin Haney. So they saw a threat in Devin Haney. And I don't think the Haney would beat Lomachenko, but there's too much risk for the reward. So I understand where P Boxing's coming from.
I just think they would honestly. I just think I don't go with L Dog said. I just think it comes down to business. I think they just want to make the damn Teofimo Lopez fight. And you can't really say, well, he's ducking Devin Haney when he's fighting Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez
but
better
that
than
is
Devin Haney.
business. That is business, but that doesn't neglect what P Boxing is saying.
Because you have to remember, like they basically petitioned for it. Like Canelo never petitioned for that stuff. He said like he was willing to put it in a bin. Like he said that, you know what, F you guys, I don't want nothing to do with you lot. Just that. So Mauricio Solomon, like, of course he's a Mexican. He wants a Mexican guy, like, to be a franchise. And of course he's a big name, he's arguably, the face of boxing. Him and AJ. You know what I mean? And who is Lomachenko?
Shit, bro. L Dog. Oh damn, bro.
L Dog said you're getting your news from biased sources.
Oh, he's still here. Come. He's gonna get upset because you know what? He's like, oh, you guys got something against Eastern European fighters. Like, why? Like, Lomachenko is not even.
But honestly, though, didn't you say? If I heard you correctly earlier, didn't you say that Eastern Europeans are hype jobs, something like that? You said something along those lines.
No, like I mean, like Eastern Europeans, like they get pushed so badly. Like, of course, like they had good fighters. Like, I never thought like a lot about Vladimir. Like, I thought his brother was a lot better, Vitaly Klitschko, and
he is
like, I thought like he was a beast, Vitaly, but Vladimir, there was a little bit about him that they had to keep him, and that's why the heavyweight industry was boring. That's why like Mayweather and people like him, like they capitalized, and Manny Pacquiao, they capitalized on the heavyweight division because it was so boring. No one wanted to watch. Like a lot of people left boxing because of that. Because of course like most casuals they watch like the heavyweights and stuff like that. So if the heavyweight division is not doing well, a lot of people are gonna be and not be interested like in watching boxing. But having said that, I honestly think like they're like not hype jobs, but they get pushed so badly. Look at Hergovich now. Like he's been put up there. Like I think he's a good fighter, Hergovich. Don't get me wrong. But why is he like a lot of people say like, oh, he's a lot better than Daniel Dubois and this that. Like, what has Hergovich achieved in professional rankings? Forget about his amateur. I know like he's got like a gold in a European competition and a silver. Is it silver? Correct me if I'm wrong. In Rio, in Brazil.
I think it might be bronze. Or no, it's silver. It's silver.
Yeah. So basically, he got silver in Rio in Brazil. Yeah, he has a when it comes to amateur, he has a good amateur degree. But in professional, like his biggest win is Eric Molina. Like come on, man. You can't. These guys like are pushed so badly, man. Like I say how it is, bro.
I don't really think overall Hergovich's getting that big of a push. Like who's like aside from me and L Dog, who's pushing Filip Hrgović like that?
I've seen other people talk about him. I've seen a lot.
Say their names, bro. We want to know their names.
No, like random people. Like when you go to like when you watch him, like sometimes like on Sky, they put on like a premiere like boxing and like sometimes Hergović features, and like people say like, oh, he's the truth and he's this, he's that, or he'll beat AJ like this to start. Like he's gonna beat them all, and even Usyk as well. Like that's another guy as well.
I think personally, man, I think Dubois gets a bigger push than Hrgovic. Hrgovic didn't get on the cover. Hrgovic didn't get on the cover of Ring Magazine.
The thing is, though, like it's not only that. Like it's not only. I'm not just saying Hrgovic. I'm talking about mainly about Eastern European fighters. Look at Usyk as well. Usyk, he was good at cruiserweight, yeah, but he hasn't even fought over a year.
He was the undisputed cruiserweight champion.
Yes, he was, and he won the Muhammad Ali trophy. He won the Muhammad Ali trophy.
Does an undisputed champion deserve hype? I think he does. I think undisputed champion in any weight class deserves hype.
And I think that is disturbing me as well. It's like, oh yeah, he's like the mandatory for is it the WBA or WBO? One of them anyway. WBO. So he's basically like, yeah, the mandatory. Like, come on, man, you have to work for it, man. You're in a different division, mate. Like, don't come
but those are the rules, bro. Boxing, those are the rules of the WBO. Like, if you win a championship, you can move up. Like Navarrete, he was a WBO champion at 122. Now he's a mandatory at 126. That's how the rules work.
Yeah, but he's in the way right now. Look at it, like he's blocking like undisputed. Like if he says like, oh no, I'm not stepping aside. Like, cause now like I'm surprised that he's actually fighting Derek Chisora, because apparently Derek Chisora the other day said that he will be fighting Usyk like in October. And I'm surprised that he's actually not waiting for his shot against AJ. Like, I just think he's in a way as well. He's a good. I like Usyk as well.
All right, P Boxing in chronological order, if you can. Who are the top three most overrated Eastern European fighters you've seen, and let me know why.
GGG.
Triple G.
Triple G. Yeah, I like. Triple G, when I used to watch him, I used to think like he's good, this to start, and then when I seen him against Canelo like 2 times, he was so disappointing. Like the hype that he got, like like he was supposed to beat Canelo. Look what happened to him. And a lot of people are saying like, oh no, like GGG won, like Canelo or like GGG got robbed and stuff like that. No way, he got robbed. He got beaten up.
He did get robbed.
Nah, man, Canelo beat him up.
In the first fight, he got robbed.
Well, let me tell you something, P Boxing. Like, I'm Mexican, bro, and Triple G did win that first fight, bro. 75.
To me, he did. To me, he didn't. It wasn't effective enough for me. Like, you know what I mean? To win, like, you have to be really effective. Like, all these things like herky jerky and like come in to pushing someone and like all that sort of stuff. Yeah, like, no, you have to show me something better than that.
Are you talking about the first fight, bro?
I'm talking about the first fight. To me, it wasn't like
he controlled the fight with the jab, bro.
To me, it wasn't like, listen, that was a clear draw. Like, you could see it was a draw. And thank goodness,
I don't mind the draw, but like I wouldn't mind people saying Triple G won either.
But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is like GGG, like for me, like he was another one, like that was a hype. Like, to be honest, in it, like I used to think like, look, he fought like Carl Brook, like my countryman, yeah. Like like why is he like he's a weight bully as well? He's a weight bully.
Hold on, bro. How's he a weight bully, bro? Explain that to me.
Like Carl Brook is like fucking he's a welterweight, yeah.
Well, Kell Brook was the one that wanted to fight him, bro. He wasn't calling out Kell Brook. He was gonna fight Eubanks. Kell Brook's the one that stepped up and he got his ass beat.
That's right. Kell Brook was there to be great.
That's my explanation.
But I want L Dog to jump on, bro, because I'm doing his work right now, bro. Come and debate.
You're doing his work,
boxing,
yeah.
Bro.
I don't even know why you're doing his work. Yeah, going against your fellow Mexicans. You should be like,
man,
listen.
That is
you
true,
should be like
bro.
L Dog, yeah. You don't understand the sort of guy he is. He will never say anything bad about the Eastern Europeans. And you,
but he's a coward.
Here,
L Dog won't jump on, bro.
You're being fair, yeah. Like this world, no one is fair, bro, man. Like
it's because I'm sipping on lean right now, bro. So I'm chilling.
That's why you're fair, yeah.
He's sipping on that scissor. He don't got time for that. He's sipping on scissor right now.
He's on a chill mode. He's chilling, yeah. Like, this is not
I ran Johnny Boy off, bro. I ran him off.
Oh, did you? Oh, you ran him off, yeah. The thing is, though, like, obviously,
he ran, bro.
My kids was awake in it like about an hour ago in it when I was chatting when I came on, and I didn't want to go off on him. Plus, like, I don't want to waste my energy on the guy in it. Like, let him. He keeps making videos about me. You know what? Like, go for it. Just enjoy it, if you know, while it lasts in it. But at the end of the day, all I gotta say to these people that are like protecting Eastern European fighters. I'm not saying they're bad. Even GGG, I think he's still a good fighter, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, come on, like they're trying to compare, like, you know, Triple G to like Marvin Hagler, like, you know, like the great. Like, I'm not having it, man.
I don't think he's better than Marvin Hagler, but besides Triple G, who else? You name Triple G. Give me
Okay.
two more. Give me two.
So that's one. Okay, so Lomachenko, I would say definitely. I was actually gonna say number one, Lomachenko, but I gave him a break. Lomachenko, yeah.
Okay.
And the reason why Lomachenko, the reason why I said it is because like the hype like comes from like he's amateur and stuff like that. Like it shouldn't be like that. Whatever you've done in the amateur, they always. Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with his professional accomplishments either. You don't think it has anything to do with that?
It's professional, like yeah, he's done all right, like stuff like that. But with Salido, the disappointment thing is like when he beat him, you're like, yeah, why he's not taking the rematch? That's so disappointment. You got beaten by a journeyman. Like let's face it, the Salido that beat him, yeah, like yeah, he had a title, but like he's basically like got beaten by he's a journeyman. He was supposed to win. That's why he. Do you think he was supposed to lose? Is that what you really think?
No, but Salido's not a journeyman. Salido's a world champion.
Exactly, but listen, he was supposed to look good against Salido. Am I right or am I wrong?
He was. Yes, you're right. But what do you think about Gary Russell Jr.? Is he a bad fighter?
No, he's a good fighter, but that was a good win. Was it not a split decision?
It was a majority decision, but
majority decision. No, that was a great win. I'm not gonna take that away. Like I said, yeah, I'm not saying like he's all bad, but I'm just saying like the bit that makes me even more like I'm boiling because like the reason why he's not fighting Devin Haney, why he's giving up his belt, like you have to take all of these things into factors, bro, man. Like I'm not one of those type of people that like jump on like, oh yeah, he's the truth, yeah, Lomachenko, this, that.
Listen,
nah, man.
I've been accused of being a Lomachenko hater, but Lomachenko, in terms of his talent and his skills and his boxing resume, is the truth, bro.
And I think Teofimo is gonna knock him out. Like, watch. El Brooklyn, yeah, is gonna have him.
But he's not. He ain't from.
Is he Mexican, by the way, or is he Puerto Rican? Is he Puerto Rican or is he Mexicano?
He's from. No, he's from Honduras. He's from Honduras.
All right. But no, for me, like, I don't know, man. It's just like this is why I'm not. I don't like. Sometimes it makes me want to go away from boxing because like the stuff like that, like you know, like all this thing like dropping belts and you know this franchise.
Oh, that.
It's getting too much, man.
I thought you meant like the Lomachenko, like Lomachenko, like he makes you want to go away from boxing. I'm like, man, Lomachenko is phenomenal. Why would Lomachenko want to make you go away from boxing?
Oh, say that again, sorry.
I'm saying I thought you said was that Lomachenko wants you to go. He makes you want to go away from boxing, and I was like, well, why would he make you go from boxing? He's
not just him. Not just him. Not just him. Like it's a lot of things in it. Like you know all this political thing. Like you know like franchise stuff like that. All these belts.
Yeah.
I understand that. It's not just Lomachenko. It's just frustrating. Like and a lot of fighters as well. It's not just Lomachenko. It's not only even Eastern European fighters. Like. There's a lot of boxers like you know that are like put up there in the sky like you know just like hold your horses like you know this is the thing with boxing and we don't get to see the good fights as well you know it's becoming all like like you know it's getting to me a little bit you know what I mean.
I understand. So you said Golovkin, you said Lomachenko. Who's the last one?
The third one would be probably Derevyanchenko.
Derevyanchenko,
I can't say his name right. If I'm saying his name right, I don't know. Yeah, because look, he lost 2 fights.
Hype job?
Yeah, he's not hype job, but like he lost 2 fights. I will never say like they're hype jobs here, but you're trying to put it in my mouth here. But
I know. Well, you said it earlier. You said it earlier.
Yeah, because I was trying to get to Eldog because basically like I know like. He bites back and stuff like that, and you know what I mean? It's all fun and games. But no, I don't think it's a hype job. But I just think like he lost 2 fights. And yet again, like a lot of people like are saying like, oh, he's gonna beat the Charlo and stuff like that. Like, you know, like
he might.
Like the why? On what basis? Why is he gonna beat him? He's gonna beat a guy that's undefeated?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
I mean, look, I think Charlo will probably win a close decision, but I'm not riding off Derevyanchenko. Derevyanchenko is a very good fighter.
He's a good fighter, of course he is, but has he got what it takes to win? That's what matters. I don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think he's gonna get knocked out. It's gonna be a close. It could even be, like I said earlier, a split decision. But he's not gonna win that fight, and it's got nothing to do. Like somebody said earlier, like, oh, I think it was you actually that said it. Oh, like the BBC wouldn't took that fight. If they didn't believe in Charlo, like, if he's not gonna win, like, for example, like, they wouldn't took that fight. So
Yeah.
so for you to say that, like, I think that's quite unfair as well, because at the end of the day, if he's good, then knock the guy out.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's gonna knock him out. But if he did, that would be a hell of a statement. I would have to really put some respect on his name. I mean, I already like Jamal Charlo. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Triple G, Derevyanchenko, and Lomachenko.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm not saying they have jobs in it. I'm just saying they're a little bit like, the way they praised, like, it's like madness. It's just a little bit madness. But it's my opinion, don't it?
Yeah. Yeah, L Dog's letting you have it in them comments, man. He said he's going to beat a guy who's undefeated. Will Ruiz beat AJ? BT, show him this comment. He said, L Dog, he wants me to show you this comment, so I'm showing you the comment.
Okay, well, Ruiz was a guy that he was basically, people were saying like, oh, like he was like robbed against Parker, and he's got fast hands and stuff like that. Like he was, and plus AJ underestimated Andy Ruiz. We all know that he did it at the end of the day. Like how AJ was saying, like, in a way, it's like, oh yeah, you know what, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna let the British fans stay away too long. It's gonna be a quick night. And the way he was coming into the ring, like, like everything, there was so much stuff off on that fight. Like, obviously, I'm giving him excuses. Just like I'm a fan of AJ at the end of the day. Like, I don't know if you guys know that, and I also like Wilder. But
okay, I like boxing.
But I like boxing as well. Of course, I like boxing. But no, I'm just saying who I'm a fan of, innit? You know what I mean? Who you fan of anyway?
My favorite fighter?
Yeah.
My favorite fighters in boxing right now are probably my three favorite fighters are Romo Gonzalez, Tyson Fury, and Terrence Crawford.
Has Tyson Fury always been your favorite fighter?
Tyson Fury's been my favorite fighter for a very long time. There's videos on this channel from 2016 when he was retired, and I said if he ever comes back, if he ever comes back and he's 70% of the guy he was in the Klitschko fight, he's the best heavyweight in the world. I was saying that back in like 2016 when he was going through all the stuff.
Tyson Fury, like, did you watch the first fight against McDermott?
I've watched it. Yeah, I thought McDermott beat him.
It was close though. Like, it's not as close as what people think it is, but yeah, I would say like he beat him split decision.
I've seen both McDermott fights. I've seen the Nevin Pajic fight. I've seen the Steve Cunningham fight. I follow Tyson Fury.
Oh yeah, the Patrick guy. He's the one that put him down, didn't he? He's the first guy
he dropped
down Tyson Fury to drop. But then again, there's rumors that he went down in he got knocked out by Dillian White and AJ in sparring. But that's all rumors. But Tyson Fury is a guy that I can't like I don't know, like it's there's something off about him. Like, what do you think about Golovkin anyway? Do you believe in Golovkin?
I think it's a crock of shit, to be honest with you. I think it's ridiculous.
What is that? What you think? Yeah, like the Golovkin is what about his like knuckles? What about? I think, okay, let me tell you something. I don't think he had something in the gloves. I think there was no padding in there, like, or if there was something in there, he moved it a little bit, because when you see the pictures, like, what people been posting, which is real pictures, is not photoshopped. Like those, like you could see his knuckles and stuff like that clearly, like, and is it not like one fight that he had to change it?
They're talking about the is it Christian Hammer?
Yes.
Christian Hammer. I remember that fight. Yeah, I remember
that. What, did he have to change his glove? Yeah.
There was an issue with his glove. Yeah, and he changed it.
Okay, so he's a well-known. So he cheated there, Like why? Okay, so why don't people believe that he cheated again?
Because Deontay Wilder's trainer was in the locker room and got to see Tyson Fury do everything with his gloves. So if there was an issue, then JD's, Mark Breland, and Team Wilder would have saw it. They would have said something.
I think the thing is that because the two teams were so like nice to each other, like as you know, the fight was made easy. Like like there was no like any problems at all. Like, and I think like they just genuinely like trusted Tyson Fury and the team. And JD's is a guy that like he's a bit clumsy. Like he sits there and like laughs when
he's a
people.
waste man. He's a straight waste man.
He's a straight waist man. Yeah, you got it right. Like I don't even know why Wilder got that guy in his team. Like but each to their own. Is like he's the one that obviously wants him to be around. But again, like I think there was something dodgy. Like what I mean. Like at the end of the day, he beat him. The record is not going to change. You know what I mean?
He's gonna.
That's what I.
Yeah. When they fight a third time, he's gonna beat him even worse, right? You know that, right?
I don't think he's gonna beat him a worse because I think I'm gonna say it's gonna go to. I think it's gonna go to points. I think.
No way in hell. Absolutely.
I think it's gonna go to. I think it's gonna go to points. I don't think. I think the thing is Wilder didn't expect it. Okay, me and you, we've seen Wilder's fights lots of times. Yeah, like if you see this Wilder, that was fighting, like he didn't look normal, did he? Like. He looked drained. Come on, man. Like, come on, be unbiased, innit? He didn't look normal.
I am being unbiased. He didn't look normal because he didn't know how to fight going backwards and he has no balance. That's why he didn't look normal. It had nothing to do with him being drained and not being there. And I'm not going with all that. Okay,
so do you think because of his weight, is that how he beat him? Because Fury came like 273 and Wilder was like 230. Was it 3?
Yeah, something like that. He weighed as high as he's ever weighed, because he thought he
still looked like he still looked a bit fragile and he looked sort of drained.
Honestly, I don't think he was drained. I actually think he just felt sluggish because he was carrying more weight than he thought than he's used to carrying going into a fight. So what happened was he lost his speed. He lost his a lot of his athleticism that make him dangerous in the first place. He lost what makes him dangerous in the first place by trying to put on all this extra weight.
Okay. So, so what do you think in the third fight? What should he be like? Should he go back to how he used to be, like 217 and stuff like that?
Yes, 100%. That would give him the best chance to win the fight. I think that's what he should do. Because
like when you look at him, when he fought like Bermane Stavern, no, forget about that. Actually, scrap that. When he fought Luis Ortiz the second time, he looked like a beast. I don't know what weight he was at that time, but he looked like he looked strong, and I'm sure he wasn't 233 or whatever. But that's Wilder. No, but forget about that opponent. But the shape I'm talking about of Wilder.
Talking about in the rematch, right?
Yeah.
No, man. Like, okay, he looked like a beast, like aesthetically, but I'm talking about like you need Wilder. If he's gonna beat Tyson Fury, we need Wilder to everything he does great needs to be maximized. So like Wilder, what makes Wilder dangerous? His speed, his ability to close the gap and close the distance, his right hand. These things are all at their best when he weighs lighter. These things aren't magnified at their best when he's heavier. These things are better when they're lighter. It's like the same thing with Mike Tyson. If you watch Mike Tyson, right? Yeah. Mike Tyson later in his career, when he was weighing like what was it, 235, 236, and he was a bit bulkier, he wasn't as dangerous as he was at 210, 215. It's kind of like when he was 210, 215, he was a Corvette. When he was 230, 235, he became like a Mack truck. You want Wilder to be a Corvette for this fight. You don't want it to be a Mack truck.
I just think I don't think the way people are ruling him out, like, oh, he's gonna get. So you're on that bandwagon, like with what people are saying.
I'm not on the bandwagon actually. I've always thought Tyson Fury's focus in his training, he's the best heavyweight in the world. You can go check videos in 2016. I was saying that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I haven't got no problem with that at all. I'm just saying, like, when you say like he's gonna be even worse, because you said like you've been a fan of him.
I'll tell you why. For a while. No, I haven't. But I'll tell you why. I really, it's not even like I'm not even just fanboying. I genuinely believe he's gonna beat the daylights out of Wilder worse than ever in the third fight. I'll tell you why. So his trainer Sugar Hill Stewart, right? You know his trainer. He's been
from the Kronk Gym, yeah, from the Kronk Gym.
Yes, from the Kronk Gym. So Sugar Hill Stewart has been training fighters in my area recently. And I've had a chance to actually see how he works with fighters in the gym. Like I've actually had a chance to see it with my own eyes, how he is, what he teaches, what his philosophies are. And it's not hard to see why Tyson Fury performed the way he did. And about 3 hours ago when this live first started and I was talking to Minimax Boxing, I told him this. I said that I think as long as Tyson Fury has Sugar Hill Stewart in his corner, I think it's gonna be very difficult to beat him. I can't even really see him losing to any of the current top guys like like Joshua or Wilder or Dillian White. It can happen. It's heavyweight boxing, but I wouldn't pick against Tyson Fury with Sugar Hill Stewart in his corner. He's so detail oriented that he could take any fighter and improve them, whether they're world champions or guys way down here. He's gonna improve anybody. He's like Emmanuel. He's literally just like Emmanuel.
I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is basically like Tyson Fury, the one we seen against Wilder, the second fight, he wasn't even technically good. He was just a beast. He was just putting on to him, he was bullying him. Like that's not gonna work against someone like I don't think like AJ. I don't think it's gonna work like that. I want him to fight like that against AJ.
I do too. I don't agree with you on that. To say that he was just bullying Deontay Wilder, I think is unfair because if you watch a lot of these punches he was landing, he was setting them up. He was using a lot of foot feints, a lot of feints downstairs, a lot of feints upstairs. He was setting a lot of these things up. He was setting up his right hand, and as the fight wore on, he got to really understand his range, his punching power range, and you really saw whatever Tyson Fury and Sugar Hill Stewart were working on in the gym. You were seeing it come together in that 7th round. So I'm not gonna agree with you on that one. I think to say that he just bullied Deontay Wilder would be discrediting the skills that allowed him to bully Deontay Wilder.
But you have to remember as well, like not only did he do that as well, like he was doing a lot of illegal stuff. He tripped him at one point. He was headlocking him and stuff like that. Of course, he got a point taken off him, but he was doing it continuously. And someone that heavy, like if they do that to you constantly, like you're gonna run out of gas, So I think like the third fight, if Wilder basically like stays away from him, and just like people say that he can't like box back foot. Like how do we know? We didn't know that AJ could do that. Look what he done. Why can't Wilder do that? Wilder, he learned things so quick. Like, he's only been in the sport for since he was like 20 years old. So if he can learn stuff like that,
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I'm just trying to tell you, man. Like he's got a lot of foundational issues as a fighter, like technical things as a fighter, foundational issues as a fighter. That are not that these kind of things are not gonna allow him to beat a guy like Tyson Fury. He might be able to get away with it against maybe like a Dillian White, maybe even Anthony Joshua, but against a guy like Tyson Fury at that size with his versatility, being able to box from the inside to outside, he's not getting away with it. And these problems he has aren't just problems he's gonna solve in one fight or 2 fights or 3 fights. It will literally take like 3 or 4 camps of good habits for him to break some of these things.
Yeah. So are you on the boat that where a lot of people are saying that there's no point for the third fight? Are you on that boat? Because I'm definitely not on that boat. I think Wilder he 100% deserves the rematch.
I don't want to say that I'm on the boat of people who don't want to see a third fight. Like I'd rather see AJ. If you give me an option, I'd rather see AJ versus Fury for undisputed. But why not do a third fight so Tyson Fury can just put it to rest?
Do you know what I want to see?
That's what he's gonna do. If Wilder beats Tyson Fury, I'll be the first one to say, "Look, man, I was wrong. Deontay Wilder, let's give this guy his respect."
I can actually see you saying that. I'm gonna be looking forward to it. Are you gonna do live? Are you gonna do live? Are you gonna be on live?
Probably.
Are you gonna do live?
I don't see why I would. I might. But even
I
if
don't
I'm
think you're gonna come.
even if I'm not live during the fight, I'll do what I did for the Tyson Fury rematch because I didn't go live for the Fury Wilder rematch, but like when I got back home because I went to a bar to go watch it. When I got back home from the bar later that night, I was live for like 2 or 3 hours talking about the fight, and I was happy. So if I even if I'm not live during the fight, I'll come back and I'll come on live after the fight, and I'll let the whole boxing world, the LDBC, the Wilder fans, whoever doesn't like me or disagrees with me, they can come on here and let me have it. I'm a good sport.
Okay, let me tell you something. Yeah, let me tell you something. Okay, the reason why I want to see a third fight is because Wilder was a champion. Okay, just like AJ was a champion. He lost his belt. As a champion, you deserve to have at least a chance to get your title back. And not only that, Tyson Fury's never defended a title. He's won, of course. He's been a world champion before. As we know, he beat Klitschko and he became the unified world champion. And now that he never defended that one as well. He obviously, we know the long story behind it. And now that he's a champion again, and he's got the WBC belt, he needs to defend that belt. We need to see if he can actually defend it. You know what I mean? I think for some reason, he panics. There's something wrong with Tyson Fury. He can't take the pressure. Maybe I might be wrong, but that's the feeling that I'm getting at. So I want to see Tyson Fury defending a belt. This is a no man's zone, like kind of thing, like for him, because he's never been like he's never been like a champion walking to the ring. You know what I mean? So we want to see it. We want to see the pressure.
He's the favorite too. He's gonna be a clear favorite in that fight. So
of course he's the favorite.
I can see where you're coming from, man. But I think,
of course he is.
I think with him, like the guy the Tyson Fury you're speaking about, I don't think that guy exists anymore. I think he's graduated. I think he's matured. He's graduated from that guy he used to be. He's not the guy that beat Klitschko and self-destructed. I think because if you watch him now, like he's on Instagram every day. He posts this little. He goes live every day for his training. This guy trains every day. He used to never train at all, like for fights.
Of course, he was. The thing is though, like the thing that I don't like about him as well is that when he talks about his issues outside the ring and stuff like that, like he wants people to feel sorry for him. Like I wish that he wasn't talking about that kind of stuff, like because it kind of like that's how he gets a lot of fans, like in the UK.
Why do you think? Why are you under the impression that he only talks about it because he wants people to feel sorry for him? What makes you think that? It's
because he comes across as a guy that a lot of people say like, oh, even his own fans say like, oh, he's the best, but don't worry about what he says outside the ring. He talks a lot of rubbish basically, because that's what he does. He basically wants people to feel sorry for him. He's an attention seeker. Of course, I don't think you would disagree with that. Like he says a lot of things that's not true, so you can't believe him. Like what I mean, but in the ring, that's a different story. Like, yeah, he's got talent. I'm not saying the guy's garbage. I think he's a good fighter. He's a good boxer. He's up there.
He's the best heavyweight on the planet by a good margin right now.
How is he? He hasn't even beaten AJ yet. Like until he beats AJ, like you can't say he's the best.
He beat Vladimir Klitschko when Vladimir Klitschko was the man, and then he whooped Deontay Wilder.
Okay.
What more is there?
Okay, the same guy that you guys were saying, oh, it's a bomb. So you guys been saying for a long, long time that Deontay Wilder is not good. Now suddenly that he beats Deontay Wilder, like that's free is all that. Come on, man. We all know that you guys have been saying that.
No. I think you have me misunderstood. I never said Deontay Wilder was a bum. I said he was in a witness protection program for boxing. Those are two different things.
It's along the same line though. Come on, Brendan. Like it's a little bit like along the same line.
They're not the same thing, because what I'm saying is Deontay Wilder is not fighting the opposition that's going to prepare him for big fights. The other one is saying he just sucks.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Okay, have you ever thought like that Deontay Wilder was good?
That he's not good, like that he's not a good boxer? Yeah, when I was watching him against Arthur Spilka before he clobbered Arthur Spilka, and he was like missing and making Arthur Spilka look like Pernell Whitaker, I was like, damn, this guy is really uncoordinated and unsound, and I'm not sure how long he's gonna be champion. I actually thought that to myself, but then you know what? He's the, like Tony Bellew says, he's got one trick, but it's a heck of a trick. He knows how to land that right hand. So you can't. And plus, he won a gold medal, like not a gold medal, a bronze medal. He won a bronze medal.
Yeah.
A bronze medal with very limited experience. I interviewed what's his name? I interviewed Calvin Brock, and Calvin Brock, former heavyweight contender, he was telling me about when he met Deontay Wilder before he was even a pro. So look, I respect Wilder. I actually wanted, believe it or not, I wanted to see him do a lot better than he's done. I mean, he 10 title defenses, yes, but like his title reign is not going to get the credit it deserves because it just has so many holes.
Okay,
Has
so
a ton of holes.
yeah.
It has too many holes poking. Go ahead. I'm gonna stop. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying you never fought like you fought at first against Stoker, like he had a lot of issues, but then when you looked into like all the other stuff that he done with all the knockouts, like you praised him and you thought like he's good with his one trick pony. Okay, but you have to remember a lot of people haven't been giving the guy credit at all from the get go, and like now that he beat. Say that again.
Yeah, but you're talking to me right now. You're not talking to other people.
Okay. So you're saying now, like, so you're saying basically like you've never said anything bad about him, like, and like you've always given the credit that he was the best.
Bad things about him. I've said bad things about him in terms of his opposition and him being in a witness protection program for boxing. I've said that tons of times. I can't even count how many times I've said that.
Let me rephrase the question. Have you ever? Okay, was he the best, Deontay Wilder?
Was he ever the best heavyweight in the world in my eyes?
Yeah.
No,
who was better, him or okay? Well, who was better, him or AJ?
Anthony Joshua.
Even before he fought Fury.
Even before Deontay. Well, when Anthony Joshua lost to Ruiz, then Wilder was number one for like.
No, I'm talking about now. No, I'm talking about in February. Who do you thought it was better, Deontay Wilder or be honest as well? Deontay Wilder.
I thought Anthony. No, I thought Anthony Joshua was better. But like, if they fight each other, Deontay Wilder, I might pick Deontay Wilder to beat Anthony Joshua.
No, I'm saying like, so basically like you thought AJ was better. So then how can basically like Tyson Fury be better than AJ if you're picking like Wilder, if you're picking AJ over Wilder? That doesn't like it, you know what I mean? That's why I'm saying like they have to fight AJ and Fury.
Because triangle theories don't work in triangle theories don't work in boxing. Like what's his name? Like Muhammad Ali lost to Leon Spinks, but that doesn't mean Leon Spinks is better than other fighters just because he beat like an old Muhammad Ali. Like you gotta fight everybody. It's the styles make the fights. I've always thought Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight in the world. The only time he wasn't the best heavyweight in the world in my eyes was when he was on a coke binge. Okay.
Honestly, I don't even know what people see in Tyson Fury. Like the way they say like, oh, he'll be all time great. Like even some people even say like, yeah.
I'll tell you what I see when I watch Tyson Fury. When I watch Tyson Fury, I see a guy who's a very tough matchup for the majority of heavyweights fighting right now, because he's 6'9". So basically, you can't prepare for a guy like that in the gym because he's so damn tall and he moves that well. Most guys that are as big as him don't move as well as him, so that makes him a difficult matchup. Then on top of that, like if you go back and watch the Klitschko fight, the boxing ability that he showed, the ability to box Klitschko from the outside, to offset his rhythm with the feints and the speed and just the movement, that also makes him a tough matchup. Then when you see how he can just do a 180, he hires Sugar Hill Stewart, and all of a sudden he's just walking the hardest puncher in boxing down and folding him up. That's why the versatility, it's the size, it's the speed, it's the versatility, it's his uncanny ability to perform amazing in the biggest fights. It's never Tyson Fury doesn't do bad in big fights. He's always the best in big fights. It's always those fights that like against Otto Wallin and McDermott and them guys. Those are the guys.
Actually, Otto Wallin, like if you look at the fight, of course he got his eye cut open and stuff like that. But when you actually look at the fight, like Fury obviously dominated the fight. I have to give that credit to him. But Otto Wallin, of course, he troubled him a little bit. I don't want 4 rounds. He won like 4 rounds. He won 4 rounds, but it was like it felt like he was basically like playing with him, and sometimes that could be your own downfall. But I don't really want to concentrate too much on Otto Wallin. A lot of people concentrate on Otto Wallin. I believe that was a fight that should have been stopped due to the eye. But yet again, of course, he gets credit, just like he got the credit when he got woken up by Jack Reese at the 12th round in the first fight against Deontay Wilder. And I just think even so, Mauricio Sullivan, he ordered an immediate rematch after that, and he never took it. And he signed with a new deal with ESPN, as you all know, which was a little bit dodgy. And he didn't want to take the fight straight away because he was a bit shook. He felt like he wasn't ready for Deontay Wilder. So that's why he left Ben Davidson and he joined the Kronks.
Okay, fair enough. But if he feels he wasn't ready for Deontay Wilder, isn't that his prerogative as a fighter? Like, he knows himself. Like, so if he felt like he wasn't ready for that again, he said, you know what? I'm not ready for it. Let me take a couple fights and then we'll fight him again. Like, is there anything wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to admit that as well. Like, he was shocked because he got put down twice. And he didn't want to take that fight. Even his wife was scared. The family was scared. Even the dad felt like, oh, we don't need this, like stuff like that, when he got put down by the so-called guy that wasn't like a good boxer. But yet again, he put him down. I don't think Fury is like, yeah.
I have a question. Do you want to see Tyson Fury lose? Like, are you dying to see him lose?
Yes.
Yeah, man, because I can just hear it, man. You just dying for this man to lose a fight.
Yes. No, I'm honest, guy. I'm honest. I want him to lose because you know why? I just before, actually, believe it or not, like when he fought against Klitschko back in 2015, I rooted for Tyson Fury. I want him to win. But then when I seen the fans in the UK and then around the world and stuff like that, the way they were acting like around Tyson Fury, like it kind of pissed me off a lot. Like, it gets on my nerve. Like how basically they put this guy on some high pedestal when basically he's only done like 2 things, bro, man. Like he only beat Klitschko. That was like your own words, an old man. Yeah.
You're saying that like it's just like it's just some nothing thing. Like, yeah, he just beat Vladimir Klitschko.
But no, from your own words. But you're not letting me finish though. From your own words, you said Klitschko was old man. Yeah, he was an old man. And then, like from your own words as well, you said like earlier, you didn't really rate Deontay Wilder. So he beat those 2 guys, and then suddenly he's such a great guy. Like he is everything. Like come on, man. Like he hasn't faced Dillian White. He hasn't faced AJ. He hasn't faced like Eldog's guy like Hergovich. Like we haven't seen him with other like some notable like big names. Like what's his biggest name? If you put Wilder and Klitschko aside, like would you say like Derek Chisora?
Yeah, is Derek Chisora not a good heavyweight now? That Tyson Fury beat him easily twice.
Come on, man. Come on. That Derek Chisora is nowhere near the same as this Derek Chisora. This Derek Chisora that's been trained by David Haye.
I never said he was, but Derek Chisora is a good heavyweight.
Derek Chisora for me, he's a bit like a journeyman.
And the Tyson Fury that fought Derek Chisora isn't the Tyson Fury that beat the hell out of Deontay Wilder. That was a much different Tyson Fury. That was a Tyson Fury that many people were questioning whether he'd even win a world title or sniff a world title.
I just think Tyson Fury is a lot smarter than what people make out to be. He is very careful when he picks his fights. He picks his fights at the right time. That's what he does. Like I said earlier, he could have picked that fight in March.
He picked Deontay Wilder for the first fight at the right time. He picked him at the right time.
Yes, because he thought like, I can beat him. He thought they both picked each other. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let me be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they picked each other. I think like, Wilder thought like, he can beat him easily because he hasn't been like in the ring for a while. And Fury thought, look, I can beat him as well. Like they both picked each other. Yes. I'm just being truthful. Yeah.
Okay. He should think that. But Fury didn't have a belt. Wilder was the one who picked him. Wilder even says it himself. Wilder says, "I brought you to big time boxing."
Yeah, and he did. He did. He's the one that said.
I'll give him that. L-Dog says you're a big Efe Ajagba fan. Is this true?
He's like, I like Efe Ajagba. He's a good fighter. I do like him a lot. But would I say I'm a big Efe Ajagba fan? I would say I'm a big Efe Ajagba fan. Actually, yeah. Just like actually, you know what? I'm actually a boxing fan as well. Like, I like a lot of fighters. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate
I would
like
hope
the way
so.
people make out to be about other like Eastern European fighters. Like, you know, I used to enjoy, you know, like watching Klitschko and stuff like that, even though at times it was boring. But it is what it is. Like,
Yeah, I
like
just think,
going back
I
to
just honestly, man, I keep it
yeah,
100 with you, man. I just think you're a Tyson Fury hater. I really do. I'm listening.
yes,
I'm listening. I'm listening to you really good right now.
I am a hater. And I'll tell you why
Yeah,
I'm a Tyson Fury hater. Because I'm gonna be
go
honest
ahead,
with
lay it
you.
on me.
There's no one out there that will tell you I'm a hater, and I will tell you exactly why I'm a Tyson Fury hater. I've broke it
Okay,
down to you earlier that back in 2015 I was rooting for him against Klitschko. As you know, I'm from the
okay,
UK and he's from the UK, and basically I wanted him to bring the belts to the UK back in 2015. But then things start
that's right.
changing. Like I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of patterns. Like, you know, like the guy like like didn't want to defend the belt. Then he says 1 minute like don't worry, Daniel White, I'm gonna face you like for the not the diamond belt. What's that belt called? The dragon one.
WBC Diamond Belt.
Is it diamond belt?
I believe it
Oh
was
yeah, it
Diamond
is
Belt. Yeah.
diamond. Yeah, with the dragon on it, something like that. Anyway, yeah. So he said that, I'm gonna face you, Daniel White, and then basically he was like, in the end, it's like, I never said that. He started denying it and stuff like that. Like, and then he went back on his word because Mauricio Sulaimán was okay with it. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like, he lies a lot. Like, he says that, AJ ducked you, this, that. He lies to people. He lies to Wilder. He lies to AJ. He plays around. Like, what's to like about the guy, man? You know what I mean?
What's to like about him? What is to like about him? The guy's awesome. The guy's awesome. He ended one of the longest title reigns in the history of heavyweight boxing. So we can start there. The guy can freaking sing. He can sing, bro. He beat Braun Strowman in WWE. What is to like about the guy?
All right, we're gonna go to WWE now. But listen, let's be honest here. Like, this guy is basically like, okay, he has charisma. Don't get me wrong and stuff like that. Yeah, and he basically like he's got one of the biggest mouth in the division. Okay, but having said that, like, I honestly think with all the, you know, even he cheated as well with Christian Hammer. We mentioned that earlier with the gloves, and then he was tested positive for using steroids and stuff like that, and then he blames it on Wild Boar and all that sort of stuff. Like, the guy got a bad past when you look into it, man. And I don't like cheaters, to be honest. Like, I don't like people that, you know, want to cheat their way in life, you know, and then try to be funny, and then that's how people are gonna like them. Like, they're gonna forget about, because he's got good charisma. Do you see what I'm getting at? So I'm a nice guy, but at the same time, I'll cheat you. But then people will like me because, like, you know, they're gonna, they're gonna compromise for the other stuff that I do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, man. But I just,
and that's why I hate the guy. But listen, he can prove me wrong. If he beats Wilder in the third fight, I'm gonna give respect in his name.
Dude, he's gonna kill Wilder. Honestly, I don't know why you even want to see Wilder in there.
Killing. Did you say killing? Come on, that's harsh.
Yo, he almost
coming from you.
It's not harsh. Did you watch the second fight? He would have killed him in that second fight if Mark Brilliant didn't save his life and throw that towel in.
But what I don't understand is, like, PT, like, you have to understand, like, how can a guy that's below fish there suddenly have like some like hammer hands, like every punch that he throws?
He doesn't have hammer hands, bro. He doesn't have hammer hands. Like, I don't think he's no elite puncher like that. Because honestly, if Wilder would have fought, like, if that Wilder would have showed up against like Hrgovic or someone who could punch harder, he would have been out of there like 2 or 3 rounds earlier. I just think Tyson Fury knew how he found one thing that was what Tyson Fury did against Wilder in that fight is no different than what Floyd Mayweather did his whole career. He found one weakness and exploited the living hell out of it, and that's all it was.
Okay, you just said that Wilder. That's what you said. So you, in some sort of way, you're trying to say that Wilder wasn't like the Wilder that
when I say that Wilder. When I say that Wilder, I mean the guy that, because, you know, every time a fighter goes in the ring, they're a different version of themselves.
Yes,
they're a different version of themselves.
And he wasn't the same.
He's
not the Wilder that we know. Okay, let me ask you something. You know the Wilder that beat Ortiz? You know the Wilder that beat Ortiz, yeah? Like, I don't know how many times you watched that fight. I watched that fight plenty of times, yeah? Like, he was getting outboxed, but he never... Yeah, go for it.
I watched the first fight 4 times, and I watched the second fight twice.
Okay, I watched the first fight about 2 or 3 times, but the second fight I watched it a lot because I enjoyed it. and
Mhm.
like he was getting outboxed, but then like the way he knocked him out, like it was like he jabbed him with his left, yeah, like a couple of times, yeah, and then and then it was like a shotgun, like it was unbelievable. But that's what I'm saying, like that Wilder looks completely different than the Wilder that we seen in the MGM Grand like back in February. Honestly, like that's my opinion. Like I honestly think there's a lot of things
And
wrong
you're
with him. He had flu as well. He had flu,
Yeah, the
bro.
flu.
Did you know that?
What happened to
Okay,
all
did
that?
you know he had flu?
I mean, it's very no. I didn't. Well, yeah, I heard about it once, but it's not
In
not
January.
uncommon for fighters to get the flu. Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for fighters to get the flu before fights. It happens very frequently, actually, when they're cutting weight, and it happens. So,
I mean,
listen,
I
man.
think
Look,
I think he had a
are
bad
you a
training
fan
camp. I think he had a bad training camp. That's all I think. Yeah.
Are you a fan of Deontay Wilder?
He's my second favorite fighter. I've always said that. I like Wilder. Yeah.
If you're really a fan of him, you would want him to not take this fight. I wouldn't want him to take this fight.
No,
if I was
I
Wilder.
want him to take it because you know what? Because at the end of the
Then you
day,
want-
it's because I want him to get paid. I want him to get paid. I want his family to be like. I know his family is already like
His
financially
family's
secure
good,
for
man.
the rest of. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, I know. But I mean, like generational wealth. Like you know, what I mean, like they're both getting paid. Like I will never deny someone from like earning money, like regardless. Even if I hate them. Look, I hate Tyson Fury, but I'm not gonna deny him of like earning money. I will never stand, in the way of someone making money, even if I hate them. And
All right,
at the end of the day,
hold on.
he knows that. He said, did you listen to the podcast or the BBC podcast that he was on a couple of months ago when he was talking to the BBC members, like the team, and he was saying to them like, there was a snake in the grass, and everything was wrong, the whole thing, and he knows what went wrong, and this that. Did you listen to that or not?
I heard. I didn't hear. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I heard part of it, and I did hear that part. I think he was referring to Mark Breland.
No, I don't think
the
so.
guy-
I don't think he was. He was just saying like the thing that I got out of it is nothing to. I'm not even mentioning the snake bit. I'm just thinking like the thing that I got out of him is like he wasn't like he didn't have a good training camp. That's the energy that I got from him. That he didn't have a good training camp. The whole thing, like even like with him like lying on his missus, like leaning on his missus, and like he was just too tired, and like what I mean, everything. It was so much pressure like, as well. Like that month was about black people as well, and it was too much pressure. Like for me, like in my opinion, I don't think he should have fought in that month. I think he should have fought like he should have took that fight more like like December, or maybe like in April or something like that, or in the summer. February, it felt wrong, to be fair.
Okay. Intangible, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's good? So basically, what I'm hearing is that the outcome of a fight, in the case of Deontay Wilder, is dictated based upon which month he's fighting in. If he's not fighting in February, the pressure is alleviated. But if he's fighting in February, if he's fighting in this specific time, then he can't. His performance just automatically drastically goes down. Look, if you're a heavyweight champion, you're a WBC heavyweight champion, and the month you fight in it's so reliant on the month you fight in to how you handle pressure, then you shouldn't be fighting at all. You're mentally weak.
No,
Honestly.
because you have to understand that everything. If you put everything in the factor, like for example, like I said earlier, he had the flu like back in January. I was hearing about the flu. Then like obviously
January.
like you got January or something like that, or maybe it could have been like December. So like let's say you had a flu around that time, yeah, like, and like we don't know how some people, like with me, when I have flu, I feel like weak and stuff like that. Like, and maybe he's a bit like me. So
he's a world-class professional athlete whose immune system is probably as hard as rocks. So he's going to be able to take the flu out of his system pretty quickly. I mean,
okay, and another thing as well. Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
I'm done.
Okay, so basically, this guy was very, like, he was like, and it's not only that, like the month that he was fighting as well, like a lot of, like, obviously, like,
Black History Month?
It was a Black History Month. a lot of black people was counting on him. Like he must have feel like he's Wilder is an unapologetic black man. He doesn't apologize. That's why I support Wilder. You know, one of the reasons why he stands on his ground. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I like that. Like, and that he has so much pressure. Come on, man. Like, I don't know if, like why he took the fight on that month. Like, if for me, like that's got a lot to do with it as well. You know, pressure sometimes can be too much.
What's up, BT? I
Let
got
me
one
ask you a question
condition though.
though.
No one else jumping on because I want to really get into this. All right.
Okay,
I'm
camp out.
no one else jumping on. P Boxing. What's up, man?
Yeah, go for it. Spit it out.
I mean, I'll let you go first, man.
No, what you said to me? What's going on? Go for it. Spit it.
Well, answer my question. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Well, this shit's just awkward. So, I got a question to ask you. You don't like any Eastern European fighters. You're a Tyson Fury hater. So which white fighters do you like?
Yeah.
Oh my God, are you going there?
I'm just gonna ask
You're gonna play the
straight
you're
up.
gonna play the race. You're gonna play the race card, yeah?
I'm just wondering.
You're calling me a racist?
No.
P-Boxing.
Did I say you're a
Jason
racist?
Maloney fan.
Okay, let me tell you something, yeah. Okay, which white fighter do I like? I like Canelo. He's white. And I like a lot of white fighters. Vitaly Klitschko. He's white.
No, today. You like a lot of guys, but you can't name them.
Makhmedov, Beterbiev. Like there's loads. Like, come on, man. I like the new prospect, Edgar Belanga. I like him. You know what I mean?
Because P-Boxing, to me, it sounds
I
like...
answered your question.
To me, it sounds like you seem to hate all these different fighters.
I explained why, though. Listen,
from Europe.
I explained with a good reason why I don't like Tyson Fury. I don't like cheaters. If I'm wrong, the chat can tell me. He cheated. He basically used steroids, you know, against Christian Hammer, and he never got punished for that. Where's the justice for Christian Hammer? And then he basically never defended his title against Klitschko.
With Christian Hammer was that they took his gloves off and made him change them before the fight started.
Because he never had, like, he was cheating.
So
Everyone
how
knows
did
that.
he cheat if they prevented him from cheating? It's
Okay,
not.
but listen,
you don't murder someone if someone takes the gun off you and you don't shoot them.
Have you ever
I will
heard of
say,
getting
though,
sentenced?
there is some factual information. I think Tyson Fury, I think that was when he tested positive for PEDs. It was after the Hammer fight. So, fine. But the gloves thing, he didn't cheat with that if he was being prevented. So, go ahead.
Exactly. You can't cheat when someone prevents you from cheating before you actually do it.
Okay, wait. Have you ever heard of getting sentenced for attempted murder?
That's a different crime to murder. And I'm not going to get into this.
That was an attempt.
This is what I wanted to ask you, P-Boxing. You said you believe Devin Haney beats Lomachenko on points, and then you said you believe in the trilogy Deontay Wilder will outbox Fury on the back foot and just stay away from him because he can learn things very fast.
Of course he can. He's the guy that joined, you know, the boxing sport when he was like an older age. He was like 20 years old, and basically like, he done a lot for a guy that obviously everyone slates. And then like I don't understand as well like that you guys been calling him, especially you, L-Dog. I'm talking to you. You've been calling him a bomb, every name under the sun. And then when Fury beat him, suddenly like, oh, Tyson Fury is great. Like, come on, man.
Do you know who I think is the best heavyweight in the world?
Who is it?
Anthony Joshua. Tyson Fury did beat a bum, and I'm not going to credit him for beating a bum like Wilder. No one deserves credit for beating a bum like Wilder. If anything, I'm going to take Fury down to number 3 on my list because he cherry-picked a bum.
That's right.
And to be honest, like, okay.
Deontay Wilder is a bum.
Okay, why do you think I hate white fighters? I need to settle that with you before we can go any further.
I don't. I just was wondering if you actually liked him.
No, because basically I've actually explained myself that I actually supported Tyson Fury back in 2015 when he was facing Klitschko because he's from the UK. You know, we all wanted him to win back in 2015. But then when he started doing all this, like, all this stuff start coming out of, you know, yeah.
Aren't you a fan of Callum Smith?
I like Callum Smith, actually. The 168 guy, yeah? The one that won the Muhammad Ali
Let me
trophy.
just say something, P-Boxing. You have great taste in, you know, boxers, man. Callum Smith, Deontay Wilder, Ife Ajagba. Like, I can see you're a real purist and enthusiast of the sport of boxing, man. You like the real technical fighters.
Sweet science.
Yeah, the sweet science, man. So
At the
shout
end
out
of the
to you.
day, me and you are different. You like your little guys, like people like Tanaka and stuff like that, yeah? Like, fair enough to you. If you want to watch,
I like any boxers, man.
if you want to watch 12 round of boxing, which is like, you know, hitting each other on the body and winning by points and stuff like that, that's down to you. I like to see like knockouts. I want to see
know.
blood.
You
I
like
want
to
to
see
see
guys
this
get
is
beat the shit out of, like
I want-
Ajagba when he
it's a
got
fight.
when he got
It's a
dropped by Kaladze and Callum
I
Smith
enjoyed
when
it.
he got.
It was a good fight.
I know. You like to see your favorite fighters lose. Like, you obviously enjoy seeing Wilder get smashed. You
Okay, now
enjoyed
you're throwing
seeing
in me
John
now.
Ryder destroy Callum Smith. Like, I
Listen,
get
at
it.
the end of it happens. Listen, this is a sport. Like, there's a winner and there's a loser. Like,
Yeah, and
we'll
all the
see.
fighters you support seem to be the losers.
Okay, so we'll see when Hergovich steps up, because his best fight so far is basically against Eric Molina. We'll see.
Cool.
Let's see
him fight
when he
Dillian
faces like,
White.
oh my God, Dillian White is gonna, like, you know, that left hook is gonna get him.
Let's see it.
Hergovich's gonna
The left
iron
hook.
Dillian White out.
Let's see it.
I'm only gonna say the left hook. Hergovich is gonna be brave. He's gonna fight like the inside, and then suddenly he's not gonna see that left hook coming, because he's not Marius Wack. I don't think he's not like Marius Wack. Like, obviously
You're right.
Marius Wack.
He's not Marius Wack. He
Thankfully
hits
not.
much harder, and he's a much more skilled boxer.
No,
That's right.
when I said he's not Marius Wack got like one of the best chins in the division, and
So does Hergovich.
Hergovich looks like a little bit more. His frame looks a bit smaller. Like, of course, I know he's 6'6", but he's not as big as Marius Wack. So I don't think
Sorry,
that
he's
left
not
hook he can
big
take it.
like Deontay Wilder and has those, that strong foundation to his body where.
Why are we
he
talking
just-
about Wilder?
Well, I mean, you're just saying, these are the fighters you like. I said, I'm sorry, Hergovich isn't strong like Wilder.
I hurt you, didn't I? See, I hurt you. Whenever I thought, okay, let me ask you a question. Why do you get hurt when people talk about Eastern European fighters? Like, when they talk about them a little bit in a bad way.
I'm just saying, you seem
You're a
to have
pro. Okay, admit it. Okay, I admit earlier that I don't like Test Free. In fact, I'm a Test Free hater. Okay,
That's right.
Why can't you admit that you're a pro Eastern European fan? Like, you love your Eastern European fans. Why can't you admit that?
I'm not pro Eastern European.
Yes, you are. You don't want to admit
I'm
it.
not.
Like, this is the difference between me and you. I can honestly say what's on my mind, and look, at the end of the day, as a man, you have to be real to yourself. Because if Hergovich wasn't like Eastern European,
What do
in
you
fact,
mean
he
by
wasn't
pro
Croatian.
Eastern European? I support the majority of Eastern European fighters, but I agree that guys like Golovkin are massively overrated.
Yeah, but he's not even like where's he from? From Kakistan, like he's like
But
a bit he's a bit
well, I'm not
Pakistan,
sure
wherever
he's
that
from
is.
Pakistan, but
He's far away from you guys.
But his parents are Russian. His dad's Russian, right? And he speaks
I didn't
Russian.
even know
He lives
that.
in Russia.
I didn't know that. But all I
Yeah,
know is he's from
So I mean,
Kazakhstan.
technically, he is somewhat of an Eastern European.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is that you love the Eastern European fighters. You love them, you defend them, which is nothing wrong with it. Like, it
Yes,
should be like that.
Vasyl
You should defend your own.
Lomachenko, Alexander Usyk, Filip Hergovich, Ivan Baranchik, some of my favorite boxers. But I also like boxers like Kazuto Ioka, Naoya Inoue, Kosai Tanaka. I also like guys like Gary Russell Jr., Terence Crawford, Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, but this is what I said earlier. I said I like the fighters, but then I favor certain fighters. Just like you. Like, I've got my right to do that as well.
Yeah, I know.
Of course,
You like
I like to
support
watch
losers.
Usyk. I like. Okay, listen. I watch Usyk, but I don't support him. Do you see what I'm saying? I like to enjoy them fight. I liked it when I seen Hergovich against Molina, but it don't mean like I support the guy. Do you know what I mean? But it don't mean that I wanted him to lose. In fact, obviously, I want him to win because I don't want him to lose just yet, because it'd be damn waste. I want him to be knocked out by someone like Wilder or AJ. You know,
Bro, you
let him
were
keep winning.
dreaming. Did you see Hergovich sparring Wilder?
I've seen that, but that was like, you know, that's sparring. Whatever happens in sparring stays in sparring. Remember, you guys say that all the time.
Bro, but you saw the footage.
You guys say
Did
that
you
all
see
the
it?
time. Whatever happens in sparring stays in
Did you see
sparring.
the footage?
So
Answer the question.
Don't be
Sky
hypocrite
Sport-
now.
Sky
I've seen
Sports disagrees. Sky Sports put the
I've seen-
footage out.
Bro, Filip
I've-
Hergovich was
I've seen
a
it.
19. Bro, an Eastern European boy was destroying a future heavyweight champ, bro.
It was sparring, bro. It was sparring. Just like Tyson Fury got knocked out by Dillian White. Okay,
Where's
does
the
that mean
footage
that?
of that? Where's
Does
the
that
footage?
mean? Yeah, but
No cap.
Tyson Fury doesn't deny it.
I think Filip Hergovich would beat Wilder right now.
I do too, man.
Okay, why don't they make the fight? Make it.
Because
Cool.
Deontay
I bet
Wilder has to
Hergovich
fight
would
Tyson
take it.
Fury.
Okay, it can happen next year then, or the year after.
Cool.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Because
I want it
Wilder's
to happen.
ducking.
Let's see it.
I hope it does.
I can only see sweat coming out of the back of the of Hergovich's head. That's all I'm gonna
Bro,
say.
Hergovich
A lot
will
of
be
sweat.
like, man, Hergovich won't be sweating. I mean, he might be sweating if you know, if he's just been teeing off on Wilder and he's still standing, but you know, that'll be the only sweat coming from him.
Honestly, man, if Hergovich fights Wilder, it might even be worse than Fury, bro.
But look,
I'm not gonna lie.
P-Boxing, I have no problems with you personally, man. I just think you make some statements that are kind of stupid. Like
It
Eastern
annoys you.
Europeans
It
are
annoys you. It annoys you. No, listen, I don't take things personally at the end of the day. But all I'm saying is basically like
Because
I want to
honestly,
see
P,
more.
I don't hate you. I don't dislike you. You know,
Of
it's
course
just
not.
you
Of
know,
course not.
it's
Listen,
just boxing. But you say some
It's-
stupid shit.
Listen, it's boxing. You say that as well, like a lot of stupid stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't hold it against you. I just think like certain things, like the way like people protect people, like if you guys want me to be fair, I know
So
sometimes
hold
I'm
on
being
a
like,
second. No, this is what I have to ask you. You
Yeah.
said you all right. Am I trying to protect Vasyl Lomachenko?
I think so. Yes,
Okay. What was your prediction for Haney Lomachenko?
I think honestly that Haney will beat him because you know
On
why?
points, right?
On points, yeah, it could even be a split
Okay. So
decision.
what was your prediction for Teofimo Lopez Vasyl Lomachenko?
I honestly think he'll get knocked out around
So I am protecting
mid-round.
Lomachenko by advocating for him to fight against someone who you believe is going to knock him out instead of fighting someone who's going to beat him on points.
But listen, that's not it though, because basically like Lomachenko doesn't think
This
like
just
that though.
doesn't make
We're
sense,
talking about
P.
we're talking about Lomachenko though.
I
We're
am
not talking about me and
protecting
you.
someone to fight someone who is going to knock them out according to you,
Yo,
as
P,
opposed
you're
to someone who's
everywhere.
going to beat.
Yeah, but Lomachenko is taking that fight. Lomachenko is taking that fight based on that he thinks he's gonna win. He thinks that this guy is only a power puncher. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm getting at, or no?
No.
It's so easy.
I
So
just
easy to
don't
get
get it. I am protecting someone by pushing them to fight someone who you think is going to knock them out instead of someone you think is going to win a decision. Because let's just be real here. Teofimo
Yeah.
hits harder than Haney, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So would you say it's a more dangerous fight because he hits harder?
To Loma, it's not because Loma thinks probably like, oh, you know what? I'm a better boxer. He bought into the hype that, of course, like you know, he's a good boxer. You just have to listen to how ESPN talks about him. Like, you know,
he bought into the hype that he's a good boxer.
He bought into the hype, yeah, of course. And
Do
they
you
think
not
like,
think? All right,
Yeah.
P-boxing. If I won 2 Olympic gold medals, 5 world titles across 3 weight classes, was a Ring Magazine Fighter of the Year and Prospect of the Year, widely regarded as pound for pound top 3 fighter, do you not think it is warranted that I believe I'm a good boxer?
this is a chess game basically. Okay, they'll look at thingy like, you know, like the reason why I think he thinks like Haney's risky because like Haney, he's been trained by, you know, Mayweather for a long time, and we
I'll
know that
tell you this,
Mayweather is
P-boxing.
50-0.
I don't think it matters if Mayweather is helping Haney because I don't even think Mayweather could have beat Vasyl Lomachenko in his prime.
Oh my God, he beat
That's too much.
he beat Manny Pacquiao.
But I'm just saying, like at 130, bro, Floyd
No, come on,
versus Loma.
now you're trolling me now. Like, how
Yeah,
dare you say that? Like,
But I'm
That's-
he's
just,
not beating
bro,
Pretty Boy.
how was Floyd can't even get in there and fight for him, bro?
oh my days, listen, Lomachenko, like that would be easy work. Like, Mayweather would just play with him like for 12
Bro,
rounds.
Devin Haney is no Floyd. Devin Haney is a lot
Okay,
worse.
but
than
why would
Floyd.
you say that Floyd? Okay, but you just said out of your own words without me putting in your mouth. Like, you said that Floyd would have lost against Lomachenko. See, this is the thing that I'm talking about the whole day. Like,
Yes,
the
at
amount of praise
130
that this guy
pounds,
gets,
I believe Vasil Lomachenko would have beat Floyd.
and that's your opinion, which of course people, I respect your opinion, and that's why like I have my own opinions, and the thing, I see things from a different lens, and I'm telling you now, this Lomachenko guy, as well as he done, I don't think he's what people like. What I don't. He's good, but I don't think like certain people like David Haney, he's gonna get stuck. He might even like win against like Teofimo, because Teofimo, if he goes for like the power and he gets out of gas, maybe like Lomachenko might outbox him. But with David Haney, that's a different type of matchup. This guy's gonna box with him. He's gonna move around, and it's gonna be difficult.
I just
Devin
can't see Haney beating Lomachenko. Lomachenko is much more experienced. He's faster.
Yo.
He's just an overall better boxer. I mean,
And
who has
unfortunately,
Boxing, you speak about Loma like he's Antonio Margarito and he's a basic come forward fighter and he's just trash.
Tony
Like,
Margaret
you
was
talk about
actually
him
a
like
good
he's an
fighter.
average B-level contender.
Okay,
yeah,
listen.
you keep saying
at the
like,
end- okay,
yeah,
see,
he's good, but I
he's-
mean, like,
he's
yeah,
alright. He's alright.
he's all
Okay,
right.
listen.
Okay.
Okay, but listen though. But why?
Like he's
Okay,
Yvonne
this is the thing.
Mendy.
He gave his belt away. Like, if you're that good, if you're so good, why are you petitioning to be a
Dude,
franchise?
how many times do I have to go over this P-boxing? Teofimo Lopez called Vasil Lomachenko out. He said, get a belt and I will fight you. He got a belt. Haney starts to call him out. They say, look, you got to fight Devin Haney. Lomachenko said, I don't care about my mandatories. This guy's been calling me out. I'm going to fight him. He gave up the belt so he could fight Teofimo Lopez.
P-boxing, do you think Canelo's a great fighter?
Yes.
Oh, well, how can he be a great fighter? Because he did the same thing. He petitioned for a WBC franchise belt. Why
No,
not the same
because
standard with
basically
Loma?
No, because basically he never petitioned for it. He never.
So what did he do? Was he just anointed? Did Mauricio Solomon just come out and just throw the WBC franchise belt?
It was the other way around actually. They backed him. They said, please, let us give you like a franchise. That's
Where'd
the
you get
whole
this
reason
news
why the
from?
whole thing came out. That's why that belt
Hey,
was
yo,
created
Prove it
because
then.
of
Do you
Canelo.
have
Yo,
any news sources
P.
proving that?
I got something I want to say. I want to say. P
Go on,
boxing was
cook it.
saying. P boxing was saying earlier about how he doesn't like some of these Eastern European fighters and how people just hype them up and prop them up and they haven't proven that they're as good as advertised. That's exactly how I feel about Devin Haney. I think he's ridiculously overrated right
Oh
now.
my gosh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. BT,
Facts,
listen, yeah.
bro.
Then why? Okay, if that's the case, then why that fight was so like that fight was there, like because he was like the mandatory, like why
Because he
did
wants
he
to
not
fight
defend?
Teofimo Lopez
No,
in a
he could've-
legacy history, a
Oh my God.
legacy fight, a mega fight,
This
bro,
is-
a pay-per-view
Okay,
fight.
okay,
The young
okay.
kid from Brooklyn, man, who's knocking
Oh
everybody
my
out.
days.
Been talking shit for the longest
right.
time, prospect of the year, world champion, sensational knockouts.
Talk to these fools, Aldog.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Everyone's
listen. They
everyone's
could have made
doubting
that fight.
him, man.
Okay, wait. Forget all of this. Yeah, we're not in a movie right now. Listen to me. Yeah, this is a real life story. Yeah. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is he could have defended his title against David Haney. He could have held that belt. Then he could have went to Teofimo Lopez if he's that good and if he's that confident. And listen to me. Yeah. At the end of the day, like this guy basically like he wasn't confident, and that's why he basically petitioned for it. They're literally back the WBC belt.
What makes him fighting Haney first in any way,
Okay,
shape, or form better than him fighting Teofimo first?
Okay, let me finish the sentence first. Basically, and now, unfortunately, sadly,
Nothing.
if Teofimo Lopez wins, if he beats Lomachenko, sadly, he's not going to be undisputed. But if Lomachenko wins, he's going to be undisputed. How fair is life? How bad
No,
is
he's
boxing
not going to
at
be
the moment?
undisputed. As long as Devin Haney holds the WBC title, Lomachenko will not be undisputed because there will be a dispute to who is the champion at lightweight.
This is why boxing is messed up, because all this franchise champion, him
I
petitioning
agree.
for it.
Haney should have waited in line and fought the
He
winner
was
of
in line.
Lopez.
He was in line. He was mandatory. Like at the end of the day, he's rightfully, he should have like defended his belt, like how it normally is, the rules. So suddenly they want to change the rules because Bob
No,
Arum,
they
put
didn't
a
change
couple
the
of million
rules.
in his
They
pocket.
changed it beforehand.
They put money in
They did
clearly.
in the
They put money in
previous
his pocket,
June.
and that's it.
Yeah, man. Devin Haney's overrated. That's all I gotta say.
Bro,
Devin
I'm gonna
Haney's
be
the
honest.
goat.
Yeah, Devin Haney. Devin Haney.
Devin
Devin
Haney is the goat.
Devin Haney is a poor man's Mayweather. He doesn't have
Bro,
any
I'll be
Alright,
honest.
okay,
This is
okay.
my
He's
this
just
is
a
my
twitchy
top 3
counterpuncher.
American fighters, prospects right now. Virgil Ortiz, the kid is a beast. Teofimo Lopez, the kid is a beast.
Is
And
he a
Shakur
prospect? Though?
Stevenson, the kid is a beast. I mean, up and comers, like young stars.
Oh, okay.
Teofimo, Virgil Ortiz, and Shakur. Those 3 are amazing fighters. Devin Haney, he doesn't cut it for me, man. He's one-dimensional. He doesn't have the best footwork, in my opinion, and he throws his punches wide. I mean, look, he's an ambitious young guy. I'm sure he'll pick up a couple titles. He might have a career like Devin Alexander if he's lucky. But I don't see the next Mayweather. No, Floyd is a special fighter, and I don't see it from him.
Man, Flo is already world champion already at this point in Devin
And
Haney's life.
Floyd whooped a lineal champion to become a champion. Like, this Devin, who is Devin Haney beat to make you think he's that great? Because I'll tell you who Teofimo Lopez has beat that made me think he's great. He beat Edis Tatley, he beat Nakatane, and he beat Richard Comey.
That's right.
And he beat
Like I said,
Comey by a sensational KO.
Like I said, he hasn't got like big names on his record there, but he deserves, that he deserved the title shot. That's why he was a mandatory. And
Who has
if
Teofimo Lopez or Devin Haney?
Teofimo Lopez, obviously, but listen, that's not even what we're talking about. You want to move the goalpost, but I'm just saying, basically, this guy was a mandatory. Okay, at least defend your title. You keep your title. Forget about this nonsense about this franchise thing and all that. And then if you beat him, if you're so confident, if you're better than Devin Haney, then you're gonna fight for undisputed against Teofimo Lopez.
So
that
did
makes
Canelo
that makes
duck
sense.
Charlo?
That makes sense.
Did Canelo duck Charlo?
The thing is, Canelo basically he had a dispute with the WBC. Like, I think like the WBC disrespected him and stuff like that, and he was gonna put that in the trash.
P-boxing, you gotta overcome your hatred, man. You're so filled with hate.
P-boxing, there seem to be some fighters you hate. Like,
no, I'm old school. I'm basically I'm a bit firm, and I just say how it is.
You're not old school. I know.
I say how it is. I say how it is. I say what's on my mind. You know what I mean?
You're old school, right? So you appreciate the greats in boxing.
Yeah, I do appreciate.
What are your top 5 Joe Louis wins?
Joe Louis, I didn't really watch Joe Louis and stuff like that. I'm not like you guys like that constantly like watch boxing. Like I have a life as well,
I don't constantly.
I'm saying like I'm old school like in terms of like the way I think and stuff like that. I'm not saying like I'm old school in terms of like I'm not like a librarian like I watched like fights back in the 50s and 40s. Like,
well, here we
come
go.
on, man. I wasn't even born at that age. Like.
Wins. I'll go with the 80s? Max Schmeling. I'll go with Primo Carnera,
like I said, I have a life outside. I have a life outside boxing as well. I have a fantastic life. I do enjoy my life as well. I don't constantly like sit around and stuff like that. Like,
God bless you.
And watch fights.
I mean, I know, man. You've been there opening doors for Deontay Wilder for a long time, man. Being his chauffeur and his hype man and part of his entourage.
See, again, Deontay Wilder. That's why Deontay Wilder is the face of boxing. Because you know why? Who mentioned Deontay Wilder now?
All right, P, I get it now. You're just saying shit to wind me up.
Because you know what? Every time people talk about Deontay Wilder, I haven't even mentioned him. You guys mentioned him today. Like, if you even rewind the show, like, I'm trying not mentioning Deontay Wilder's name, but guess what? You guys keep mentioning Deontay Wilder's name because Deontay Wilder is relevant. He's the face of boxing, therefore.
I'll tell you this, P-boxing. Wilder's career did not get off to a good start. Big promoters should have picked him up. They should have spread his story about him starting boxing to help his daughter, making it to the Olympics, you know, being like a country boy, whatever. They should have pushed that, but they didn't. And I feel kind of sorry for him because I really believe if like a top rank or whoever else was around at the time he started got a hold of him from day one, he would have been a superstar, man. He would have really
Oh,
been.
Eldog, agree with me. Is Deontay Wilder the face of boxing? Yes or no?
No, I think AJ
No.
is.
No, but no, I'm saying like at the moment, like he is the face of boxing because
Bro, he's
everyone
the
is talking
face
about
of the
Deontay Wilder.
canvas because that's where
Everyone
Tyson
wants to,
Fury laid him out.
everyone wants to talk
P-Boxing, more
about Deontay
people are
Wilder.
talking about Ryan Garcia right now than Deontay Wilder.
Ryan Garcia is
Nah.
more popular than Deontay Wilder.
No, I think when it comes to boxing, you're talking about the Instagram stuff and all that, innit? But I'm talking about
Exactly.
in boxing.
You're trying to point out
I'm not
social
talking about.
media to
I'm not
uplift
talking about the
your,
face of. Yep. I'm
Nah,
not talking
because
about the
claim
face of
that Wilder
Instagram.
is
right.
the best because you're
Social
pointing out
media doesn't always translate into buys. Like BT made a good point. You see these Instagram models with like 1 million followers. They start a YouTube and it's got like 10,000 subscribers.
yeah,
It
and
doesn't
what
always
P-Boxing was
translate.
trying to say was
Where
that
there
everybody's
there are
trying to
guys
talk about
like Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence who don't have the biggest followings on social media, but it translates to people watching their fights.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say though is P-Boxing made the point that that Deontay Wilder, with how all these people are talking about him and how relevant of a topic he is, Ryan Garcia is just as, if not even more relevant than Wilder as far as social media goes, as far as YouTube and all that kind of
No,
stuff.
but we're not talking about social media. I'm talking about. Okay, Ryan Garcia is the king of like Instagram. Yeah, when it comes to like all that sort of stuff. But I'm talking about boxing. Every single boxing channel, they always mention Deontay Wilder. Always.
Same
Even
with
if
Ryan
I
Deontay
mean,
Wilder.
they're a boxing channel.
Because
Okay,
he fought
listen.
because he fought in the biggest heavyweight fight in the last I don't know how many years, and he fought the best heavyweight in the world and got splattered by him.
Okay, if let's say like Otto Walling held that WBC belt, yeah, nobody would be talking about Otto Walling, and nobody would be talking about Tyson Fury. Like that, it'd be really irrelevant, like you know what I mean. But now that Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder,
I disagree.
everyone
The
wants to talk about
heavyweight
Deontay
title
Wilder
always holds some weight to casual fans. Like even
all the
people
time.
I knew about Klitschko's. Like even people I just knew who weren't even boxing fans, they knew the name Klitschko and they say, "Oh, that's the heavyweight champ." They wouldn't watch his fights, but they'd know the name. Like that's the thing. No matter who is the heavyweight champ, if they're champ long enough, people know who they are.
Oh, but listen though, I'm saying like I'm a big Anthony Joshua fan, and you guys know that. But I'm
So
saying
am
with
I.
the
I
reason.
think he knocks out Tyson Fury.
Okay, and the reason why I'm saying like
Agreed.
like people don't even talk about AJ as much as they talk about Wilder, whether it's in a negative fashion or positive fashion. There's still his name has been mentioned so much like trillions of times since he lost. So therefore, you have to say he's granted to have that third fight. A lot of you, not you guys, but like maybe you guys as well. But a lot
Can
of
I
people
tell you
say
why?
he doesn't deserve the third fight. You know what I mean? And that's not fair. Go for
I
it.
think,
I-
look, it's in
I
the
don't wanna see the guy
contract.
get
If it's in the
splattered.
contract, he deserves it.
I just don't want to see the guy get killed. That's all.
Me personally, I don't think he'll win the third fight. I think he gets stopped again. But I mean, it's in the contract, and if Tyson Fury signed the contract, he deserves the trilogy because it's in the contract. You got to stay true to your word.
I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah, I can feel the energy. I'm telling you now. Yeah, I can see a big upset. Okay, right now Tyson Fury is the favorite. Okay, before it was Wilder was favorite, right? They made a U-turn. First it was Fury, and then they made Wilder favorite at the last minute kind of stuff. Yeah. So now Tyson Fury is overwhelmingly favorite. Watch what happens. I'm gonna be betting a lot of money on Wilder, and he's gonna knock out Fury.
P-Boxing, where do you have Deontay Wilder on your all-time heavyweights list?
All-time list, I don't really want to say that because that feels like I'm disrespecting the greats, like people like Sonny Liston and Muhammad Ali, names like that, George Foreman and all that stuff. Yeah, Lennox Lewis. But I would say he's good. He's a good boxer.
Hey, P Boxing, man. Instead of us having a fight, man, I suggest we get behind our heavyweights, man, and like you get in F.A. Jagba's corner and I'll be in Hrgovic's corner, eh? And we can sort
That's
it out
right.
like that.
Yeah, but I'm not like the way you're passionate about Hrgovic. I'm not that much passionate about F.A. Jagba. Like F.A. Jagba, I like him. I want him to do well, but at the same
about
time,
Wilder?
like I want him to do well as well. Deontay Wilder. I want Dillian White to do. Actually, Dillian White, no, scrap that. I actually want Dillian White to lose against Povetkin. See, I'm picking up one of your
You
Eastern
know,
European fighters.
you know, guys, I am a true fan in boxing. You know, I'm the only man in Tanaka's corner on YouTube, whereas everybody else is in Ioka's corner. All right, I'm the man who stands for what's right, even if that means standing alone. All right,
Actually,
so
I'm
I'm a true
actually I
example
said
of that.
Tanaka as well. Actually, I actually did say Tanaka. You know why? Because Tanaka is the undefeated one, isn't he? And Ioka is the one that he's got a couple of losses.
With the loss.
So that
Yes,
must mean that
and
Tanaka
more.
will beat.
He's vicious as well.
Yeah, I agree
Wait, who
because look,
do you know
wait.
one
So
person that
P-boxing.
Ioka
One
has
thing I
beaten?
don't get is you said how is Derevyanchenko going to beat Charlo? He's undefeated. Well, I mean, how did Salido beat Vasil Lomachenko? He was undefeated.
Undefeated.
How did Ruiz beat AJ? He was undefeated. How did Fury beat Wilder? He was undefeated.
I just
Yo,
feel like
how
I
did
don't really watch the. I don't really watch the what do you call? I just call them skinny guys in it. The 100 and is it
I
118 or
mean,
something
they're
like that?
not.
100 and
Right,
whatever
yeah,
they
they
are.
actually are all skinny.
One skinny little runs, yeah. But listen, all I'm saying is that I got Tanaka because for some reason, like it just looks like he's got more, more to lose. He's gonna be more hungrier rather than this other guy that he's got a couple of losses and you know
I
at the
swear,
same time
man,
when you
I'm
look at
gonna
the two
write.
guys, the way they fight,
So hold on, let me reverse
different.
this question to you. How is Wilder going to beat Fury when Fury is undefeated? Because he's
Okay,
going to be hungrier.
okay,
Like,
you're playing games.
He's got more to lose. He's got all those belts. He's got this He's got the whole country of the
yeah,
UK
he's
behind him.
see,
Ireland.
he's like better, bro. He's undefeated. He can't lose.
Yeah. Listen. All I'm saying is, okay. I explained to you guys earlier, like, of course, the bronze bomber Deontay Wilder, he basically wasn't himself. We've gathered that. Even earlier, BT, you said earlier, like, that Wilder, you said, yeah? Okay, so we know that it wasn't like the proper Wilder that we expected. It's the same way as, when we seen the first fight, it wasn't the Fury that we expected. So this is going to be the Wilder of all, and it's going to be the Fury that everyone wants to see. This is going to be a superb fight. It's going to be classic, and I hope
Wait,
Deontay Wilder knocks this guy out to the canvas, like, and
Why aren't you supporting your
knock it out.
fellow Brit?
Because now you're playing games now. I told you already. I'm AJ fan and a Wilder fan. AJ 1 and 2 is Wilder. Why should I support Fury?
Where's
One,
Dillian
I
White?
explained to you earlier. Dillian White, I don't support him. When Fury fights against Dillian White, I want Fury to beat him because I don't like Dillian White.
You gotta support Fury because he's the face of boxing, bro.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
like Dillian White either. Dillian White ducked Deontay Wilder and Luis Ortiz.
Dillian White. The reason why I don't like Dillian White is because he chats a lot of rubbish. He says like, "I've been waiting 600 days. This is that," and he's another guy. Like, for me, if I have to pick who do I hate more, I would say it would be like probably Dillian White because he chats too much rubbish.
You should hate.
I just wanted to say though, P-boxing, I'm glad that you're in Tanaka's corner, and I'm going to produce an 11-page essay on why Tanaka beats Ioka. All right, facts.
Ioka is gonna bash that boy senseless until his teeth are straight.
Nah, man. My main man.
He barely survived against Aston Palikte. He got staggered in that 7th round, bro. Imagine if he gets hit with one of those left hooks to the body and then comes over the top with the right hand to the head. He's gonna get beat down clinically, easily.
P boxing. Nimrod asked if you want to have a YouTube fight.
What, me and him? Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't even know. Tell him to come on board and let's chat. Let's talk.
Yeah, Nim,
Let's
I
talk
guess, yeah,
paper.
if you want
Yeah, Nimrod, you can't be talking reckless from the sidelines, bro. You
Send,
gotta come
send,
in
send,
here.
send him a link. We'll meet each other.
there it is. There you go, Nimrod.
P-Boxing is about that action.
He bought that
Anyway,
action, man.
fellas, I'm gonna watch the UFC, man. It was good talking to you guys. Tangible, True School, P-Boxing.
All right.
You know,
All right,
P-Boxing.
Listen, Aldo, everything I said is nothing personal.
Yeah, same here, bro.
If I have to pick who do I hate more, actually I don't even hate Eastern Europeans, but I just hate Tyson Fury. That's the only guy that I don't like because of the cheating and everything. The thing that
I'll tell you this,
stuff about
P-Boxing. I don't like
Yeah.
Tyson Fury either, but he damn near redeemed himself when he whooped Wilder's ass.
Okay, well, it wasn't the Wilder that was supposed to be, Wilder. But you know what? We'll see the third fight. If Wilder does lose, I'm gonna give Fury all the praises. Fuck it.
Okay.
But I doubt it though.
Look, okay, you guys heard it. When Wilder loses to Fury, my man P-Boxing will be giving him all the praises.
Well, hey, I'm glad to see that admission. I'm glad to see it. Although, let's see if he does sort of stick up to his word. I mean, I anticipate there to be a lot of excuses after the third fight as well.
They're gonna say, "Oh,
sort of
you don't understand." They're gonna say, "Oh, you don't understand. There's a global pandemic going on right now. His family's at home. His wife is going through all kinds of problems. It's gonna be something again."
Yeah, I heard people trying to compare Deontay Wilder's plight to Jack Johnson's. They tried to say that because Fury cheated him with the gloves and that the WBC left him out of a picture with Donald Trump, that he is comparable to today's Jack Johnson.
The thing is, though, like, you have to understand this is political as well. Like, of course, I don't live in America. You guys live in America, this to start. But when you see, like, what black people are going through and the guy that's in charge of America, we know full damn well that he's basically more catering for the white people. Let's face it. Let's be honest. Okay, like I always say, I'm always honest in my wherever I say.
What does Donald Trump's actions have to do with Deontay Wilder?
Because the way what Donald Trump basically like the way he welcomed Tyson Fury, a man from a different country, like everything, like it was like a bit distasteful. Like this guy.
When did he even meet Tyson?
The guy that you know what I mean, like
he invited him to the White House. He invited him to the White House.
Yeah.
Okay. And he also invited Deontay Wilder to the White House. Wilder also came.
No,
to the
but
White House and met
that was
Donald
because
Trump
of
and
Jack Johnson.
and took a picture with him.
That was different case. So Lennox Lewis was there, and other Grace was there as well. That was not like it wasn't like a warm welcome. The way Tyson Fury got the warm welcome, but the thing is though, like
Tyson Fury never went to the White House though.
Huh?
Tyson Fury never went to the White House, so when did he get welcomed? He just got invited.
How can you get welcomed? And it's not only Donald Trump; it's even America itself as well. Like like, are you telling me now it was only British fans that were like booing like Deontay Wilder, like in the second fight? There must have been other Americans like fans there as well. Like this is one thing I don't understand as well. Like like when Tyson Fury was fighting against Vladimir Klitschko, like we was cheering for him, But in America, for some reason, like like I'm sorry to go back to the race bit, but like for some reason, like people don't support, like white fans don't support like black fighters. I don't know why. Like it's a bit disgusting, to be fair. Like what I mean, like especially at 2020.
Yeah, you mean like like Mike Tyson and Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield, like they never got any support.
Well, I'm talking about now, innit? I'm not talking about what happened back then because I wasn't born back then, innit?
Oh, what about Floyd?
Floyd Mayweather was one of the most hated guy. The reason why they bought his fights because they wanted him to lose the fight, and he never lost.
It doesn't
so
matter.
That's a bit of slap in the face.
They bought him.
Yeah.
They bought him.
Yeah, but that's not support though, is it? That was like a hate. Imagine they hated the guy so bad that they had to support a guy.
If somebody money, that's support. They're still supporting the events that Floyd Mayweather was the main marquee attraction in. That is literally
Because
support.
they hated him so badly that they chose a Filipino over him. Like
I think
a Filip- ima-
I think America hates Wilder more than Floyd because nobody goes to Wilder's fights.
because that it's not that. It's just the way that all the marketing and all that sort of stuff. And of course, we know that boxing is not the main sport in America. We all agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And of course, like Mayweather, he made a name for himself. He was the money guy. This is that, and they wanted him to lose. Like even against McGregor, like come on, man. Like he's from Ireland. Like support your own, man. Imagine. Okay, let me flip it. Imagine if Mayweather was white. Would it ever would Manny Pacquiao get that support the way he's getting? No, Manny Pacquiao would be the victim. In fact, so let's not play games. Like this is the war. This is why, like us young people, we need to change the way we think. If we, if anything's going to change, otherwise, it's going to be happening to our kids, to their kids.
All right, P Boxing. So please educate me. How do us young people need to think?
We just support your own, innit? Like if they're good people, like what has Deontay Wilder ever done? Like other than boxed and stuff like that. He never cheated. He never took drugs. He knocked people out.
I can tell you what he hasn't done.
What has he not done?
He didn't unify titles. He didn't fight at any sort of marquee fights before Tyson Fury 2 that anybody he didn't fight Vladimir Klitschko when he got the title. He basically ducked Vladimir Klitschko the day he got the title. Like there's a million things he didn't do. He didn't get lack of support in America because of racism. He got lack of support in America because he didn't deserve it. Simple as that.
So P Boxing, you're saying that us as young people need to evolve and try to repair the racial divides that are occurring, and yet you're telling us to to root for people based on race exclusivity. You're telling us
that's not
you have to root for your own.
No, not race. I'm just saying like people from your country.
Even further dividing people.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying
people nationally.
I didn't say that. Okay. All right. For example, in the Olympics, you support the USA, right?
All the time.
Yes.
Okay, so Deontay Wilder is from USA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why are you guys not supporting Deontay Wilder? He's from the USA. You guys are supposed to support him, whether he's black or white, because he's from the USA. If he wins, there's an American champion. If Tyson Fury wins, that's not good for America. Do you see what I'm getting at? But you guys don't support him. You want a Brit to win. That's wrong.
You're not even from America. How you gonna tell me what's good for America? You're not even from America. How you gonna tell me?
And you also don't the way I see Tyson Fury. You're supposed to root for Tyson Fury because he's from the UK. Why don't you root for Dillian White? Why don't you root for 2 out of the 3?
Because he's a cheater. Because Tyson Fury is a cheater. I'm not willing to root for a cheater.
Exactly.
He's a cheater. Okay, tell me what. What has Deontay Wilder done wrong? What did he do wrong?
He was in the witness protection program for like the first 40 fights
of
his career.
See, you're making things up now. I'm saying a valid stuff. Yeah, what's more valid than what I'm saying now? A guy that cheated, a guy that wants to be a drama queen, a guy that says, "Oh, I'm depressed."
He didn't fight nobody till he fought freaking Luis Ortiz, and that's a fact. That's not me just pulling things out of my behind.
Yeah, but you're talking about in terms of facts.
Bro.
I'm talking about facts. You're talking about something to do like with the sport. Yeah, okay. Regardless of who he fought, it doesn't matter. He entertained you. Yeah, go for it.
We're talking about boxing. I mean, of course, I'm talking about something with the sport. What am I supposed to talk about? His nails, his hair. Like, what am I supposed to talk about?
But what I don't understand is like you guys were so happy, yeah. Like, for example, if Tyson Fury lost, like I wouldn't be as happy as you guys were, and you guys supposed to be Americans. That's so disgrace. That's absolutely like it's weird. Like how it's not just like it's most people.
You're a disgrace too because you're not supporting the British fighter. You're not supporting the best country your fighter has right now.
He's a cheater, and I'm not willing to support a guy that is willing to cheat.
Exactly. The same way you have the right to not support him because you think he's a cheater is the same right I have to not support Wilder because I think he's a witness protection.
I don't root for Wilder because he's disgraced my nation as a fighter.
That's right.
He's disgraced my nation as a WBC.
He held America high for 5 years, and how did he disgrace you? With he was suspended.
Deontay Wilder did not. Deontay
Who
Wilder
else is
did
there?
not behave. Hold on.
Mention
Deontay Wilder.
mention one American.
Hold
Mention one American that has the title. Mention one American, yeah,
He didn't
that
fight
had
the evil,
that
cheating
was a champion.
Ukrainian, bro.
Charles
He didn't
Martin.
fight the Ukrainian.
It was only for a little while, but yeah.
You
Nice
said
one.
name one. I named one. No, bro.
Jermaine Stiverne.
To be the American heavyweight champion means everything. Like Joe Louis, when he fought Max Schmeling, and there was a bunch of racial tension in the country. Guess what? Americans back in the 20s and 30s, they got behind Joe Louis because they said, you know what, that's our American champion. And you know what? Joe Louis was courageous enough to have the balls to fight the great Max Schmeling. Now, when Deontay Wilder got the belt, did he have the balls? Did he have the balls and the courage to fight a guy like Vladimir Klitschko? No. We heard his manager, Shelly Finkel, talking about, oh, well, you know, he's a kid. He's got to grow into being the champion. We don't want to hear that bullshit. We don't want to hear that.
Dude, we're so far past the sort of great white hope and extreme racial sort of divide in boxing to the point to where, like, look, back in the early days of boxing, right? Tommy Burns was Australian, and yet American boxing fans got behind him when he fought Jack Johnson. And in fact, people were rioting and getting killed over that fight. Nowadays, if we were in the same era where, you know, you could compare guys like Wilder to Jack Johnson, dude, Klitschko would have been the biggest star in probably all of sports, in American sports at least, because they got behind white fighters from other different,
because boxing is not big though. Boxing is not as big anymore in the States than what it used to be back in the days. Of course, if boxing was number one sport in boxing, if boxing was big, yeah, in America, yeah, you know what, yeah, you guys would like, of course, you guys would go behind Klitschko.
So how many white players in the NBA and the NFL, or rather the NBA, let's say that, how many white players in the NBA have been the biggest stars in that sport?
No, but that's different. This is an individual sport. Boxing has always been cool.
The NBA is a star-driven sport. It absolutely is.
Yeah, but it's just like soccer. You know soccer, like football, soccer.
Yeah,
we want to call it. Okay, so basically, like that's soccer, like in our country. But anyway, long story cut short, yeah, that's the same thing as like NBA. Like it's just like a team sport, in it, just like NFL and stuff like that. You know, soccer is like star-driven sport as well. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like Ronaldo, Messi, and stuff like that. Yeah, and then white
individual sports are less nationalistic than team sports. L-Doc said that earlier. I agree with it. That's the truth.
So yeah, so basically, like the thing is, yeah, like this is what I never understood. Like, okay, for example, even though we got a little bit of racism in the UK, like it's not as bad as America. Like the way people think, like the hatred that America got, I don't understand that. But then when I speak to Americans like you guys, like you, BT, and Tangible, and others, like you guys seem to be all right. But then like when I see from the outside, like I don't understand that. Like,
okay, can I ask you a question? You've spoken to. I'm sure on YouTube you've spoken to plenty of Americans. Okay, yeah. I know you talked to other guys in the LDBC. Have any of them been racist to you? Has anybody from America been racist to you?
Yeah, Johnny Boy.
Johnny Boy? Okay.
Yeah.
That's Johnny Boy. One out of how many? If he is racist, if he's been racist to you, what did he say to you that was racist?
Say that again?
What did he say specifically that was racist towards you?
He always uses the N-word and stuff like that. Listen, you this, and I'm not gonna say the N-word. I hate that word. People shouldn't be using that. Stuff like that. And he says it like, no, I'm allowed to say it because he's from the hood. He's a white guy. Like, you don't say that. Like, if you said that to my face, it'd be a different story.
Maybe it would be, but listen, I agree with my man Minimax here. Listen, all these countries talk about how bad America is, but yo, if y'all lived here, y'all wouldn't want to live anywhere else. It's the best country in the world. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, but you don't count anyway because you're not white. Yeah, you're like you're more black than white. I would consider you. To be fair.
What do you mean I don't count? Expound upon that.
No, I'm saying like I wouldn't consider you as a racist because you're more black than white. And that's how you are in America, probably.
I'm just Brendan, and I get along with everybody. I get along with people who are white, black. It don't matter. I don't have no problems with nobody because I don't.
You're a fair guy. You're a fair guy.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. In America, there's no fairness, though. That's the thing, though, isn't it? There's no fairness.
Where's the no fairness? Where's the no fairness?
You can already see that, like when you look at the whole landscape of like what we hear, like on the news, and not only that, like what I hear from people on YouTube and and others
So,
like, you know,
like,
it's not only the news. Like people, actually, I speak to a lot of black people, and they tell me what it's like of living in America, the pain, how painful it is, like how people are racist now. So you're telling me they're lying, yeah? And you're telling the truth. You know, maybe Florida. You live in Florida, innit? You told me that before. Maybe Florida is a good place.
I live in one of the, no. I live in one of the most diverse places in the country, and a bunch of wild shit happens in South Florida.
What city starts? Florida, yeah, South Florida.
I'm in South Florida. I live in Miami, to be exact, North Miami.
Miami and Florida, you know, that sounds like a nice place. Like, you know, I used to hear that when I was a child. I used to hear like Miami Beach and this and that. It sounds like innocent place, like, you know what I mean?
No, you don't know. Then you don't know what you're talking about. You better go do your homework, because there's plenty of ghettos in Miami. I'm serious. You might think it's just like, you know, palm trees and, you know, color-filled buildings and things like that. That's not all Miami is. Miami.
Yeah, but is there racism? Is there racism in Miami? That's what we're talking about.
Racism everywhere.
I think racism is. I don't think racism is in any way exclusive to a region. I think it's a universal human trait that people have. It's not exclusive to any place.
It's not. My man, yo, that's right, Max. Aventura, Miami, stand up. Damn right.
You know, I'm gonna go in a minute because it's getting on a bit. But all I have to say is, like, you guys are all right. Like, you Intangible, L-Doc, of course, I know he's not from America. He's from New Zealand, you know. But at the end of the day, like, there's, you know, a lot of people, even like where I live in Bristol as well, like, sometimes I see a lot of Americans and they seem to be all right. And when I hear, like, you know, how America is racist, like, you know, maybe they need to be educated, those racist people, and start to love people instead of like hating them because of their color. Like, you know, I mean, the world would be such a good place if people get on with each other. And then this wouldn't be like, this is the reason why the LDBC exists, because of people like, you know, that start racism and stuff like that. You only have to see what I got in my comment earlier when I left. One of your guys, actually, I don't know if he's still there. Let me see his name. Hang on. I can't see his name now. It started with an R. What's his name again? Like, it was shocking what he said. It was shocking what he said to me. Anyway, he said something horrible, which I'm not going to repeat on live here. But he went to my page and he basically like left a horrible message, which I didn't even delete it. YouTube actually deleted it because he was like swearing. Because as you know, like, YouTube deletes like certain words and stuff like that. So that's the thing. Like, people like are like, they're racist behind the scenes, you know, and that's not good. Things need to change, like, you know what I mean? Like, and then we can all be fair, you know what I mean? Then we can all like say like, oh, I like this, I like that, this is that. That's why I support a lot of black fighters, because I know they don't get the support that they don't get. They, you know what I mean? They deserve to get a lot of support. Look at Deontay Wilder. People been complaining about Mayweather. Oh, he's boring. You know what I mean? And then there's a guy that knocks everyone out, and then, you know what I mean? And then they're still complaining. So there's no win-win situation. You know what I mean?
Boxing fans, whether we're talking about black fighters, Mexican fighters, white fighters, boxing fans complain for everything any damn way. So it doesn't really matter if we're talking. It doesn't matter if it's black, white, or Puerto Rican or whatever. Boxing fans find a way the majority of boxing fans will find a way to poke holes in anything. They're very hard to please.
Yeah, they just complain a lot. But listen, it's a bit late now, as you know. It's been nice talking to you. I know I'm always hectic, and but thanks for having me. At least you gave me a chance to speak. A lot of people, obviously, they you know what I mean, they can't take it, but you done all right. And yeah, it's been nice chopping out with you, man. It's been great, man. I hope to see the third fight though. Like, you know, I really want to see the third fight. I don't know if Wilder is definitely gonna win, but it's gonna be. I wouldn't rule him out either. It's gonna be a great, magnificent fight, man. And the other fights as well. Lomachenko against Teofimo Lopez.
I'll be here either way. So yeah, man. Take care.
Thank you, man. Have a good evening.
All right. God bless. Take care. All right. So there you have it, man. That was Pete Boxing, man. Listen, I'm biased. Obviously, I grew up in America. Or maybe I can't even say I'm biased. Maybe I just love my country. But like, I mean, I don't think. I think people get a lot of people who aren't from here, or even some people that do live here. They just the world has a lot of issues right now. Anyway, we got Minimax in the comments. It's funny, Minimax. We started this live with Minimax like 5 hours ago, and I'm still here flapping my gums. This is supposed to be a Minimax Boxing exclusive live. Since then, we've had Minimax, we've had Johnny Boy, P Boxing, L Dog, Intangible, H Money, Mr. DAZN. I mean, this has been a star-studded freaking live. It's been a very good live. So Hefe, we can't forget about Hefe. He was here earlier.
One-on-one boxing.
Who?
Wasn't it one-on-one boxing? Boxing one-on-one.
Yeah, I saw there was one guy that was in the he was in the backstage, and I wasn't to invite him in, but I guess he just left. So that's what it is. By the way, we got the artist formerly known as Raekwon Bell, but now he's Brother Boxing Talk. He's back from the strip club. People who hate America have never lived anywhere else. I agree with you, Max. Like, and most people who hate America, they haven't traveled anywhere else either. Because I'll tell you this, man. Like, it's no disrespect to England. Like, God bless everybody in England, and I hope to go back to England and see more of the country, so I could have a better opinion of the country and learn more about the country. But I'll be honest with you, even if I go back and it's a great trip, there's no way in hell that I think that England is a better place than America. And it's not even me being biased. I was considering, you can ask my pops. I was considering when I went to England, I said, Dad, this goes well, and let's just say I meet other people in boxing. Maybe I move to England. Remember I was telling you that? Yep. I was telling you that. So I went there with an open mind, and I came back with a greater appreciation for where I live. Is it perfect? No, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, this ain't a political channel. This ain't that. Okay? It's like it does. Anywhere in this sinful, messed up world needs things to work at. Anywhere in this sinful world has things to work on. But I'm telling you, man, you're a lot better off here than you would be in a lot of other places. He did. Yeah, I remember that. He called you a bitch ass white boy. I remember that. Yeah, man. I'm probably gonna stay on for maybe 10, 21 minutes, and then I'm gonna head off. I didn't again. Like these lives tend to happen, I come on live and then they get real good, and then I talk to all you guys and I get excited. I ain't been live since June 11th, and 6 hours have just gone by. Freaking Marlins lost those bumps. I mean, I don't think there's anything else. That UFC card is on, so I might go ahead and just watch that UFC card and enjoy the rest of my night. So let's see, when am I gonna go live again? Maybe we'll do it again tomorrow or the day after. I'm not sure, but I'll be live again at some point. So I think I'm gonna end it right here, or maybe not. Hold on, let me see. I'll have face here. I'm not gonna end it. Let's see what Hefe has to say. What's up, man?
Yo. Hey, man, I just saw you're still here, bro, man. Shout out to you, bro. Hell of a stream, bro. Almost 6 hours, bro. What?
Almost 6 hours. I didn't even plan on it being 6 hours. It was supposed to be just a 1 hour stream with Minimax Boxing, and now we're here, an hour number 6.
Yeah, man. Shout out to P Boxing. He did a hell of a job today, bro. Shout out to L Dog, man. I saw they're chopping it up in the comment section, making their pieces, bro. Shout out to y'all, man. But true school sports, bro. I want to invite you to the MXBC, bro. I want you to be part of the MXBC, the next stream we're on, bro. I want to see you come to that stream, bro, so we can chop it up, bro.
Okay. When do you guys do lives?
But usually from Mondays to Fridays around 7 or 8 p.m. Central Time.
If you have the link, just drop it in the what is it called? The MXBC?
Coco Tyler MXBC, bro.
Let's see, Coco Tyler. Oh, okay, I see it. MXBC. All right, yeah, I just subscribed, so I got it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, bro. I hope to see you there, bro. We usually talk about everything. We're open-minded to everything, man. We have great debates on there, and we just chop it up, bro. So shout out to you, bro. I'm out. Just want to show, my support. Sub, bro. Hit the like button, bro. You know what it is, man. This is your boy El Jefe, bro, and I'm out, man.
That's El Jefe. That's one of Oak Cliff's very own. That's Dallas, Texas for your ass if you didn't know. But let me see. We got a couple comments. We got my man L Dog said that BT next week for Fulton Leo, he wants to go live. Yeah, that's actually I said that earlier in the live. Next week, 100%. if you didn't hear already, next week 100% live fight reactions on True School Sports will be returning with Angelo Leo versus Stephen Fulton, and it might even be a couple surprises after the fight, but that's another discussion. But so we'll be live for that. I want to tell you guys that. What else is there? The True School Sports merch store has dropped. So if you all want to cop a shirt, a hoodie, support the untouchable True School Sports empire, you can find the store link. It's find the store if you go on my channel and click on store, or I'll drop the link down below if you want to check the store out. Also, it's not finished. It's not quite finished yet. I got one more thing I got to do, but True School Sports will be on Patreon soon, so that'll be cool. We're going with the Patreon route, experimenting with that. Oh wait, we got somebody new here. Hold on. We got Raider. Oh, I've seen this guy in my comments. This is my guy right here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, man. All right. What's up, champ?
Hey, what's up? What's cracking? How's it going?
It's going good, man. I've seen you in my comments before.
Yeah, this is my first time on your live. I've been on a lot of people's lives. Some people know me. But yeah, man, this is like the first time I've been on your live. That's cool, man. You're looking out.
Yeah, yeah, man.
I know you're a big Chocolatito fan. Huh?
That's my guy, man. I think it was you. You were telling me about how Estrada's gonna beat him, and I said, "No, it's not happening, champ. Charlo got the wrong style for him. Style's all wrong for him."
Hey, what'd you have that first fight, man? I scored that 116, 112 for Estrada on the first fight.
You scored it that wide for Estrada?
Oh, it's only 2 rounds difference.
Yeah, I had I think 116, 112 Cholatito. I had an 8 rounds to 4 for Cholatito.
Yeah, it was a close fight, man. It was a lot of swing rounds. So you probably gave the swing rounds to Chocolatito, and I gave the swing rounds probably to Estrada. But hey, man, everybody knows me. I'm down to do a little bet, man. If they make that fight happen.
But what's the bet? What kind of bet you want to make?
Whatever you want, man. I'm down. It doesn't have to be a financial. It could be a video on YouTube. It could be whatever.
I'll go with the video on YouTube. Why not?
All right. Well, we'll definitely chop it up once it's official. I don't want to make any bets right now because we don't even know if they're gonna fight yet or whatnot. But once it's official, I'm definitely gonna come on your live, and we'll chop that up for sure, man.
Okay. Are you on on Instagram or like Twitter or anything?
Nah, I don't have any of that stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Never have.
Fair enough.
Always just on YouTube. That's it.
Okay.
Chopping.
Okay. So.
But yeah, man.
So
hey, I just came on your live right now. I don't know if you guys talked about that.
Talk about everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What do you think about those Charlo fights, man? You think they're any good or what? I think they're 50-50 fights.
They're fantastic fights. I love that we're gonna get to see Jamal Charlo in with like a legitimate, top middleweight in Derevyanchenko, and I love that we're getting a unification fight, right? Because I think Rosario Jamel is unification, right?
Yeah, it's 2 belts, 3 belts in total. 3 belt unification.
Yeah, I love those fights, man. I love those fights. I think everybody's picking Jamel Charlo to beat Rosario, but I think Rosario's gonna pull it off, man. I think he's gonna get it.
Hey, Rosario's a big dude, man. He's a big ass dude.
He's got good punching power and he's physically strong. So like a lot of times you see these guys in boxing who have punching power, but they're not physically strong, or they're physically strong and they don't have no punching power. He's got a bit of both.
Yeah, he's not as fast as Charlo, but he doesn't waste many punches. He likes to strategize his punches and likes to land his punches. He doesn't waste too many punches. But and he's got a chin too. He comes forward, same like Charlo comes forward. That's gonna be an awesome fight, man. Can't wait for that fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a fight. You see that Golden Boy card last night?
Virgil? Yeah.
Yeah, Virgil Ortiz and
oh man, that fool. You know what? I think if Robert Garcia would have been on his corner, he probably would have took him out maybe a round or 2 earlier. But yeah, man, he's looking good. Ceniza Estrada, man, she's a little beast, man. She's from out here where I'm from. Yeah, she's from out here from there. Huh?
That's my future baby mom. You know that, right?
Hey, she's dope, dude. She's from out here where I'm from. But I've been watching her for a minute on I saw her last fight too
Same.
against Esparza, that girl from Dallas. That was a good fight too. That was a good scrap.
Yeah, she destroyed her.
Yeah, I think that girl came from MMA though, right? That her
No,
the
no.
opponent.
Oh yeah, her opponent. Yeah, she had like a kickboxing background, but like her record. I don't know if you had to look into her record, but her record is extremely padded. Like, she had 5 fights. 4 of them were against girls on their pro debut, and the other girl was 0-2. So she never fought anybody in 5 fights who had a win on the record.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's impressive that she can fight, dude, at 105, 108, and now 112. Strata. So I mean,
Yeah, she's going.
hopefully she catches more belts. It makes a little bit more money.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I just
think
wanted to come up here and chop it up with you. I've never been on your lives. And yeah, man, see support True School, guys. Subscribe, and I'll catch you
There
on
you
the
go.
next one, man. Peace out, boy.
100%. Peace
All right,
out, man.
later.
Thank you. So there you have it, man. Just the list just keeps going on and on, man. We had L Dog, we had P Boxing, we had Minimax, we had Johnny Boy, we had H Money, Mr. DAZN, we had El Jefe. Who else am I forgetting? Intangible, and now we had my boy Raider. So that's 8 people. We got 8 people. So yeah, what I was gonna say is this. Damn, bro, I'm with my pops. I'm trying to show him I'm not a failure. Oh, Joe. Hey, by the way, Joe, I never asked you this, Joe. Whatever happens to that Holyfield picture you were supposed to give me? You were doing like this hand like written Evander Holyfield picture, and I never heard anything else about it from you. It just came and it just went. Like, you brought it up. I said, okay, I want it, and you said no. But yeah, I was gonna say, Patreon's coming soon. The merch store is up. I got one more chapter to write for my book, and then I'll be done typing it. And then I gotta put it together on paperback and get it proofread and all that good stuff. So then you guys can read a book. It's gonna have all kinds of boxing stories and stuff that I've gone through in the fight game. So no, I'm watching it right now. Actually, yeah, Max, it's on TV right now. The UFC fight. Coco Tyler MXBC. I don't know if you're El Jefe, but El Jefe told me about your channel. If you're not El Jefe, El Jefe told me about your channel. So welcome to True School Sports. Yeah, man. What else? I'm gonna try to get some interviews this week for you guys. There's a couple interviews I want to do. I want to try to get Rick Glazer on this week. I'm gonna try to get Clay Collard's parents, because Clay Collard's parents called me recently. His dad reached out to me on Facebook. Shout out to Chris Collard. He reached out to me on Facebook, so I'm gonna try to do an interview with Clay Collard's parents. That would be probably pretty interesting. And then maybe even Sinisa Estrada. Maybe because I got a number on my phone. I just gotta call her. So yeah, we'll set that up soon. Get some great content for the untouchable True School Sports Empire. I might do a post-fight video. I might. Yeah, man, Joe. Let me know. Let me know when that picture's done, man. I want that picture. You showed it to me. Then apparently, like the water, your house flooded and the picture's not there. And then you said you're gonna make another picture. And I keep seeing my comments, but you don't mention nothing about the picture. So I was just wondering. But yeah, man. What was I talking about?
We talked about the fights, the Patreon, the live for Fulton.
Yeah, so yeah, for sure we're gonna be live for the Fulton Angela Leo fight, and we'll probably be live again. If I'm not live tomorrow, what's today? Today's Saturday. So if I'm not live tomorrow on Sunday, I'll be live on Monday. Monday we'll start the week off nice. And it'll probably be an interview with somebody, so just be ready. But I think on that note, guys, I've been live for 6 hours and 10 minutes, which is 6 hours and 10 minutes more than I plan on being live for today. With that being said, you guys, thank you so much. Thanks for everybody who commented and and came on and contributed on the live and all that good stuff. The super chats, definitely the super chats. Can't forget about the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Keep supporting the channel. Be on the lookout. Go check out that True School Sports merch store. You can find it on the bottom of all my videos in the comment section. So that there's shirts and sweatshirts and hoodies, and you can support the channel that way. The book will be done soon. Patreon will be up soon, and we're taking shit to the next level. You know what I'm saying? The untouchable True School Sports Empire. We here, man. And we're not. I'm like 300 something subscribers away from the 30K mark. So we're gonna hit some milestones as well soon. So yeah. Anyway, enough rambling. Thank you guys for watching the live. Like I say in every single video, you can love me or you can hate me, but I'm just a kid from Daniel. So until next time, take care, guys.